It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Monday, February 5th, 2024. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. Welcome back to the program. You know, February is a weird one for me, guys. Some people say February. I say February. I have been chastised for this in the past. Sort of like Tuesday and Tuesday. What do you say?
February.
Say it again?
February.
What was that?
I can't say with a straight face. February.
So you do pronounce the R?
I screw it up. Kind of mumble it out.
What
February.
about you, GC?
I go heavy on the U. February.
Okay, so no R.
Yeah, just forget the R. R's silent in my world.
I'm very sorry. What about you, Rick?
February.
Say
Like GC said.
February. Some people say February.
Yeah.
The R is a
I'm not gonna waste my
suggestion,
time.
not a
for
hard
me.
rule.
Not for me.
Tuesday or Tuesday?
It's definitely a hard T.
See, that's
Wednesday or Wednesday?
No, that's just crazy.
That's actually another good point, though. That's how it's spelled.
How it's spelled fine, but it's just weird. So anyway, I'm very self-conscious when I say February, but it is the 5th of February, 2024. It's great to be back, and oh boy, do we have a lot to discuss with a lot of great people. And yes, we gave you a Saturday show. I hope you check that out. I'll have some behind-the-scenes tea, if you will, as the kids like to call it, about how all that went down. So stay tuned for that. As always, we are presented by our good friends. Excuse me. Wow, that was great. Presented by our good friends over at DraftKings Fantasy Sports. Check out what DraftKings has to offer this season with code DMMAR, because life's more fun when you're in on the action. DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Age and eligibility restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See DraftKings.com for details. Big week for them, of course, with the massive event in Las Vegas this weekend. Of course, I'm talking about the Joe Pyfer, Jack Hermanson main event, and of course, we'll be talking about that all week long. So what are we doing on today's program? Well, it's a Super Stacked Monday. Some people call it a Super Stacked Monday. I just like to call it Monday around these parts. We've got a six-pack of tremendous guests back into the show. 4:30 Eastern, we'll be joined by Dustin Poirier. You may have heard Dustin Poirier is, in fact, going to be fighting at UFC 299 on the 9th of March in Miami against Benoit Saint Denis, the God of War. On Thursday, we got a bit of a scare when he put out the tweet that the fight was off, then the fight was back on. I'll have some thoughts on that in the first hour, so stay tuned. We'll talk to him about the fight and a whole lot more. Prior to that, we'll be talking to one half of the main event, the next UFC pay-per-view, which is UFC 298. That, of course, goes down February 17th in Anaheim, which now all of a sudden is standing alone on the pay-per-view island. It was supposed to go up against, not at the same time, but on the same day, Tyson Fury, Alexander Usyk. That's no longer happening. More on that in a moment. But Ilia Topuria is going to join us at 4 o'clock to talk about the big fight against Alex Volkanovski, which everyone is buzzing about. Feels like a massive deal, and I'm very excited about it. Looking forward to talking to him. What about Manny Moicano on Saturday with another big win and another interesting promo? And the guy is just an absolute buzzsaw. He is victorious, a little banged up, but of course, kind enough to join us. He'll join us at 3:30 to talk about the win over Drew Dober and where he goes from here. My old friend, Quinton Rampage Jackson. Yes, we've been talking for well over a decade now, and it appears as though he's going to be finally making the move over to the Sweet Science Pro Boxing against his longtime nemesis, Shannon Briggs, the Cannon. So we're going to talk to Rampage about all of that and more. Stay tuned for that. Teofimo Lopez, the Takeover, is taking over Las Vegas on Thursday at what was formerly known as the Mandalay Bay Event Center. It's now the Michelob Ultra Arena. I didn't even know that they changed the name. I saw that he's fighting there. I was like, what is the Michelob Ultra Arena? And then I see they changed the name of the Mandalay Bay Event Center. It's crazy. He's fighting Jamaine Ortiz on ESPN on the Thursday before the Super Bowl, of course, this weekend in Sin City. ESPN and Top Rank did the same thing with Shakur Stevenson a few weeks ago when F1 was making its debut in Las Vegas. Here's hoping for all involved this main event goes a little bit better. Keyshawn Davis, also a big-time prospect, fighting on that card as well. We'll talk to Teofimo Lopez at about 2:15, and at about 1:45, 1:50, we'll talk to Themba Gorimbo, who's one of the feel-good stories in the UFC. Had a incredible knockout win on Saturday against Pete Rodriguez. The whole thing lasted 32 seconds. What a shot. I mean, you could just hear it. It sounded like an aluminum bat. And, of course, he is The Rock's favorite fighter, and he's been doing all kinds of stuff surrounding that. And The Rock got him a house. It was all good, feel-good stuff. So we will talk to Themba, the pride of Zimbabwe, at about 1:45. But first, a little story time to kick off the day, because, like I said, a lot has happened since we said goodbye on Wednesday. Thursday, the Poirier thing happened. Friday, the Usyk Fury thing happened. Even Friday night, The Rock and Roman Reigns seem to have consummated their fight, which will take place at WrestleMania. And I have some thoughts on all three of those things, but let's work backwards, because Saturday afternoon, I'm at my son's soccer game, and he's playing in an indoor league. Both sons are in an indoor league in the winter. And on Friday, when the news came out about Fury Usyk, as one in my position usually does, I started to dig around. What's the new date? Is there going to be a new date? Is Usyk going to fight someone else, on February 17th? Is he going to fight Filip Hrgovic? Is the card going to remain intact? There's big names like Jai Opataya and Joe Cordina on the card. So what's going to happen with that card? And so I started digging around. Hey, is Tyson available to speak? Is this guy available to speak? This is what when a big piece of news hits, a la this one, Dustin Poirier, you try to get them on the show. For me, getting them on the show is bigger than breaking the news, because that's like a real tangible thing that, you can own, so to speak. More fun. Nothing really came of that when I was digging around on Friday. Then on Saturday, while I'm at the soccer game, I get a call from Saudi Arabia asking if we had a show today, meaning Saturday. Said no. When's the next show? Monday. All right, we'll get back to you. Get another call. This, by the way, in case everyone's wondering, and I know it's the number one thing on your mind, my son was cooking out there. I mean, he scored a hat trick. It was incredible. And then he said to me afterwards, he felt like I wasn't watching, and I had to explain to him what was going on. So then they said, could you do a show today? I said, I think so, even though I wasn't really quite sure that we could do it. I didn't know who was available, who wasn't available, but in those moments you have to say yes and hope for the best. Luckily, everyone who needed to be available was available, so that was huge. So then they said, okay, we're willing to do a show, and it will be Tyson Fury joining from Saudi Arabia alongside Mr. Turki Al-Sheikh, and then Alexander Usyk and his manager, Igas Klimas, will join us from Spain, all at the same time. Can you pull this off? We've done remote shows before where I've been out, but the rest of the crew was here. We've done shows that were live to tape where we've all been away, and then we just kind of put it together, or Connor put it together, Frank, everyone helps, and then they upload it. But we've never done a show where all the particulars are away and it's also live. And, oh, by the way, we had to do this in 2 hours tops, max, maybe even less, 145, test in an hour, do another test, fake stream. I mean, it was a lot. The real MVP of the entire situation was my longtime friend and colleague, E. Casey Leiden, who I've been working with for a long time, but don't usually work with on these types of things because we do the show from here and he's in California and he does a lot of the other live streams for MMA fighting. So I never really used the technology that he was going to use to do all of this. And I mean, it's one thing if it's just me and Eric and Connor talking. It's another when you have what I, believed was going to be a perturbed Alexander Usyk and a perturbed Tyson Fury over the fact that they just lost, I don't know, $60 million. I know Tyson's supposed to make that. Maybe Fury is making a little bit more. Maybe it's $30 million for Usyk. Who knows? Nevertheless, they're not probably in the best of moods. So, this has to work. So we test. I go back home. We test. Everything's good. And first, Usyk and his manager show up. Don't have a lot of words to share, which is fine. Fury shows up. They don't really talk to each other. We figure it all out. We have to make sure everyone's listening to each other, able to hear each other, able to talk to each other, that it's all working. And thank the good Lord up above. Thank the digital podcast, audio, video gods up above. They were smiling down upon us because the thing went live and there wasn't even a singular hitch, a singular issue. And I couldn't be more thankful to everyone involved. Everyone back there, Casey, the whole team. I mean, it was just unbelievable. So I hope you all enjoyed that. It was an absolute rush. And then to see the trickle-down effect. Then I'm watching the Conor Ben fight on DAZN, and there's my guy, Ade Oladipo, talking to Eddie Hearn about it, giving us the shout-out. It was great to see. And, yeah, still feel like the boxing press, for whatever reason, they're refusing to give credit where it's due. But it's all good. We don't need that as long as we bring you the exclusives. And that's what we'll continue to do. Appreciate everyone for joining us. That was every single person that was involved. That was huge. That was incredible. That was a rush. And it felt like true global news. So it all worked out. And what was great about it was when the news came out on Friday, there were conspiracy theorists out there saying that Fury was ducking, Fury was scared. And I mean, even Usyk's team were contributing to that. He was scared. He was ducking. He was trying to avoid the fight. He cut himself on purpose. Honestly, I didn't believe any of those. And what we were able to accomplish, I think, on Saturday afternoon was, A, the cut was real. B, we found out that the footage that was circulating of the elbow was, in fact, legit because the Turkey told us that they have cameras in his gym, which was, quite the revelation. And we also found out, most importantly, there is a new date. They will, in fact, fight on May 18th. Now, I understand that's in a little over 3 months' time, and I understand that there's some caution and trepidation there because it's a pretty gnarly cut. I think he said somewhere in the 15 to 18 stitches range. But that's the new date. It was also revealed that they're going to add another big fight to the card, that everyone who is scheduled to fight on the original February 17th date is going to get moved over unless they have a mandatory that they need to fulfill. And, oh, by the way, if one of them pulls out of that date, they're going to have to pay the opponent $10 million out of their own pocket. It's not, the promoters, it's not Saudi, it's none of them who's paying it. It's the fighter who will have to pay the $10 million, which is just wild. We've never really seen anything like that before. So that was kind of wild. And, when you're doing something like this, it's a tricky game. You have to ask this guy. You have to do the dance where you ask one side a question, then the other. And then, there's back and forth, and you have to lay out. It's not about you. It's about them. And again, like I said, there wasn't a lot of – it was a little frosty, but there were a couple moments where things kind of popped off. And in particular, between Tyson Fury and Klimas, who is Usyk's manager and who was the one that was really, throwing the shots on Friday and questioning the injury. Here are two highlights that I want to share in case you missed it, and the full thing is up on the MMA Fighting YouTube channel under the live tab. It's a fascinating thing to witness, at least for me, and of course I was a part of it, so a little bit biased. But here's the first one where initially I thought when I was asking Klimas about his accusation that the cut wasn't real or that Fury was being a coward, I thought he was telling to me, do you want to get cut? And I misheard or I misinterpreted it. What he was really saying was like, when there's a will, there's a way. But I couldn't hear perfectly, and so I misheard, and that's why I said, me? Is that what you were just playing there?
Who, me?
Someone said me. I don't know. Maybe I'm losing here. I don't know. Is that a new drop? It's not a
new drop. Yeah.
Can I hear it? Who, me? That's a good one. That's a
Get
good
used
one.
to it.
I love it. I love it. Anyway, here's that moment.
Mr. Klimas, I'd be remiss if I don't ask you. You appear to have said some very strong words regarding the cut. I believe you are obviously very upset, but you referred to Tyson as a coward for the cut. Clearly, we see the cut, and it seems like it was a mistake. Can you elaborate on your feelings that you disseminated to the media yesterday?
Maybe when you wanna get cut, you're gonna get cut.
Who, me?
No, that wasn't the question. The question is, why would you call him a coward if it was cut? That was all. That's the question.
Yes.
Because he didn't want to fight Usyk. He's scared.
Why would I not want to fight for the biggest payday in my life and put 10 weeks in a training camp? Why? Why would I not want to fight?
That's why you didn't want to fight him last time. And that's why you didn't want to fight him.
No, you pulled out. He pulled out last time.
Okay, so that was the first highlight, one of many. Do you see how I misinterpreted that, Frank? I mean, it sounded to me like he was saying, maybe we're going to cut you and see how you like it. But in the end, what I gathered upon watching it again, he was saying, if you want to get cut, you can get cut, meaning he did it on purpose, right?
Who, me?
That's 100% what he meant. When I was watching it live, when you were like, who, me? I was just like, oh, no. He's saying,
oh, yeah.
If you want to get cut, you'll get cut. And that's how he wanted to get out of the fight.
I mean, Klimas talks good shit.
Yeah, by
That
the
was
way,
a really good line.
He'll probably cut you too. It doesn't really matter. How
Yeah.
you do it.
By the way, why is Eric like off to the left like that? What's with the framing?
He's leaning left these days.
We'll get it sorted. Don't worry about it.
All right. I like it. It's a little artsy.
Grayer. It looks even more
Artsy?
monotone behind him.
Let's see now. Oh, there we go. All right.
Yeah, now I got a little trickle effect in there.
Was this worth it? Was it worth it to point this all out so we?
1,000%. It was gonna.
Me?
Okay. Here's the other moment. At the end, I'm trying to wrap it up, and I'm trying to see how much more I could squeeze out of this orange. And it seems like Tyson and Usyk are on pretty good terms, but Tyson had one parting shot for Mr. Klimas.
Rodriguez, never call me a coward again. I've had 35 professional fights. I've been boxing 18 years of my life. I've climbed off the canvas 10 times off the biggest punches in history to win. Never a coward. Never back down from any man in my life. And if any man calls my wife a bitch, I take his fucking teeth out. Do you
I
understand?
didn't call your wife a bitch. I didn't call your wife a bitch. I don't do.
He's got a bitch to hit him in the
I
face
don't do
with a
that. I
frying
don't do
pan.
that shit. I don't do that shit.
Well, I'll apologise
Hey,
for
shit-
that, man. Because I
shit-
focus on about my
shit
wife.
happens.
And I'm no
Shit
fucking coward.
happens.
I've boxed all my life.
Shit happens. Shit happens,
How
brother.
can you call me a
Then-
coward? You've never boxed in your life. How am I a
I
coward?
did.
I've had 35 professional fights. I'm a 2-time undefeated heavyweight champion. I'm the second longest reigning lineal champion in history. How am I a coward?
Let's see the answer.
Let's see the coward.
No, let's see the answer in the 18th of May.
I mean, there's so much there. It was high drama, high theater at its finest. The quote, which was attributed to Igas Klimas, was, and he said this reportedly to the Ring magazine on Friday, Fury's an effing coward who will do anything not to face Usyk. And he asked his bitch to hit him with a frying pan in his brow. You can quote me word for word on that. So it seems like Tyson thought he was referring to his wife and calling her the B word. But I guess what Klimas is saying that, like, oh, he asked like one of his dudes who's a bitch to hit him in the face with the frying pan. What do you guys think? Because I'll be honest, upon reading it the first time, I too I thought he was talking about his wife too, but I guess now I could understand that he didn't mean the.
It sounds like he's referring to his wife hitting him with the frying
pan, right?
Me and Rick were just laughing back here. The funniest part, he's just like, he says that, and then he's like, and you can quote me on that.
Yes.
And then Tyson brings it up. He's like, nah, I didn't say that.
Right. I thought the frying pan made it seem like he was referring to a wife in the kitchen, no?
I mean, he said he asked his bitch, didn't he? Like that seems like he's referring to his wife, his spouse, his significant under,
sure,
or someone.
Did you say significant
Yes.
under? That's what I heard.
Other.
But I mean, it could be.
What are you,
any
the
sort of
fucking grammar
underling?
police over there, Frank? Jeez Louise.
I mean, these people back here.
Screeching halt.
These people back here won't let anything fly. I mean,
Yeah.
you should hear during some of these interviews, someone has one minor slip of the tongue during a 45-minute interview. They're like, "Oh man!" It's just Nothing can fly back here. I apologize, Frank. Significant other. Yeah, that's what it sounded like to me.
Who, me?
I don't know. The bottom line was Klimas and Tyson were tremendous together. Yes.
Yeah, and by the way, it seemed like Tyson was more upset about the coward part, right? Like he led with that. It wasn't he didn't start with, oh, you said this, the frying pan. He started with, you called me a coward. I've never been a coward in my entire life. You wouldn't know the difference. Don't say it. And I mean, I kind of get that.
Yeah, which is true. I mean, he's like he's the heavyweight champion of the world. Like, I don't think he's scared.
I saw some people saying
the idea of people being scared in the fight game is I'm so sick of it. I'm so sick of every fighter going to, or even manager going to, this person's scared. It's like, have we not gone beyond this? Have we not figured this out already?
Also, he's Tyson fucking Fury. He's the lineal heavyweight champion of the world. He's about to cash a check for $60 million in 2 weeks. You think he's like, nah, I'd rather not? What are you talking about? He got freaking walloped by Deontay Wilder and rose up from the ashes. Like,
I would get in there for $60 million with Alexander Usyk.
Yeah.
Wouldn't last long, but $60 million, I'm getting in there. So I don't think Tyson Fury is going to have any issue doing that. I think the funniest part was Tyson Fury being like, all right, I'll apologize for that. Like immediately walking it
There was
back.
a lot of great moments that I saw afterwards. I saw Turkey doing a little shadow box there. He was fired up.
He was fired up.
He was throwing some shots at Gervonta. He revealed the $10 million thing. He
revealed Bivol versus Beterbiev in the most casual way ever.
Yeah,
I think he's just
one of
like,
the most anticipated fights in recent memory. June 1st, on top of the Queensberry Matchroom 5-on-5. He offered Hrgovic a fight on the March 8th card. I mean, he was just on fire. He was fired up.
If Fury or Usyk pull out, in addition to the $10 million, they're going to give him offers to fight the next guy up. Like he's wheeling and dealing. He's making moves over here.
It was amazing.
I mean, you gotta respect the dude for how much he gets done. Like,
yes,
it's like the day after we get the fight called off, we now have a new date and all these other goodies that he dropped as well.
Someone asked me this question, which we could do 2 hours on. Why does it seem like in other sports, football, meaning soccer, golf, etc., why does it seem like people view Saudi Arabia as a nuisance, but yet you look at the comments on that channel, everyone's like, Turkey for president, make him the face of boxing, make him the face of boxing. And I said it's quite simple. In football, let's say you're a fan of Ronaldo or Mo Salah or Jordan Henderson or Benzema, etc. You view them as taking away your favorite stars from the premier leagues, so to speak, not just the Premier League, but whether it's League One or La Liga, etc. In boxing, they are putting together fights that would never have been made if not for them right now. You know what I mean? Like none of these fights would be made if not for them. So I think in boxing they're celebrated because, yeah, maybe you could make the argument, oh, this fight should be here as opposed to there. It should be here as opposed to there, this, that. But ultimately, you're sitting at home. Who cares where the fight is happening? In soccer, in golf, they're taking those guys. You know what I mean? It's viewed as more of a nuisance, for lack of a better word, than unifying it. Does that make sense?
It's almost like 100%. I think that's actually why. It almost feels like they're disrupting those leagues or those sports. Like you're going to get to watch your guys anyway. If you're a soccer fan or a golf fan or whatever it may be, you're going to get to watch those guys. Whereas we would probably not be watching Fury Usyk if it wasn't for the efforts of Turkey.
It's 100% that, and it's also that combat sports is carny stuff at the end of the day. Like, these other sports have established systems, leagues, rules, all these things that can't kind of be disrupted, and that's why it is disruptive. In this business, it's highest bidder, and they're making it happen.
My only so afterwards, I mean, it's a buzz. You get something like that out of the blue on a Saturday. It's a buzz. My only thing, when I was like sitting down and digesting it, I was like, man, is May 18th too soon? I mean, it is a pretty gnarly cut, and I think it would be devastating if they'd have to postpone. I'm not saying they are, and what the hell do I know? I'm not a plastic surgeon, a doctor, anything like that. But I have seen a lot of the boxing media suggest that this feels a little too soon. What do you guys think?
It sounds like they're on a deadline, no? Like,
yeah,
it sounded pretty urgent from Turkey to say, this is it, drop that date, it has to happen, or we're moving on. So I think there's really not much of a choice, right?
Yeah, let's see.
It has to happen.
3
Let's see.
months, 3.5 months.
It does change things a little bit, if only because, and I don't mind I don't mind the number one contender fight if it's really that going first, meaning when Ngannou and Joshua were going to fight, we would have known the outcome of this fight. Now, those two are hopefully going to have their fight on the 8th of March, and then hopefully they're sitting ringside, and I'm not really sure how Hrgovic is going to play into all of this. It doesn't really seem like, Turkey's all that worried about his place in the equation, but now we'll have to have that fight happen, and then we go on to the 18th of May, and we finally, hopefully, find out who wins between Tyson Fury and Alexander Usyk. So that was that. And again, it's on the podcast feed. It's on the YouTube channel. You can see it all for yourself. It was fascinating stuff. Let's go to Thursday now, because I thought Thursday was also fascinating for different reasons. At about 12 o'clock or so Eastern, we got the tweet from Dustin Poirier, I think we have it, where he said the fight was off. He was at ATT, said the fight is off, I'm still going to keep training. Now, let's take a few steps back. On the Monday after this fight against Benoit Saint Denis was announced, and I remember it, I was just about to go to bed. The Bills had just beaten the Miami Dolphins to win the AFC East. I'm buzzing, I'm on Twitter, and Dana drops 2 fights, DP versus BSD at 299 and Charles Oliveira versus Arman Tsarukyan at 300. And so everyone's buzzing. On this show, I was sitting here saying, it's important to note that sometimes these fights get announced and they're not done just yet. I have no problem telling you that I knew he had not agreed to it because I talked to him. Anytime these fights get announced, I always, if I have a good relationship with the people involved, I ask them, is this true? Is this accurate? Did you agree? I could tell you there's another fight on 300. One of the particulars has not agreed to yet. I'm not going to say which fight it is, and I'll tell you it's probably not a main card fight, but there's another fight on that card that was put out before one of the fighters agreed to, and as of this second, they have not agreed to it yet. And then once the story came out, several managers and fighters said, me too, me too, me too. And so I would check in every so often, has it been rectified? Has it been agreed to? Has it been rectified? Has it been agreed? Now we get all the way to, what was that? I think February 1st that was, so 4 or so days ago. On the Thursday, the tweet comes out. And what was so interesting about it was now this started the snowball of, wait a second, they were promoting it, tickets are on sale, it's one of the marquee fights on the card, it's the co-main event. Why would you do this? For whatever reason, Dana's in this mindset right now where he wants to break all the news. When he posted that text conversation with BSD, which he viewed as some sort of dunk over the media and our boy Guilherme Cruz, I didn't really see it revealing anything other than the fact that he tells the fighters not to announce the news. I shot it, stay quiet, and, we're going to put it out ourselves. BSD's involvement in the fight was never in question. We knew he was in. Poirier's involvement was in question. And nothing that he revealed backed the notion that DP was in. And so we're all talking about it. Hopefully this gets rectified. Hopefully it gets fixed. Hopefully, maybe this is public negotiation 101, and it ends up being just that. A couple hours later, we get the other tweet from DP saying, oh, jumped the gun, couldn't get a hold of my manager. It's all been rectified. I'll see you in Miami. And then, of course, there's the tweet right over there. All the zombies come out saying, you guys got it wrong. The media got it wrong. First of all, you're all a bunch of idiots. You're all a bunch of sheep. Anyone who believes that just doesn't understand how the fight game works, and dare I say business works as well. The media got nothing wrong. It was never agreed to. He put it out there that he was out. They fixed it because they didn't want egg on their face. Them's the facts. You don't want to believe that? You want to call us haters? Fine. But we didn't do anything wrong. I didn't do anything wrong. Guilherme didn't do anything wrong. No media member who talked about this did anything wrong, including the ones that talked about other fights that had been revealed or announced and hadn't been agreed to. Just like the Sean Brady fight, he was injured when they put that out there. And so there's this rush to put out this news to announce these fights. I don't know if it's because they want to offset other news. I don't know if it's because they use this news as currency. I know better than anyone. I used to take part in this transaction. I benefited from it. They tried to hurt me, with it when I was at ESPN, giving it to the other reporters to try to diminish my value. Now, maybe because of their relationship with some of those reporters, maybe because they don't want to give stuff to ESPN, because they're in a bit of a negotiation with them now, maybe because they want to show everyone that we could do it ourselves. I don't know what it is. They want to put it out there. But I can assure you, when you see those announcements, the fights sometimes aren't signed, sometimes aren't verbally agreed, sometimes aren't even close to being verbally agreed. And this is what happened here. And so they can go around saying the media did this is what they do, this is what they make up, all this other bullshit. None of it is true. We talk to people. We talk to sources. We talk to managers. We talk to fighters. You could believe it or not, but we weren't wrong on this one. We were not wrong. And then you'll see, the other zombies come to their defense and say, look, like Ali putting out Vicente Luque's contract and his tax ID number, his contract, what does that prove? Again, no one said Vicente was not in. Brady was the one we were talking about. DP was the one we were talking about. What are you guys proving? Just because one side of the equation, I would hope at least one side of the equation is in. If both sides aren't in, then we have a real problem. If one side is in, all right, at least you got one side to agree. And you feel like you'll be able to get the other side to agree. It's a formality. The public pressure will get him to agree. I don't know what the line of thinking is. That's a question for them. But this is a tale as old as time. They have been doing this. Trust me, I know. I used to benefit from this relationship. I know. Putting out stuff before fighters agree to it is a practice as old as time. It ain't going to change. If it's verbally agreed, that's one thing. But to put something out there before someone officially agrees to it is just not the right way of doing business. I'll talk as myself, as a freelancer. Let's say I'm in talks with Outlet X to do a show for them, and we haven't quite agreed to everything. I'm not even talking about signing, because sometimes I'll do stuff without even signing. There are some things that I've done the whole job and I didn't sign anything. But, there's a word, there's a handshake, you feel good about it. If we're talking about X, Y, and Z, and we haven't agreed to it, and they come out and say, Ariel Helwani's doing a show for us, I wouldn't feel too good about it. I would feel like that's a bit of a sneaky move. And so this happens. I don't know why it happens. I'm baffled by it, but it just shows once again the difference between boxing and MMA, and in particular UFC. Do you think Eddie Hearn and company would do this to an Anthony Joshua? Do you think Top Rank would do this to a Teofimo Lopez or a Keyshawn Davis? It's more of a promoter-fighter relationship as opposed to a employee-employer relationship. You're going to fight on this date. And if you don't fight on this date, we're going to punish you, we're going to sideline you, or we're going to announce this and hope that the public pressure will get you to agree to it. It's the fight game. And it's been happening since I started covering this sport over 15 years ago. This is nothing new. Credit to DP, and I don't know what he's going to say on the show, and my feeling is he's going to move on and not talk about it, and I totally understand that. No one wants to, be in some sort of conflict with their promoter or whomever they have a business relationship with. He seems to be happy. He got what he wanted, but he had to do this in order to finally get what he wanted, because this was dragging out over a month. I think the announcement came on January 10th, and we're almost a month out from the fight. Crazy. And I couldn't believe that people's takeaway was, you guys got it wrong. You see, it was on all the whole time. Oh my God. Sometimes I want to bash my head against the wall when I see some of these takes. Now, over time, it seemed like the majority of people understood what had just happened. A good old-fashioned public negotiation, a standoff, if you will. But definitely some people who are, who are drinking the Kool-Aid, who are like, no, it was on all the time. Show me the text conversation. He showed us the one with BSD. Let's see the one with Poirier's team. Let's see that one, if we got it wrong. If we're so off on this, if we're so wrong on this, let's see that one. Can we see it? No Photoshop. No cap. So anyway, the good news is it all worked out. Poirier's happy. UFC's happy. BSD's happy. But, no one is immune. No one is immune. And they'll get mad that I'm saying this, and, they're the house managers will get mad, but they all know it's true. They all know it's true. And this is just the fight business. No one said it's rainbows and lollipops. This is the fight business. And in particular, I would say this is the MMA business. This is just the way it is, unfortunately. So that was something that happened on Friday, 2 cents there. And we'll obviously talk to DP later in the show. And then what about everyone losing their minds on Friday regarding The Rock and Roman Reigns? Rick, we were talking about this on Monday. The internet is in a tizzy. The most disliked video in WWE history, that's what they're saying. The Rock coming back. Now, I think that this is a very vocal minority, but they're very vocal. It's social media. I think sometimes social media thinks that they can really affect change, and sometimes they can. I don't think they're going to get WWE to change course on this one. They're going to try their best. I told you last week I was more invested in the Cody story. I want to see it happen. But, I mean, from a business standpoint, you can't deny The Rock finally coming back to go up against Roman Reigns is the bigger business fight. I would just say sometimes it's good to look at these things as a TV show or as a movie and wait to see how it unfolds. WrestleMania is a little over 2 months away. Maybe there's another layer to this. Maybe it's, as I've seen suggested, Roman Rock on night 1, Cody Roman on night 2. Maybe it ends up being a triple threat, which I doubt, but maybe. I feel like we need to wait to see how this whole story, part of the pun, unfolds before totally crapping on it, because I don't think it's fait accompli that Seth Rollins is going to be ready for WrestleMania. But man, oh man, are people mad about this. And it's kind of a bummer because I feel like 2 years ago, when it was Roman Brock at WrestleMania in Texas, people would have said, oh, sign me up, because Roman Brock we had seen a gazillion times, and that's really when people wanted to see it happen, including myself. Last year, Cody Roman was big. It felt big. And again, more fuel to the fire that Cody should have won last year in LA. I will maintain till the end of my days that it should have been Sammy winning in Montreal and then Cody beating Sammy, or a triple threat match in LA. And then you get a year of Roman and Rock, and then it culminates at WrestleMania 40. Roman, Rock, head of the table, tribal chief. Cody defends his title against someone else. That's what it should have been. Still don't understand why they didn't do it. Roman worked like 5 days this year and had an incredible promo on Friday. Just amazing. Just like going after everyone. But there was no reason for him to win. And I think wouldn't have diminished a Rock match. And you would have had Cody finish his story and not be in this predicament. Now they're going to have to deal with the vocal minority, and they might get even bigger. And I feel like I can assure you, I don't think they're going to budge. If their plan that is set, if it is in fact that, if it is, and I would love to see Cody, come the Monday after Mania, I would love to see Cody as the champ. That's what I would love to see. But if this is in fact what they're doing, and not the champ of the other belt, the Roman belt, if this is what they've decided, I don't think they're going to change. I really don't. Maybe I'm wrong, but I really don't think they're going to change. Did you see the reaction to this, Rick?
I did. My number one concern, my chief concern was just
the belt?
The belt, the sanctity of the belt.
But this is all about the belt, right? Oh, the anger is about the belt. You know that, right? It's not because people are dying to see Cody versus Roman.
But the whole thing, like, The Rock is here. What more? Like, what more could you ask for? The Rock is coming back to do this for them.
It's all about Cody finally becoming champion, the champion of the belt. That
I suggested this, and I don't know this.
His dad never won. Yes.
But is this not by design? Do you not feel at this point it's by design?
What does that mean?
The anger, the frustration, the movement, it's building, and it's making Cody more popular. It's only helping Cody's case to then eventually compete with The Rock or Roman Reigns.
Eventually, but I think everyone wanted it at WrestleMania 40.
Yeah, so make them wait.
Yeah, no, I mean, trust me, they're making them.
It's working.
It's working. Look, there's a way. There's Cody Rhodes is a bigger start today because people think that he's been screwed. Than he was on Thursday.
Daniel Bryan thing. Just repeat it.
I just think people are starting to lose their patience, and they wanted him to be the guy to be. Look, if it happens at SummerSlam, then great. People are upset. And I agree. By the way, I agree with you. The Rock versus Roman is big time, and it feels befitting of WrestleMania 40. Dare I say, it's WrestleMania 40 worthy, and it's something that 300, which is happening
It's missing that one.
the following week, right, is searching for at the moment. And so I totally get it. But it was fascinating to see at least the internet wrestling community lose their minds, be angry, be spiteful, be so mad about this when it's the freaking Rock versus Roman Reigns, a match that we've been talking about for, I don't know, 3-4 years now, since 2020, 2019, 2018, who knows?
I'll say this. I bet there were as many tweets of The Rock and Roman Reigns facing off in the ring, because I saw a lot of them, as there were about Cody. Like, people will fall in line because it's still The Rock versus Roman Reigns. The 2 years, however long this Cody Rhodes storyline has been going on, flash back to that moment, it was still The Rock and Roman Reigns that people were asking for. Now, the delayed gratification is coming, and you're getting it. It's down the line, you'll get the Roman Reigns versus Cody, or maybe The Rock versus Cody. Who knows? Who knows how big it could potentially get? But yeah, I don't know. It's all a work. Like, what is the?
It's a TV show. Let it play out.
A TV show.
So everyone losing their minds about that. Conor Benn comes back on Saturday in front of a pretty small crowd, it seemed like, at the Cosmopolitan, wins, but not really, I mean, everyone under the sun called him out afterwards, maybe because they think it's easy work. I think the Eubank fight is, I know Eddie is still going after it, but I don't feel anything there at the moment.
But what else would you do at this point? It's the best and biggest fight you can do.
I want to see him fight a 47-pounder. A 54-pounder.
Look, it's looking more and more like the size would be a massive issue. I'm definitely not concerned about the Eubank side of it. I know there's a lot of stuff out there about, oh God, how dangerous it would be for him. But I'm confident that if they could find a nice middle ground, that fight would still be one to make. But man, I don't know. I'll tell you this, it's losing steam for me. The longer this goes on, it is losing steam. Like, I would have liked to see it this fight. Now I'm starting to think, oh, man, maybe Eubank is too big for him, and I'm losing faith in the idea of it anyway.
Is it still currently ranked number one in your power
It's
ranking?
still number one, but it's
number one out of any fight, out of any
The story is just too good, but it's shaky right now. It's shaky.
It is crazy how reminiscent this whole saga is to John Jones, maybe 8 or so years ago, when John had the issue post UFC 200. Actually, no, pre-UFC 200. And, he had that fight against OSP, and people are like, post-USADA John isn't the same. Innocent or not, it feels like people are saying the same things about Conor Benn post multiple failed drug tests in the lead up to the Chris Eubank fight. So it's a tough spot for him. He said on the show, first round knockout, everyone says that, but it wasn't exactly the, blow the doors off the
flashy performance.
Yeah, it wasn't that. So we'll see what happens there. And then UFC on Saturday, Nasruddin Imavov against Roman Dolidze. Solid fight. I maintain it shouldn't have been the main event. Right. It was okay. Imavov and Chris Curtis stole some of the headlines. Imavov wins, and tough loss for Dolidze. I'm sure Georgian MMA fans are hoping that Merab and Ilia have more success, and they were both there, which was pretty cool. Renato Moicano with the win over Drew Dober. Like I said, what about Randy Brown with that beautiful knockout of Muslim Salikhov? Natalia Silva continues to win and appears to be a potential star in the making at 125 pounds. Elias Khab Kizirev and Mahmoud Muradov ended in an eye poke, ended in a no contest. It lasted just 11 seconds. It was a pretty big bummer, but I do not blame them for ending the fight. Charles Radke had a blistering knockout and a strange post-fight press conference. What about Molly McCann? Tremendous stuff from Molly McCann in her 115-pound debut. Defeating Diana Belbita. She wins via first-round armbar. Delighted for Meatball Molly, and I loved her post-fight interview. She was understated. She was humble. She was laser-focused. It was great to see. Charles Johnson got the win as well, the unanimous decision win. Young Lee got a decision win, as well. Luana Carolina had a nice finish over Julia Stolyarenko. Markel Medeiros had a win, and Jamal Pogus had a win as well. But then, what about Themba Gorimbo, who has been quite the story for the last several months? A 32-second win over Pete Rodriguez, a knockout, a blistering knockout, followed by some ground and pound, a beautiful overhand right, followed by some ground and pound. Just 32 seconds, he climbs to 12-4, and he has now won his last 2 UFC fights in a row. What a story he is. What a story he continues to be. And he is our first guest of the day. Let us say hello to the answer. There he is. Themba, my man. How are you?
Man, Ario, how are you? Nice to meet you, brother. Thank you so much for having me on your show. It's a blessing to be here. I'm so happy.
It's my honor. Thank you so much for coming on. I appreciate it very, very much. Are you by the way, are you joining us from your house in Miami?
Yeah, I'm now finally in Miami. I just got here this morning. So yeah, just came from the gym now. So I'm back home and I'm gonna rest a little bit, then go train again tonight. Yeah, let's go.
2 training sessions? You don't take a day off or 2?
Yeah, man, I'm here to be a champion, Ario. So if you want to be the champ, you have to work. And I don't have a lot of time. I want to do this year, and I'm here to work. I'm not here to play around, Ario.
I love it. When you were thinking about this fight, and I know Pete replaced Kiefer Crosby, and you weren't thrilled about that, but just when you were envisioning the fight, planning for the fight, did you think that you'd be able to stop him this quickly?
Also, the stoppage, regarding the knockout, this was meant to be for Kiefer Crosby.
Okay.
Yeah, because he said something that was very disrespectful towards me.
What did he say? What did he say?
No, he called me a moocher, and you know what? I didn't know what is a moocher until I asked my English friends and asked them what is a moocher, and they told me that it's someone that lives off people's success. And I'm like, oh, so he's thinking that The Rock got me this because out of his own good heart, and he just wanted to help me and help a brother. Based on what I've been doing as well. I've been helping a lot of people as well. And when he called me that, it affected me a lot because, ever since this stuff with The Rock happened, I'll tell you this, brother, a lot of people came guns blazing at me and, out of hate and jealousy and just saying all nasty stuff, to a point where I was thinking to myself, maybe I don't deserve all this. Maybe I don't, I was in a mental state where it was very, very depressing. People think I was happy with everything, but I was at a point in my life where everything looks glamorous to everybody. But, I was depressed and thinking to myself, people saying all kinds of stuff about me and things like that. And I was very depressed mentally as a person, and I couldn't wait to get out there and let it all out, And when he said what he said, I took it very personal. And he fell into the storyline of what was happening already. And I was like, you know what, you're going to pay for each and everyone that said this. Because me, I always like to win by by submission and stuff like that. But I don't like to hate people. But when he said what he said, I said, you know what, the world is mean. People are mean. People are going to do and say things that are mean, and you cannot be too nice all the time. And you need to make a statement on this guy. And it was meant to be for Kiefer Crosby. Unfortunately, Pete fell victim to it. And bless that guy, he took the fight on short notice. Yeah, man, it was not meant for him. It was meant for the other guy. But it happened, and I'm sorry for him.
That is a very powerful thing that you just said, and I appreciate the honesty. But to hear you say that you were depressed after all these good things have happened to you, given the relationship with The Rock, which I'll of course ask you about, but this house and sponsorship and all that, is it just like people started to come at you in on social media and whatnot, and you started to believe that you weren't worthy of all of this? Why would you listen to these people?
I'm a human being and I'm emotional, Ariel. And if someone comes to me and say things, you look back and you're like, maybe, you start questioning yourself as a person, and it was really bothering me. And sometimes I would cry by myself, because Like you think to yourself, yeah, it's not. Yeah, I don't know, Ariel. It's just a difficult situation that I was in. I'm happy that I got the win. I got it out of the way because I was really under a lot of pressure as well. Because I didn't know who to trust anymore. Because you don't know if people are happy. Some who were happy, like some people are happy genuinely for me, but you don't know if the people are truly happy for you or just they are just happy because maybe it's benefiting them. Or it was very, 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 very difficult time because with all the internet stuff, man, it is a hard thing. It is a hard thing,
Do you feel like you're over it, or do you still have those thoughts?
I'm over it. Luckily, I talked to DJ as well. He spoke to me about all this. Actually, he called me and he told me that he foresees all these things as well. Like he told me that things are going to be like this going on from now. You gotta be like this. You gotta be like this. Obviously it's easier said than done because he's been there too.
Yeah.
He's been in those situations. Because this is the situation for me to have $7 in my account that day. It was not because it was just a circumstance where I woke up on the day of the fight. I was sick. I had $87 in my bank account, and I had to buy medicine, and there was Vicks and Veps, and unfortunately, it costed $80 because I ordered plenty of things. Then they came there at 3 a.m. on the day of the fight with Takashi Sato, and I was left with $7.49 in my account. And I said to myself, I want to take a screenshot of this because you know what? I'm going to go out there and win and get a bonus. And I want to post when I get the 50K. And that I had $7 in the morning, and I now have 50K extra in my bank account, so that I just inspire people, And it was a circumstance and a time. I could have asked my manager, Jason House. He's in Las Vegas. I could have asked him and say, brother, I don't have money. Can you send me money? I didn't have money to buy food for my teammates who I was with on the day, even my coaches on the day of the fight. It's just because it was timing. Place, life happens. Just like DJ, for him to be in the position where he was with the $7, his parents were in WWE, so you wouldn't think that he'll get to a point where he's got $7. So life happens and circumstances do happen, and it's sometimes the worst is for the best. And I posted that just to try to inspire people that hey, you see, this is what happened. I was sick and I had this money in the bank account. Then he so happened to saw that post through one of his guys, I think it's one of the bodies or whatever, saw the thing and showed him. Then that's when he reached out. And I was already doing my thing in Zimbabwe by that time. I had auctioned my kit and I was busy building a borehole in my village in Zimbabwe. And that was the day that actually we finished doing that. And he tweeted and said, "Oh, I'll reach out to you, brother. I got your back." And then the management team asked me, did you see your phone? And I looked up and I saw, it was DJ messaging me. It was just surreal for me, just to have the message for me. I didn't know what he was going to do for me and everything. Just to be there and to have him tweet to me, it's a blessing, brother. DJ is a powerful man, and to have someone like that just tweet at you without even his parents. Like when he came here, I cried when I first saw him because it was just like surreal. I didn't know what was going to happen. They didn't tell me everything that was going to happen, everything. Just to be in front of him, I cried because I know and remember that, growing up as a kid in Zimbabwe, I had to walk 10 kilometers to go watch WWE on a Sunday through the window in a bar because we're underage. We're not allowed to go into the bar. So we watch through the window with all my friends. On Monday, we practice these moves at school. And to be able to have that person right in front of you, it's surreal. So I cried, and I promised him that I will become a champion, and I'm going to become a champion in the UFC just because of that as well. It has been my goal for me just before I go to the UFC when I said this for that I'm going to become a UFC welterweight champion one day, and I believe this is the year, and it's
And I'm going to ask you about that in a moment as well. And I appreciate you telling us that story because I know you've told the story in multiple interviews, and I was trying to figure out a way to ask you all those things without having to bother you and make you repeat it all. And so you told it to us, and I appreciate that. You're a pro, my friend. But have you thought, and I'm wondering if this is even something that crosses your mind, like, what if you have the $7, $7.49, I think it was exactly, and you don't decide to post it? and let's say the fight against Takashi Sato is just maybe not a great fight, maybe you lose that fight. What happens to you? If not, if that never happens, if DJ doesn't see, have you thought about what happens to you? You're left with $7 and nothing much else. You're just another fighter on the roster. Have you thought about where you go from there?
Trust me, we were laughing actually with my manager on Saturday, because on Saturday before the fight, I was the one asking my coaches. I'm like, Coach, are you nervous? Don't be nervous. I'll be fine. I'm going to go out there and do my job. But he was actually laughing and saying Themba was the one nervous in his last fight, because I was shaking backstage. Jason has to come to me and say, hey, you're gonna be fine. Because one, I was sick and questioning. I had flu, and it was still there, and I'm coughing. And I'm trying to hide away from my team that I was sick, but they could tell because my voice had changed. And I'm backstage and I'm shaking and questioning if this was the right decision. Because if I lose 2 in a row, I'm out of UFC. Who knows, No matter even if the UFC likes you, you gotta win at some point. And I was questioning a lot of things backstage before that fight. And can you imagine, like, I lose that fight and I go back home, I'm out of the UFC. And I'm broke. I cannot imagine life like that, I don't know what would I have done. What would I have done if the results were not what happened? Because I work so hard, Ariel, it's not like something that I do now. I've always been working hard. I've been in MMA since I was 19. And if you go to even my first coaches, they will tell you, Themba, they always had to chase me out of the gym to say, hey, go home. Even Anderson Silva does not train like this. You need to relax a little bit. So it would have been very devastating for me if I had lost that fight and probably get cut from the UFC. I don't know where will I end up being, Maybe I'll probably run on a train or something and just, It is not it's a tough one. It's a tough one. I have to tell you this.
I can imagine, because I know you were sleeping at the gym. You were sleeping on the couch upstairs. And
that's how bad I wanted to win the fight.
Yes. And let's be honest, there's a lot of fighters who are struggling. And so even before the internet started to get jealous and come your way, in the immediate aftermath of Dwayne Johnson, aka The Rock, seeing your story, coming to the gym, buying you the house, and helping you out, did you ever have a moment in the immediate aftermath saying, like, why me? Why is he being so nice to me? Why me? Why am I the one who is getting all of this?
Yeah, I did ask myself that question, but I always say, no, this is not me, this is God. That's what I said all the time. I had the answer and said, God wouldn't do this for me so that I can fail. That's why I was so confident in this last fight. Even leading up to the fight, I've never trained like this in my whole entire career, and I don't even know if I'm going to be able to top it up, to work harder than this. I was at the gym now talking with my coach. I'm like, I want to work harder. And he says to me, how many more hours can you work harder? Because you worked so hard. And I said, maybe I must push myself a little bit harder and train. It's like, because you've been training so hard, you've got a certain amount of hours in a day, Themba, and you were working so hard for this fight to a point. My coaches were worried that I might get sick, I might get injured or something, and we're just discussing about that now. And leading up to the fight, I was just always reminding myself, like, with this thing with The Rock, this is unheard of. Even for him, he has never done something like this before, or has seen something like this before in his life. And I don't think there is very few stories like this where someone uplifts you the way he did for me, to just be here in America. For me, like, first, like, just being without the house or anything, just being here in America, it's a blessing to be here. Coming from where I come from, Bikita, it's a rural area in Zimbabwe. Maybe in that whole district, maybe there's like few of us in America. In my village, I know for sure I'm the only one here. So it is a big thing. It is a big thing just to be here. And now to have someone like The Rock supporting me and being here, you just know that this is not me, this is not my doing. I just remind myself every day that this is not me, this is God. That's why I have so much faith in God now. I pray so much in that I know that God is going to do and work wonders so that I can inspire a lot of people, especially the kids in Africa who grew up the same way I did, without anything, without rich parents, without without parents, without money, without hope. That with self-belief, hard work, if you put in the right amount of work and you surround yourself with the right people, the sky is the limit. And I think that's my life, that's my story. That's why, like, when I tell the people that I'm going to become the UFC welterweight champion in 2024, it does not look like it, and everyone criticizes, oh, this guy feels like this. But my story and my life is not normal, even to myself. And I don't think I'm gonna have a normal path to the title. It's just gonna, before they know it, I'll be there and I'll be taking the title, and the world will then be like, oh wow, that guy was real.
When you say that your story isn't normal, what do you mean by that? Are you talking about your upbringing and what you had to overcome?
Everything. I don't know. Everything. Before I go to the UFC, before 1 week, like, I just don't know. I just feel like the signs that happen in life, sometimes it scares me because sometimes I see things that I like, it's crazy if I have to say this. Before, like, I got signed to the UFC on a 1-fight winning streak. And that same year that I got signed to the UFC, I had an interview in January with one of the podcasters in Africa. And they asked me, what's your path now? You're coming off a loss. And I had just had a surgery on my shoulder. And they asked me, what is the way now? Because we were thinking you're going to make it to the UFC, but now you're coming off a loss. I told them, I'm 1 fight away from the UFC. I just have to win 1 fight and I will be signed to the UFC. And I was 9-3 then, and 9-3 is not a very perfect record, right, to be in the UFC, especially coming from there. But I kept saying, I predicted my future. I said, I'm 1 fight away from the UFC. Even my own manager, Jason House, didn't believe this, that I'm 1 fight away from the UFC. And, but, Jason knows how hard I work. But, he also knows the reality of things. And he just said, brother, we need to keep working hard. And then I came here, I said, I'm going to go fight in America, win a fight, and I'll be signed to the UFC, maybe contender series, and then UFC or UFC. Then I got in Fury, fought the fight. I was still injured. Even when I fought the fight in Fury FC, I was still supposed to be doing the rehab, but I was so furious and I wanted to fight so badly and show the world that I can win a fight outside of Africa. So I wanted to fight so badly. Then I took the fight, fought the fight, won the fight. It was not even the most entertaining fight you will see out there, and I don't even want to watch that fight because I feel like it was my worst performance. Then I happened to be called by Corey Sandhagen to Las Vegas to go watch International Fight Week where Easy was fighting Jared Cannonier. I got there at the fight with Corey. Then we went to an after party, and then Corey went back to the hotel. He says, Themba, you are in Vegas. It's your first time. Go out there and have some fun. Then I looked up on my phone where was Easy's after party. I went to the after party. Mrs. My manager was there, and got there, and everybody left Sean Shabby on the table by himself in the XS. And I looked at Sean Shabby. I was far. I looked at him. I looked down. I looked at him. I said to myself, Themba, if you don't go right now and talk to Sean Shabby, you will regret for the rest of your life. And I went straight up to Sean Shabby and I said, hi, Sean. Then he says, oh, you are Themba. And I said, oh, yes. He's like, what are you doing here? Then I said to him, I was fighting in Fury. Then he says to me, what was the results in your last fight? I said, I won. He's like, okay, cool. Can you fight next month? Then I said to him, Sean, I can fight next week if it's UFC. He's like, no, screw the bullshit. Can you fight next month? And I said, yes. He's like, okay, cool. Don't tell your manager, but yeah, you are in. I'm going to get you on contender series. Then straight away, I booked my flight. It was 5 a.m. I booked my flight to go back to Africa to prepare for the fight. Then 3 days before I got signed to the UFC, I had a dream. Someone screaming at me in my dream, telling me, says, it's on the 15th, damn it. Then I woke up in the middle of the night. I'm like, what's happening on the 15th? Because then I was already worried. My visa was not booked for the contender series, and I was supposed to be on week 8. It was 4 weeks just before the fight. Then on the 15th, I went to bed with my phone next to me. I woke up with 3 missed calls from my manager, video calls, and on the 15th. And I woke up and I'm like, okay, cool. Maybe something is happening. Maybe they send the contract for contender series, but they did not send the contract for contender series. I called Jason, then he says to me, brother, I just wanted to let you know Sean is not going to put you on contender series. I was heartbroken because I was like, oh, this was the dream about, because someone was screaming and shouting at me in the dream. Then I was like, this was the dream. Then he says, because he's signing you direct to the UFC. So like, this is not normal.
Crazy.
I think it's crazy. And to be here right now, I believe my path is not a very normal path. And I believe it's going to be a story where it's like a miracle. It's already been a miracle to be here for me. And I believe I'm going to become the champion this year.
And when you say miracle for you to be here, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, you're not just talking about here as in the UFC. When you were younger, I understand, and I'm sorry, I believe both your parents passed away when you were young, and you were digging up diamonds, right, back home, and they would send German Shepherds to come after you, and you got ravaged by these German Shepherds. That's accurate? Almost to the point where you died, right?
Yeah, I almost died. I got beaten by German Shepherds, and I lost a lot of blood when I was on the diamond fields illegally. We were stealing diamonds. It was not right, but it was a way of life. It was a means to earn a living back then, because it was a year of drought in Zimbabwe, and the only way that we could make money was going through the diamonds and stealing the diamonds and selling them. And one day we just thought, okay, cool, we were bigger than we were. Then we went to the area where it was too dangerous with the policeman that was part of the syndicate. And he left us when his bosses came. Then we got beaten by the dogs to a point where I almost died. I lost a lot of blood. And to just be here, that's why I said to you, it's a miracle for me to be here as a person. Being here, it's a miracle for me. And I think I'm living for a reason. And I'll just continue doing what I've been doing, continue being true to myself, work as hard as I know. And I'm not perfect, but I'll try to be better every single day too.
Do you ever have moments where you say, I wish I could tell my parents about all this? They would have never believed that all this was happening to me now. I'm famous. I have The Rock with me, got my back. I'm in the UFC. Do you think like that?
If my father was alive, because my father was very hard on me growing up, he used to beat me up with his fists growing up, to the point where I'm bleeding and stuff. Like when they tell you about childhood, I don't know if we can say it like abuse, because we can't call that in Africa. It's like a normal thing. The parent beats you to pulp. In my family, my father's parents used to beat him like that, and his brothers beat his children like that. And he was just like that to me. He was very hard on me. He hit me with fist. Wow. And I was like, 9, yeah. So I don't think if my father was alive, I would be able to be doing MMA. He wanted me to be something else, probably a pilot or something. I was forced to come back home with number 1. My grades had to be number 1 in the class. If I come back home with number 2 or 3, I'm getting beaten up for that. So I believe that everything happened for a reason. I think they died for the reason that I should be here right now in this position where I can inspire the world with my story the way it is. Because if I look at it, if my parents were alive right now, I would not be here doing this. I'll be doing something, working in the office somewhere or being something that is educational, which is a norm thing in Africa for African kid. You go to school, you get a degree, you have to go and support your family, like they call it the black tax. You look after your parents, and I think that's what I'd be doing right now if my parents were alive. But I would wish, if they were here, they would see this. I would be looking after them in a very, very, very best way possible, because I don't enjoy anything for me personally, that's why I like to do what I do things for other people, because for me, the mission only is to become the champion. That's what makes me happy. Buy my farm in Zimbabwe, go back home and live on a farm with plenty dogs and rabbits, be happy ever after.
And so that's what I love about you. You're not just, taking the ZOA sponsorship from The Rock and taking the house. You're always, and congratulations on that, by the way, you're always trying to give back. So can you tell me what you're doing now? I believe you're doing something to help build a library back home and also to work with people suffering from cataract, right?
Yeah. So shout out to my man, Dustin Poirier, with that. So Dustin Poirier donated $10,000 towards that. That was in December when I saw him at the World MMA Awards. Towards the cataract. So it was already out of the way, but it was before the fight, when I signed the contract for the fight, I had a mission, and I said to myself, I want to do something with my kid for the next fight. And because I went back home and I saw my uncle who's 92, and he could not see properly, but he's very healthy and young. If you look at him, he's 92. He still looks, he can run a mile. He's still young, like at heart. The only thing that affects him is he can't see. So, and then I saw a couple of elders there that couldn't see too. But they're healthy. They carry big bags of things to carry and go to the grocery stores and stuff like that to buy. And they can walk miles. They're doing labor things. But the only thing that affecting them is their eyes, and they cannot afford to pay for their own surgeries. It's a lot of money if you are in the rural areas. Like in the rural areas, if you have $100, you are you are balling.
Wow.
So for them, they cannot afford to fix that problem, and they decide to just live with it and die with it. And I just thought to myself, maybe I can help them and fix this, because I didn't know it was fixable until one of the boys that was training in my gym when I was at the gym in South Africa had cataract and he couldn't see, and to a point where you put a finger in front of it and he couldn't see at all what was in front of him. Then I managed to get one of my sponsors to pay for his surgery to fix that, and he said he could see, he was fine. Then I thought, oh, so it's fixable. And then when I saw that in the village, I said, I'm gonna do something and help them. So I'm doing that with the help that I got from Dustin Poirier. And then now, because I want to do the library, but one of the sponsorship deals that I got now, the sponsor came to me and he says to me on the deal, because when I sign a sponsorship deal, first thing I say is you have to do something in my village. And it's either a ball or something that I want from my heart. So we agreed with the sponsor that, okay, they said they're going to set up the library for me. And then other deal, so I got the library sorted without having to auction my kit. So now I thought, okay, cool, let me go back to the cataract again. So I'm auctioning the kits now. It's online right now on auction for the cataract, so that I don't have to go and do 5 people. If I can do 20 people cataracts, it's better, right?
It's incredible, yes. And it's a solar-powered library. And what you're doing for your community, for your village, is incredible. That piece of paper that you have over there, what is that you've held up a couple of times? There's a piece of paper, right? Yes. What is this? Oh, is that your thing? Okay. I thought it was the piece it's your flight.
It's my flight, man. I messed it up.
No, I thought it was the piece of paper that you showed us in the post-fight interview with Daniel Cormier. That's what I thought it was.
No. This is my flight. I happen to just have this in front of me.
No problem. What is the paper that you had in the post-fight interview?
It's in one of my bags, because I keep them on a safe side forever, so that one day when this all said and done, people can look back and say, wow, this guy was putting everything.
You called it, right? I think you wrote, I'm going to KO him. I'm going to thank God for this victory. I'm going to make him miss and pay. And then you signed it at 11:24 a.m. Is that the morning of the fight that you wrote that?
Yes. That's
amazing.
Yeah.
You're putting it out there, you're envisioning it, and then you're going out there and realizing it.
Yeah, you work so hard to a point where you see things. Like I said to you before, I see things before they happen. And I kind of know my path already. I just kind of have to sometimes. Even the guys, DC, Laura Sango, and all of them went before the fight. They asked me the path to the victory, but I didn't want to be, to tell them. I even said to them, I won't put it out because it will jinx it. If I put it out, because, there's evil eyes, bombastic side eyes. So there's some people out there that don't wish you to be doing so well. And, if you put it out too early, some people will jinx it. So I said to them, but again, I left them with this. I said, will it be a surprise when I knock him out? Then they said to me, because they thought the path to victory for me was submission. I said to them, will it be a surprise when I knock him out before the fight? Because I knew exactly what was going to happen in the fight. I kind of even backstage before the fight, there was a moment I felt sorry. I was like, I'm about to go and knock this guy out. Then I was like, Themba, don't feel sorry for him because he's getting paid. He's getting paid. But yeah, before the fight, I was feeling sorry for the guy, because I was like, are you going to really do this? And I said to myself, you know what? He's getting paid. He could be home right now, not getting paid. At least he's getting paid. Just go do your job.
Do you want to run it back with Kiefer now because he made it so personal?
Look, yeah, I don't think we are on the same level as fighters, personally. Nothing but respect. I respect everybody that fights because you know what? We are fighting for something. We're all fighters. Even you are a fighter. You are fighting for something in your life. I'm trying. I'm trying because if I say I'm trying, then I'm not really going for it. I'm going for the title. I'm trying to run. I don't want to put the word try. I'm going for the title. That's where I'm on one head towards. But however, I know that I have a good management team. I think the UFC kind of want me to do well because my story is so inspiring and powerful. And the UFC has invested a lot in me because they've shot a documentary already on me. And I only had one win in the UFC, and it's soon to come out and stuff like that. So I will just do my job, that is to train hard, fight whoever they put in front of me. And the right opportunities and time will come.
Okay. And I know that you say you want to be champ this year, and I applaud you for having that vision and for being so driven. Your fight only lasted 32 seconds, so you have some work to do to get to that point. And so far, so good this year. When do you think you'll be back?
I know. I know when I'm back already. That's why I'm training already. I'm back in May. I wanted to be back sooner, but I'm back in May because I'm also going to Africa to sort out the library and things. So I wanted to be back in April, but after the fight, the bossman Shabi came at the back and told me I'm May. So I'm back in May, and it's gonna be amazing. I'm gonna go out there and do what I do best, that is to win. Most importantly,
against who?
I'm just going to leave it up to them. But yeah, I'm coming back in May, and I'm gonna go out there, do my job the way I know. And then I don't want to look past the fight. I'll look into the fight. Yes. So I'm coming back in May. I'm going to do what I do best, that is to win. Yeah, man. And it's going to be a blessing to be doing this again and again and again.
I love it. And I know you posted the video of you and The Rock speaking, but there was music. And by the way, I love the song. There's a song that was made in your honor, right? I looked it up.
Yeah.
Who made that?
Mr. Conscious, one of the Zimbabwean boys, he made a song for me. That song is so powerful. Yes. I was going to use that song as my walkout song, but, I had an agreement before this fight with Haiti from the UFC that I'm only going to use God Gave Me Style, God Gave Me Grace as my walkout song. So I kind of I'll be going back on my word if I choose this song because the guy made the song recently. I like the song, it's so powerful, but I was like, I cannot go back on my word. I promised Haiti that I'm going to do this. If I'm going to be wandering around, then I'm wandering around. So I'm keeping that song, God Gave Me Style, God Gave Me Grace, because it gives me so much power when I go in there. And yeah, man, it's the blessing to be here.
Well, what a story, man. You have amazing people who are backing you, and easy for me to say, because I'm not in your shoes, but try not to listen to the jealous ones, the haters. You are living the dream. You have earned this. You deserve this, and you're inspiring a lot of people. So don't let people who are jealous, who wish they were in your shoes, get you down. Enjoy everything that you're experiencing now, because there's a million people out there who would do anything to get 1 ounce of what you are getting right now, but you did it the hard way, and you didn't ask for anything. You didn't beg for anything. Good people want to help you. So enjoy that, take that in, run with that, and I hope you get to realize your dream of being a champion sooner rather than later.
I will do so. I'm super grateful, Ariel. Don't get me wrong.
Okay.
I'm super grateful. It's just like I'm human. And
I get it. I feel the same way on a much smaller level. People come. We're all. It's a dangerous thing. This thing, and it can mess with your brain. We're all human, and I'm sure it gets to The Rock too. People were upset that he came back on Friday. I don't know if you saw. People were mad. Oh, you're taking this guy's spot. He came back. No one is immune from it, right? So it's natural. All these things happening to you, but it's a beautiful story, and you're a very easy person to root for. There's a lot of people. There's more people rooting for you than the vocal minority who are trying to make you feel bad about these things.
Yeah, that's what kept me going in the camp. It kept me going. I was like, there's greater people and many people that want me to do well than the people that want me to do bad. Which is a blessing. which is a very big blessing that, like at the Apex when I won, everybody in the Apex was happy. He was happy. Even Peter said, I'm happy that you won because you know what? I would rather lose to anyone else but you. And that's speaks volumes, and I'm grateful. That's why I respect Peter so much. And yeah, I'm happy, Ariel, to be able to not chase, going after it, because if I say I chase, I will chase forever. I like to choose my words wisely, because words, like on Saturday, I will be honest, why I didn't get the bonus, it's on me, because you know what, Molly McCann, she came to me and said to me before the fight, oh, Themba, let's go get this bonus on Friday. So let's go get this bonus. I refused it. I said to her, Molly, I don't care about the bonus. I just want to win. So I kind of like jinxed myself. So I like to choose my words very wisely because of that. That's why I didn't get the bonus. I had the fastest finish on the card. I didn't get the bonus because I refused it by saying things into the universe wrong. And that's why I'm not even mad about not getting the bonus on Saturday, because it's me. It's on me. I jinxed myself, and I like to choose my words.
Well, I wish you the best. Next time you'll get it. And I wouldn't put that kind of pressure on yourself, but much respect for doing that. Congratulations on the win, on all your success, and great to have you on the show for the first time. Really enjoyed it.
Thank you, brother. It's a blessing to be here, man. I wanted to be here many years ago, but look at me now, talking to Ariel Howard.
Yes, this is bigger than talking to The Rock, by the way. I don't know if you know this, but, I'm a big...
I don't know about that.
Yeah,
I don't know about that. The Rock is so... I don't know, bro. Like, The Rock, it's... You see when you... I don't know. Maybe you've already met him.
Yes. No, he's an incredible guy. And I was just kidding, of course. But great to have you on, and I wish you all the best, and we look forward to seeing you back in May.
Thank you, sir. Bless you, bro.
All right, there he is. Themba Gorimbo. What a story. What a tremendous soul and person to root for. Very excited about what he is doing, and kudos to The Rock for doing what he has done for him, buying him the house, setting him up, helping him out. It's a great thing. It's a beautiful thing to see. So we move along now, and we turn our attention back to Las Vegas this Thursday, just a few days before the Super Bowl. Like I said, they did this with Shakur Stevenson a few weeks ago before the F1 debut in Las Vegas, Top Rank and ESPN, capitalizing on all the buzz in Sin City. Well, now they're putting one of the faces of the promotion, the takeover himself, Teofimo Lopez, they're putting him in the main event in Las Vegas on Thursday with all the celebs and the power brokers in town. The takeover, taking over Sin City just a few days before the Super Bowl. He's going up against Jamaine Ortiz. We last saw him several months ago when he picked up that super lightweight title right here in New York. We say hello to him once again on the program. There he is, Teofimo Lopez. Hello, Teofimo. How are you?
I'm doing great. How you doing, Ariel?
I'm doing really well. Thank you very much for coming on and giving us some time. Do you like this spot? Thursday isn't a typical night, but I think it's pretty darn cool to be kind of involved in Super Bowl week. Do you like this opportunity that you got when it was presented to you?
Well, I actually, leading up to this, I asked for it, So,
okay, your idea.
You ask, you shall receive. Yeah, this is my idea, but I got to thank Top Rank, ESPN, and everyone that's contributed into this, especially that Mandalay Bay. We're actually sharing the NFL experience as well. So this is great. This is a great opportunity for myself, and I look forward to give everyone a show on Thursday night.
And what about that view you have right over there? Allegiant Stadium right behind you, home of the Super Bowl. That's not a bad view. Well done.
Not yet. Thank you. It's been a long time coming, two-time lineal world champion, in 2 weight divisions. And I mean, this is what you get when you're the best, So I look forward to giving everyone, something that they miss in the sport of boxing. The MMA, you guys are killing it. Everyone's killing it in that field. And I'm just here to come back to make boxing great again.
When you beat Josh Taylor, and what a performance, and I want to ask you about that in a moment, was someone like Jamaine Ortiz on your radar, or were you hoping for someone else as your next opponent, as your first defense of this belt?
Well, to be real, no, I really wanted somebody else. I didn't want to fight and face Jamaine Ortiz, not because he's not good. However, there's other bigger fish that I that I have my eyes on right now. You know, I'm looking at trying to beat these other world champions that are in my division, you know, but so it be, no one wanted to face me, so I have to get somebody else. You know, this guy is hungry. He wants to take what I have and what I fought for a long time, you know, and that's Jamaine Ortiz. You know, he's not someone to look over. You know, he's 17-1, and his toughest fights that he's had, he's always prevailed, at least to show that he can stand with the best, you know. And one of his recents being Vasily Lomachenko.
I know you have a history. You fought him in the Golden Glove several years ago. You beat him. But I've seen recently he posted something where he ripped the poster and ripped your part of the poster up. What did you make of that whole scene?
Well, you know, I think it's just someone that's just trying to get through my head, mainly. You know, I got experience. I'm coming from that kind of mentality. I don't want to say experience as far as fighting goes, but it's good. It's good for everybody. You know, if that's how they feel, that's how they feel. I think that when it comes to it, though, talk is cheap. And, you know, he's going to find out the hard way when we're under those bright lights. So, you know, it's part of whatever it is, man. Some people get carried away and forget where they actually, the privilege and what it takes to get here. So sometimes you just got to remind them with these punches.
Leading up to the Josh Taylor fight mid last year, there was a lot of drama, a lot of noise surrounding you. And it feels like this time there's very little drama. Like, it's pretty drama free. Is that a fair assessment of where you're at going into this fight as opposed to when we last saw you?
Oh, yeah, I could definitely say that. You know, I think all those things had to happen the way they did. You know, Ariel, I think that when it comes to it, it's all about persistence. It's all about perseverance, and it's all about being patient with everything. So, you know, I question myself in that fight as well when I faced Sandor Martin. And, you know, I had to so I could perform the way I did against Josh Taylor. You know, and I took those moments out, you know, 6 months out, you know, called the retirement thing just because, you know, I'm such a menace to my sport that, you know, I have to find ways, loopholes to protect my own legacy, you know. So with that being said, you know, I look forward to coming back. I know that the boxing world needs me, whether they like it or not. You know, it is what it is, because no one is as elusive like me. You know, I think that no one performs the way I do. No one has seen punches the way I do them, you know, and it's not because I'm special. It's more so because I just work on my craft and I try to perfect it, and I dance when I'm in the ring.
So why did you retire? Why did you actually do that after the fight?
I could go into a political state. However, that's not going to do me anything. So I'll probably just say it in more of a personal state. You know, and that's really just being with my son. You know, I fought 3 times in the past 10 months prior to that. So I didn't get to really see my son. I missed his first steps. I missed his first crawls, you know, and me as his father now that the Lord blessed me with, you know, I want to embrace that and enjoy that. You know, fatherhood, I believe, is the best hood in the world. So, you know, that's really why, you know, I did what I had to do on top of that. I mean, 2-time undisputed world champion, the first male to do it. Whether they try to write it off, I did it first, and I did it all in the nick at 25 years young. You know, and the reason why people want to write it off is because they compare themselves to my legacy to theirs, and they never done it. You know, they didn't do it this fast. You know, so what more do I have to prove in the sport of that I love? You know, I think when it comes to it, and I hang up these gloves for real, I just got to wait 3 years, and I'm in the Hall of Fame. It's all good.
But you didn't have any real intention of retiring, right? That there were reasons why you did it, but like there was no part of you that thought you had fought your last fight, right?
I had every intention to fucking pull out of this shit. I had every intention, and because it's not, it's just like the NFL. Shit is getting scripted.
Do you think there's a chance Shakur Stevenson is never going to fight again as well, or do you think he is doing a similar? Obviously, the reasons may be different, but do you think this is kind of similar in that regard?
I'm not Shakur Stevenson.
Yeah.
It's you know what I'm saying. I'm not him. You know, if that's what he's doing and he really means it, then so be it. If he's trying to copy Teofimo, it's not going to go as well. You know what I'm saying? Because I did it first. It's like Ray J. I hit it first. You know, it's never be the same. You know, so whatever it be, you know, I think that when it comes to it all, you know, I wish him nothing but the best. You know, I think that, and I said this in a prior interview on ESPN. I'll say here as well, because you know your stuff. You know your stuff very well. I just say to him, you know, if that's something that you plan on doing, just work on your emotions. That's what I'm doing. You know, in those 6 months, not only did I focus on my son, I was still training. However, I was working on one particular thing that you need to master in the combat world and in the entertainment world, and that's your emotions. If you can't fix that nor catch yourself in these moments, you know, you're gonna have a harder road. You know, and I think for Shakur, with such great talent that he has to learn how to not just master his emotions, but also when he gets in that ring, take some punches to give some. You know, you're gonna get hurt maybe sometimes, but that's part of the sport that you signed up for.
Do you think you have mastered controlling your emotions, and if so, how? How did you figure that out?
Well, I don't want to say I mastered, you know, but because every day we learn something new and another challenge comes through. And I think that I'm mastering it. And how is by right in those nick of moments, I just take deep breaths. You know, the breath is what gives the mind space to think, and mind and mindfulness is everything. So, you know, as me, 26 young now, you know, I'm 26 years young now, and I just breathing exercises. You know, people tend to upset me at times. Things sometimes don't go my way, and I have to just take deep breaths in those moments, and I feel much better, surprisingly. Okay. So, you know, and with my son, he teaches me more patience. I already had it with my sport of boxing, and I think a lot of us fighters and great champions, we really get it in the combat world is patience and discipline. So, you know, I'm just adding more to it, and when things get riled up, it's kind of like, this is supposed to be what it is. It's how I react to it that makes the difference.
I like talking to you, Teofimo, because you keep it real. You shoot straight, and I appreciate that. And so I want to shoot straight with you. And I'm sure you saw some of this in the lead up to your fight against Josh Taylor, and in particular on the day of the fight, the morning of the fight. I saw a lot on Twitter, people saying, this man isn't fit to fight. They should call the fight off. I saw boxing Twitter really like being vocal about the fact that you didn't seem to be in the right state to fight. Why do you think they were saying that? And do you feel like any of that was valid?
Well, none of that is valid. They don't really know me. I mean, the boxing world could be boxing, but you can't have boxing without the best fighter that knows and respects the sport. You know, see, a lot of these fighters and a lot of these people and analysts and all that don't know shit about boxing. You know, and they really don't, you know, and I only wanted to come back here to educate the next generation and how it works, you know, and by doing so, you get stuff like this right across the view, you know. I mean, this is the biggest stage in all of, not in just United States of America, and that's thumbs up, yeah. but it's like, yo, this is the Super Bowl, yeah. and we got the super fight. And no one else, no other fighter. You know, Floyd Mayweather tried to come and do the super fight for his rematch against John Gotti III. And the commission said no one's going to give him that spotlight because it's Teofimo's turn. But when you think about it, these people don't know me, you know, and I know I've mastered one thing, though, I'll tell you, Ariel. I should get a Grammy at the end of this. No, you know, I should get an Oscar. Not even an Oscar. I should get an Oscar after all this, because if they want to call me crazy, then I'll definitely act crazy. If they want to call me insane, I'll definitely act insane. But does it mean that I am? Absolutely not. No. But you got to know how to work the media. And how do you do that? Just always let them keep talking about you in different ways. There's no such thing as bad publicity. It's only bad when you get caught up with a DWI or a DUI or anything like that. That's bad publicity. However, when you're doing stuff that people just talking about and stuff, it doesn't matter, man. They all talk. Look what I did. You know, I think it's just because people are scared to see my greatness.
Okay.
You know?
Because it's very rare to see pundits and journalists and fighters say, this man shouldn't fight tonight. Like, you know, it was very vocal. And so I was wondering if you saw any of that. And if you're able to say to us now, that was all you just kind of playing an act just to get them to talk about the fight. Is that what it was?
Yeah, it's exactly what it is. You know, you never know what I'm gonna give these people. I might just freaking moon everybody come press conference. You know what I'm saying? You just never know what I'm gonna give him.
All right, fair enough.
It's because that's the beauty of it, is it not? I mean, like if anyone is watching this, any combat champion, any athlete, do what you want to do. You got them in your hand. They don't got you by the hand.
Yeah.
You got them by your hand. You know what I'm saying? And it's like how you play them, they play themselves. So you got to play them. You know, that's all it is. And I love stuff like that. That lets me know that they don't want to see greatness. And that's kind of sad though. At the same time, isn't boxing about champion fighting the champion, just like what the MMA is doing?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Isn't the best fighting the best in that field?
Sure.
Aren't they, regardless, win, lose, or draw, whether getting poked in the eye and they have to do a no decision? I mean, everyone is fighting, right? Why can't we fix it in the sport of boxing? If not, then I'll even pass the torch to the MMA side. Until then, I'm gonna hold on to it and I'm gonna say, well, let me see what I could do with this. Let me see how much one fighter could change his sport. And that's all about making boxing great again. I can only do it for this year and see where we go.
Well, you seem to be in great spirits, in a great spot mentally, physically. It's great to see. I understand, and I'd love to ask you about this. Before this fight, before this camp started, you experimented with ayahuasca. Is that accurate? And if so, how did it impact you?
You know, it's pretty interesting because, like, prior to everything, you know, the Josh Taylor and all that, they never mentioned this ayahuasca stuff, right? But I've been doing ayahuasca for like years prior back.
Okay.
Yeah, I done that, I would say about like several times now.
Okay.
Ayahuasca. It's all about, you know, when it comes to ayahuasca, or I've done shrooms, ayahuasca, I don't smoke weed, I done did a lot of shit, you know what I'm saying? But no mollies, no X, none of that other stuff. But when it comes to ayahuasca stuff, it's just really cleaning out your chakras. We got 7 chakras in this. I should do it like this. But like we have 7 chakras. And in those 7 chakras, the ayahuasca is really purging you. And when we say purge, it's cleaning out all the bad toxicity and things that you have in you that you don't even know or notice. So sometimes when we have regret or resentment, that actually blocks a lot of our sacral, it blocks a lot of our root chakra, all these things. It's in connection, man. It's in conjunction. So what the ayahuasca does in that moment, it kind of humbles you when you take the ayahuasca. It's a little shot like this, you know, and it comes from the root. Mainly, some of it say that it's from the Amazon. Some say it's from, I believe, Peru. They have it. Colombia, they have it. So there's different areas you could get it. And with the ayahuasca, really, it just brought clarity to myself. It got me closer. And now the ayahuasca, you have to, well, see, I was around the natives at the time, and I was able to understand the ways they taught the white man to do it. So, however, the Americans, they did what they did, and you know, so be, if you know your history, you know your history. So with the ayahuasca, though, it teaches you respect the fire. The fire is the main thing that keeps you energized. It gives you that energy in those moments when you're taking the ayahuasca, because you're going through another dimension. You're probably going through like 4D, 5D dimension. You know, and in those moments, you're experiencing different things. You're probably going through a shadow of events as a child that you had traumas with. So you might cry a lot. Then comes a point where you're going through a stage of healing, and in that healing process, you're purging, you're throwing up, or it's coming out 2 ways: either your mouth or your butt. You know, it's coming out either
you're
one.
throwing up a lot. You're going crazy.
You're going crazy, and it sucks. And then they go for like, after 90 minutes of it all, they say, "All right, guys, get up. We gotta take another shot." And you're like, I don't want to experience this shit again. However, you know, once you start something, at least for me, once I start something, I'm gonna go and finish it. So, you know, you go out there, you take another shot. But the other shot is not as bad. They give you some water in between just to maintain everything, and it's purifying you. But it's a great thing. I mean, if ayahuasca is coming around in your life, or some certain people are calling and telling you about ayahuasca, maybe it's time for you to go over there on that side and try it out.
Okay.
That's all I could say. But you got to go in there with an open mind. You can't go in there thinking that the universe and the stars are going to come right down to you. You know, you just got to be open-minded about all those things and don't fear anything. There are dark spirits that come through, especially during the witch hour. However, you just got to fight through it by chanting and singing and just being positive.
I love it. I would like to try it. I'm just wondering, you know, I don't love throwing up. How long does all this last? Like, what do I need to block off here, the whole thing?
So, so we'll start around like 9:30 to 10 p.m. and we won't finish till like 7 in the morning. So you're up the whole time.
And then when do you start to feel better? Like the next day? Does it take a couple of days?
You start feeling better within like within 3-4 hours of it.
Okay. And where did you do it?
And where I did it at was in Homestead, Florida.
Oh, wow. You could do it in the States.
Yeah.
I didn't know you could do it in the States.
You could So in the States, you could do it. There's a lot of native tribes out here. There's about more than like 7 of them, I believe. And they have some in Florida. They have some in Arizona, you know, some in Buffalo, New York.
Oh, wow.
So you got some up there. Yeah. So it's you got different places, you know. So to the natives, you know,
shout out.
You know, they love me, man.
They love me, man. Does your father do it too?
My father, he had a little bit. He tried like some portion of it, but he didn't do the whole thing. My father's just more like, nah, fuck that shit. You know?
I feel him on that.
You know, but
it's intense. It's intense. Before I let you go, Teofimo, obviously, you know, don't want you to look past Jamaine, but there's a lot of big fights at 40. There's a lot of big fights at 47. What do you think? The next one, who do you think it's against? What are you feeling? I know there was talks of you and Ryan. It's just 40 and 47 is just like a freaking Shark Tank of big names, big money fights for you, and you should be in those fights. So what are you thinking? What are you feeling?
Well, to be honest, though, Ariel, I'll be honest with you, man. I try to make those fights happen prior to this fight with Jamaine Ortiz, man, and they waited for me to sign this contract with this kid, and once I did that, everybody started calling me out. It's a sad way to go. That's how I know these guys don't believe in themselves and they're not champions, so to speak. They don't aim for the tough fights. They aim for the fights that they least expect to lose in, you know, and that sucks, you know. It sucks for my sport. However, if you really wanted me to say, there's only one guy on my list, and that's on my hit list, and that's Terrence Bud Crawford. I believe the reason why being so, we're only one weight class apart. He's the kingpin of the 147 division. I am the kingpin of the 140 division. So why not, right, Ariel? Shouldn't the best fight the best? However, I'm gonna say it here. Terrence Bud Crawford likes to go after guys that are not the same or they're injured. And I'll say it right here. A lot of his fights that he has had, he has faced injured fighters. Now he wants to face someone. What are the chances of Saul Canelo Alvarez? Saul Canelo Alvarez is on a decline. Whether Saul, if he likes it or not, it is the truth. He's had his rise. Now he's starting to depreciate. We can see it. He's getting heavier, getting hefty, real flat-footed. He's not as light as before. So who's going to want to jump on that? Terrence Bud Crawford, because it looks good. He beats the face of boxing. However, you fought a guy that's on the decline. You know, Terrence Crawford doesn't face, look, I mentioned it, Jose Benavidez. He was scared of Jose Benavidez. Couldn't even figure him out the first 5-6 rounds. However, he still did his thing. But the guy had a shot leg, literally. Okay, Errol Spence. He had his, his eye.
Yes.
I don't know how to say it. The cataract eye. Okay, situation. But we're talking about an Errol Spence that went through a car accident. We're talking about Errol Spence that went through situations in being in that weight class for so long at 147. A guy that goes up in between fights at 190. Okay. And then we got, who's the third one that I used to mention? Kell Brook. Same thing with the eye. You know, and this guy thinks he's this big guy and the real guy, tough guy. Man, you're not a tough guy. You just fight soft guys that make it seem like they're tough guys just so that you could be the guy. But he's no guy, you know, and why can't you fight me? I'm fresh and I'm new and I'm clean. Why can't we fight? Why can't you shut up the young buck? You know what I'm saying? Why can't you shut up the young buck? And I'm Spanish too. I bet the black culture would love to shut this boy up. Come on now. Come on. And you know, racism still exists. Ain't that a bitch?
It is. I would love to see
Ain't that a bitch?
And you and Bob all good, right? You had a heart-to-heart. You're on good terms, you and Bob Arum?
I love Bob Arum. No, we never had bad terms, to be honest. You know, I mean, it was his stepson, Todd DeBuff, that I had an issue with.
Okay.
You know, because he'll be the chairman after Bob goes. So it's his show now. It's him running the stuff. You know, him and his team and his family is what's going to be Top Rank, not Bob Arum, you know. But me and him had to sit down prior to me signing this fight, prior to me talking about the Super Bowl, all these things. We had our talks. And I told him, and I'm going to say it here because Ariel Helwani, everybody knows the MMA hour is the best hour.
That's
so
right. Thank you.
I'll say it right there, man. I told Bob Arum, you think these people care about you? Do you think these people, and I told him when we had our meeting, man, you could go back. I'll send you the photo too. We go back and I tell him straight up, because I'm the type of person that my father taught me this way. Maybe it's because I was born in New York. So maybe that's part of it. And people don't know how to take it sometimes. Well, boo-hoo. You know what I'm saying? Boo-hoo. You don't know how to take the truth. So I told Bob right there, because he's not really listening to me prior to all this. And then he has his man, Derek Harmon. It's only me, Derek Harmon, my father on the phone, and Bob Arum.
Mm-hmm.
And I tell him, and this is at the Four Seasons, which is not too far away from the Mandalay Bay. It's all in conjunction.
Yeah.
I tell him, I say, you think these people really care about you? I said, they waiting for you to die so that they can do whatever they want with your company. I said, and I know you. I said, I know you if I know one thing, because I know for myself, I wouldn't want that. I said, you built this company from 1966. You promoted the greats of Muhammad Ali, George Foreman, Rumble in the Jungle. You promoted freaking Joe Frazier and Muhammad Ali, the century of the year, the fight of the century. I mean, you've done this and that and the third. You've done it all. You've actually had Sugar Ray Leonard and Roberto Duran face each other. That was No Mas, you know, part 2. So all these things, I'm like, are you telling me before you go that you're okay with this? And he looked at me. And I could tell with those eyes, because they never lie. I don't care who it is. You know, eyes never lie. And I could tell in his head, he was like, I've been thinking about that my whole life, moving forward from this. However, I didn't know it was that noticeable. I mean, I was just like, yeah, it is. Pretty much. But he ain't tell me it like that, but I could see it in his eyes that he's been thinking about it. So what the man is going to do? Maybe before he dies, just like anybody else, probably going to want to fix his wrongs or his problems before, you know, they go. It's part of life, right? Sometimes you ever have people call you on a deathbed and be like, I'm sorry what I did to you, you know, because they know that at the end of it all, we all got to go to the Father and he judges us there. He'll go from there. You either go to heaven or hell, you know, you figure that part out. But I wish nothing but the best for him. However, Bob Arum's a great man, done a lot of great fights. He will be missed. You know what I'm saying? And I have nothing against Bob Arum at all, or to Top Rank, nor to even Todd DeBuff. I think Todd DeBuff is a very intelligent individual. However, sometimes he may get sidetracked from his ego. It's okay though, you know what I'm saying? I'm still going through the process of my ego and soul, you know, but I'm young and I'm trying to focus on more soul than ego. So with Todd and with Bob Arum, you know, I wish them nothing but the best, you know. The only reason why I'm gonna stick with Top Rank, to be real, is because of ESPN. They give me the best platform. They give me the better opportunities out there to establish myself the way I really want to, like a Walter Elias Disney. You know, I really want to express myself in that way of the kids. So what better way than to do it with ESPN, who is signed by Disney?
Right.
Right?
Well, I can't wait to see you back. What a spot this is. Great idea on your part. I'm looking forward to it very much. Good luck to you. Great to talk to you as always, Teofimo. And hopefully we could do it again soon, my man.
Go, Power Rangers. Yeah, I'm like the White Ranger, man. F that. I'm the White Ranger. I only come once in the blue.
All right.
Never know.
Much love, much respect. There he is, the takeover. Teofimo Lopez returning to action on Thursday in Las Vegas, just a few days before the Super Bowl. It is always a very exciting time, my friends, when I get to reconnect with my next guest. Dare I say, butterflies, sweaty palms. I get a little nervous, a little anxious. It's sort of like reconnecting with an old flame, reconnecting with an old loved one. But anytime you get the opportunity to do it, you relish it because you really want, you want to relive those moments, but make new memories as well. And so hopefully we can do that here. Without further ado, let us say hello to my old friend, Quinton.
I don't like how you announce it, bro. That's not right. Like old flame. Like what's going on, man? Like,
I'm so sweaty.
I thought we got past that though. Like I don't like it. That's announcement. That's announcement next time I come on. Just say, we got Quinton Rampage Jackson. Don't say like my old loved one of flame. Like, come on, it's 2024. People gonna think we used to date or something.
I mean, we had a connection. In fact, you know what blows me away, Rampage? People send me the videos. They're all over TikTok, all over Instagram of us from 13 years ago. It's almost like we've enjoyed a renaissance together, like some old comedy duo. And now we're back. We're in vogue in 2024 with the kids. Young kids are coming up to me. I love you and Rampage. I'm like, that interview's from 2010 when I asked to go to his after party. And yet here we are. Timeless. Isn't it amazing?
Yeah, I saw that the other day, and some people, somebody made some type of meme out of it, saying like, if your girlfriend actually come to your party or to the club with you or some shit. I posted on them before. That was actually pretty funny, man. I used to be pretty funny.
Yeah, well, I'd say both of us, not just you. I mean, it takes two to tango.
No, I think it's more me than you. You just set it up for some reason. How you announce me, man? Lucky for you, I'm in a good mood. I'm in a real good mood, so I'm gonna let it slide.
Oh, I know, and I don't want to be on your bad side. I've been on your bad side before, and it's not nice. I mean, you gave me the cold shoulder in Montreal. We don't have to go over all of that over again. I mean, we're in a good place now.
Yeah. No, you owe me a big apology for that one, but okay, we moving past.
No French background this time. It's just your regular background. No.
Because somebody stole my iPad yet, so I'm on my phone.
Oh, damn. Okay. There's a lot of exciting things to talk to you about. By the way, congratulations on the podcast. Of course, we don't have to mention the fact that I've yet to be invited on the podcast, which seems a little bit strange. I mean, you want views, you want ratings, you want numbers. I'm a text away, and yet I see every jabroni under the sun there. I can't even get an invite, but neither here nor there. I'm enjoying it. I like it very much. I'm glad that you're doing it.
Hey, I'm gonna be 100% with you. You know what I'm saying? 100%. I ain't the one that really did be doing the booking and stuff like that. I think that's the hardest part of doing a podcast.
Yes.
Bear, the GDO, he's great. He's also at getting guests come on. And so far, at first it started off as just spiders. You know what I'm saying? You ain't had a fight yet, but we do want you on there. To be honest, we do want you on there. But the thing is, we think you're going to turn us down because we like to be in studio. We don't like to be like over Zoom like how you got it.
And where is it? LA or in Cali?
No, it's in Orange County.
Yeah, I mean.
So when you come out to California next time, let me know, and we would love to have you on.
Well, you don't have to wait for that. As a wise man once told me, the cheddar makes it better. I mean, you want to pay for a flight first class, maybe business. Yeah. I could go over there for a nominal fee. No problem. I got people there.
Oh, okay. All right. We know cheddar make it better. We already know.
Yeah, that's right.
So I appreciate that. So how much you gonna pay me for this interview?
Well, we could talk about that offline. We could talk about that offline. Okay. Don't have to talk about our business in front of everyone. What do you got there? A smoothie? Right. What is that? What is that?
It's green juice. It's green juice. I don't like eating vegetables, so I drink them.
Oh, okay. How is the weight loss journey going? Have you have you plateaued?
You know what? No, I haven't plateaued. Fuck you. That's rude. That's very rude. My weight loss journey was going really great until I went to Japan and Asia for 10 days.
That's right.
and I fucked up. So I'm starting back over, which is fine.
What did you do? Like, what got you off the wagon there?
I just stopped. I just stopped eating super clean and just ate whatever the fuck I want. I said, "Well, I'm on vacation. It's not going to bother me," and it bothered me. So it has to be. It really does has to be something that maybe I just can't eat carbs or something. I don't know. It has to be something there because I really enjoyed myself. You know, I went to Vietnam to visit one of my friends there. He has like the biggest gym in Vietnam. I think it's called SCC. And the guy, my friend's Chris, he's a foodie, and he took me to all the best restaurants in Vietnam. I couldn't say no. I'm like, man, I'm on a strict diet. But people don't want to hear that shit.
No.
So I ate whatever the fuck I wanted, and I paid for it.
What is it like when you're over there? Is everyone just going nuts? Like, I feel like when you walk around there, everyone just stops. They love you. I remember when we walked around in Japan. They love you over there. Is it still the same? You still feel the same love?
No. It's not like that no more. It's not like that.
They forgot.
And I think yes. You know, I think they forgot. A lot of times, you know, people don't. You know, my kids when they with me, they say, "Oh, these people recognize you," but you never know in Japan. Like they don't. They're very respectful. They don't bother you. And you know, I've been going back there to watch my friend one actually.
Yes.
I get these big lips. It's hard to talk sometimes. I'll be fumbling over my words. You don't have those. You probably fumble over your breath when you take a deep breath in because your nose so big. But since my lips are so big, I got to slow it down.
No, I understand.
Okay, one Archuleta. Like I'll be going out there to watch him fights, and man, my last time going out there, it was like a misunderstanding with the tickets. I asked my friend Popeye to help me get some tickets. And from what I hear, he asked them for 10 front row seats. I'm like, why do you ask for 10 front row seats? So you know they got shot down because their front row seats cost like $2,000 or $3,000. Long story short, I got my tickets like the day before the fight, so I only could get what was left. And the fans was laughing at me because I was like nosebleed. It was the dude sitting in front of me watching the fight with the binoculars. I was like, I've never had. This is the worst seats I ever had in my life. And the fans were like, some of them recognized me, but they was laughing at me because in Japan, it's like, I guess it's different. They was like, what the fuck is he doing all the way up here with us? And no one bothered me.
No one said anything. I thought maybe you'd get embarrassed or get mocked. Nothing.
No, I don't get embarrassed. I don't get embarrassed about that. But the thing is, that time, not one person came and asked me for a picture.
Do you think it's because they didn't want to bother you, or because they didn't recognize you?
They was embarrassed for me. Some people were saying hello when I walked up there, but no one asked me for a picture. They was embarrassed for me. So I'm thinking like, that's probably not a bad idea because that's half the reason why I don't like going to the fights and stuff no more because I can't really enjoy myself because you know people want pictures and,
right.
You know, everybody wants pictures. It's just how it is, and everybody got a phone on their camera. They want pictures. I just want to, you know, support my friend, whoever fighting. I don't want to, you know, be sitting there taking pictures the whole time.
I saw when you landed. Did you go straight to the club upon landing?
Who are you talking?
Well, I think I saw on your Instagram you like landed and went straight to the club.
No, I don't remember. When I landed, I went straight to go play poker. I remember doing that.
Okay.
I probably end up at the club that night, but
I mean, same thing. A couple hours removed.
Yeah. I one of my friends was having like a private poker game with one of his friends, so we went to go play poker.
Okay. By the way, what's this shirt that you're wearing? F3 OSN. What is that?
F3. It's a new energy drink.
Okay, look at you. You're all labeled out. Well, I'm happy.
Well, you know I got to represent. Come on, you know how I am.
You got to get paid. Well, okay, so this is exciting. This is what I want to talk to you about. So, is it finally happening? You and Shannon Briggs, you guys have been teasing us for 2 years now. Is this finally happening?
Been 2 years?
I feel like it's been more, to be honest.
I feel like it's been more too. Because you know what, he called me out after my last fight, which was 4 years ago.
Damn.
Yeah, man, I'm telling you. So this is what happened. He said that he can get the fight done, and now he finally did. I've been putting in his hands. You know, MMA guys, we don't promote fights and stuff like that. So So the backstory is Zab Judah is friends with Shannon, and he knew some guys over in Qatar, and they was like, "Hey, let's put on this fight with, Shannon and Rampage," and they liked the idea, and they sent me a contract. It's a really good contract, and these guys in Qatar, they're super chill, they super cool, and I sent the contract to my attorney, and shit, like a couple of days. It took a couple of days and everything was good. My attorney's like, yo, this is a solid contract, and these guys mean well. So I'm like, man, it's time for me to go kick his ass. He's been talking too much shit. He be posting bullshit about me on social media.
I see some of this stuff, man. We have some of the videos, by the way. I don't know if you mind us sharing, but it's just like a lot of slanderous videos, pictures, memes of you.
Why you want to share? Why you want to?
Well, I just want to show people what you're saying is actually accurate. I got your side. I'm Team Rampage, but it's like some of this stuff here is, you in diapers and stuff, and like, look at this one. I don't know.
So why you going to show your fans that, and with that big smile on your face?
Well, I just couldn't believe that someone would disrespect you like that.
But why are you going to chime in with the disrespect by posting all over your platform?
Because some people say like, oh, this guy.
Why you got this on your platform?
No. What?
Now take that shit out, man. I didn't sign up for this shit.
No, he's posting this.
No. I see you posting it now. Because I don't be watching all his posts. I see you posting it now.
I'm sorry, but I just want people to know that when you say you're being disrespected, you are in fact being disrespected.
Well, people know I keep it real. They could have took my word for it. They didn't need your validation with the fucking pictures.
I was just trying to back up what you were saying.
See, that's what I said, man. I really do think that me and you really ain't boys, though.
Nah, I would take a bullet for you. I would take a bullet. I mean, one of those rubber bullets, not a real bullet, but like I would step in there,
Look, if somebody that hated on you was doing Photoshop and putting a big giant nose on top of your big nose, I wouldn't be, putting it all over my platform. I wouldn't be showing it on Jackson, podcast when we finally sit down with you. Hey guys, anybody watching, please Photoshop some stuff on Ariel's nose so I can pay him back when he comes on my podcast.
Okay, so this is real though? It's actually like, is it actually signed?
It's real.
Boxing?
It's signed. It's real.
Boxing, right?
Boxing.
How many rounds?
We're going to do 8 rounds, 8 3-minute rounds.
You could do that.
And
you could do 8-3?
Huh?
You could do 8-3?
Yeah. Bro, I used to fight a 10-minute round and it took me a second.
I just didn't know.
It took me a second. It took me a second. I see what it is.
I just didn't know about it. You could do 3 minutes. I thought maybe like 2 minutes or something like that,
What you trying to say? You say I'm out of shape, or you trying to say I'm old? Just come out with it. Which one you want to say?
I think you're.
No. I'm a straight shooter, to be honest.
I think you're younger than him.
I am younger than him, but still, what you trying to say?
I meant when I said you, I meant like you guys collectively. I didn't just mean you specifically.
Hey, brother, listen, we're athletes. One thing I want to say. This is one thing I want to say. I still love fighting, and I want to get boxing out the way before I get too old. I've done everything else. I've done wrestling, I've done jiu-jitsu, and I've done kickboxing, and you put it all together, but I've never done boxing. So now, all my 4 martial arts, I would have done, at least one fight in that martial art. You know what I'm saying?
I love it.
So that's a personal goal of mine, and I'm going to fight until I can't fight no more because I still love it, and I want to have a couple more boxing matches before I get too old, right? Because I want to try. This first one with Shannon, I know he's a little bit older than me. He might be a better boxer than me because I never boxed, but I'm looking at this like a warm-up fight. And then after that, I want to rematch Rashad with a boxing match because Rashad Evans, I feel like he like to wrestle a little bit too much. I think we throw them things, and then after Rashad, I think I'm a call out Vanderlei Silva.
Whoa!
Because it's for their rubber match. Just go ahead and just do them things and boxing because I've did a lot of wrestling training camps, and I think boxing hurts the body less. But I love fighting, so a lot of fans are very disrespectful and talking about age. Age ain't nothing but a number. I'm not gonna let age stop me from doing anything. You know, some people just very disrespectful when it comes to age, and you know, when you get up there in age, you ain't gonna want people to be disrespectful to you, right? So I feel like if fans really care about fighters, and when we get older, just support us because we having fun, we doing what we love. And another thing I want to say about this fight, I want all the pirates to stop pirating. You know, if they want to see me continue out there fighting and entertain them, don't pirate this fight, because I heard that's a problem with pay-per-view these days. Like, a lot of people not really excited about pay-per-view anymore because everybody got that damn Amazon stick, whatever you call that shit.
Yeah. No, that's not
What you call that stick?
You mean the fire stick? The fire stick.
Yeah, everybody got that fire stick, so they can't really judge the numbers. So if this fight with Shannon and I, if it does well, then I can possibly get those fights I mentioned. You know what I'm saying? I can get rematch with Rashad and get that road match with Vanderlei out the way. But first, I got to knock Shannon big mouth ass out. I'm going to do everything in my power to train my ass. I already started a mini training camp, but my full camp start April 1st. And I'm going to do everything I can to put my fist in his motherfucking mouth. I'm tired of him talking shit. He underestimated me. And I was really proud when Francis, you know, showed the world that MMA fighters can box, but I was kind of hoping that Shannon, you know, wasn't really paying attention to it. He kind of said something like, yeah, he underestimated Francis, and that was my plan for him, because I knew he was underestimating me the whole time.
By the way, jokes aside, you know I love you, and I always support.
I don't know that.
No, I mean, you're one of my favorite people that I've ever met, and I feel so lucky to have any kind of relationship with you. So, you know, it's all jokes and love, and I'm very excited about this for you. And I love, by the way, that you were out there at the Francis fight, that you were getting your shine and love, right? Wasn't that cool that, like, you were among the legends? I thought that was nice to see, because this is a big thing that bothers me. I feel like we don't honor the history of the sport. I know it was boxing, but it was great to see you and Chuck and some of the legends there getting the respect that you deserve. And I know you've told me, I don't care about being in the front row or Hall of Fame or this and that, but you deserve it. I care for you.
I was there because I wanted to watch the fight. I didn't care about all that. Man, honestly, I felt like weird that I don't feel comfortable hanging out with a bunch of celebrities. It's just how I am. You know what I'm saying? I just don't care for that. That wasn't why I was there.
But it was cool.
I was there because it's cool to meet some of those guys and see those guys. I met Conor McGregor for the first time.
Oh wow, what was that like?
Conor was actually pretty cool. You know, I'm actually a big fan of Conor because he's done a lot of things that I wanted to do. He had a box. He boxed a legend, and then he made hundreds of millions of dollars. That's stuff I wanted to do. So I look up to Conor. But when I met him, I really didn't want to bother him because I saw a bunch of people come up to him and said, "You know how I am. I know how this is." I think about people the way I think, the way I feel. Like, man,
right.
I just want to watch a fight. I don't want to be bothered. So I didn't want to bother. But I met him, and he was really cool. But my friend took a picture, and I was going to post it, but it's the worst picture anybody ever taken ever. You can't even see it's a damn picture. Like, he must have been shit. So I was like, but Conor took a picture too, and I don't got Conor's number. I told my friend that know Conor, hey Conor, fucking DM me that picture, bro. I wanted to fucking post it. It was a good picture.
You want me to ask him? I call him tonight. No problem. We're boys.
Ask Conor to send you the picture, then send it to me, I guess.
Maybe his forged Irish Stout can be a sponsor for the event.
His who?
You know, his drink, his forged Irish Stout. They could sponsor your fight.
Well, hey, whatever. If you got the pull, hook it up.
Well, I mean, I take a percentage, of course, not out of the kindness of my heart, but you know,
bro, the cheddar makes it better.
That's right.
You
That's right.
Hey, we ain't. Hey, it's 2024. We standing on business, baby. We ain't turning away. We ain't turning away no cheddar unless it's dirty cheddar. You know what I'm saying? I like it clean, baby. So ain't nothing wrong with that.
So when is the fight? What date is it?
The fight is booked for June 1st, but you know, dates are always subject to change. But I think they're saying June 1st in Qatar.
In Qatar, wow! Have you been there?
No, I've never been to Qatar. I'm very excited about going there. They say it's a real, good place, real nice country.
Okay. And where will it be airing here? You said pay-per-view, right? But like any type of platform that we know?
I think they said Fight TV.
Okay, yeah,
Is that the same?
Yeah.
You heard it? Is that the same? That's the same platform Triller's on?
Yeah, so they actually just rebranded. It's now called Triller TV. Triller bought Fight.
Wait, time out. No. Why you said rebranded? Is that a
I don't know.
Is that a racial thing?
No, I was gonna say rebounded. I don't know why. No, it's bounded. I missed the.
Okay. I got to check you because I don't know. Sometimes you be trying. You really. I notice how smart you are, and you be saying little slight jokes here and there. So I just got to,
Can I tell you one of my favorite Rampage stories?
Let's hear it.
And I hesitate to bring this up, but because so much time is...
It's embarrassing.
It's not embarrassing. Right? It just speaks to your brilliance. It speaks to your brilliance. And it's a clip that I always see come up, and people ask me like, oh, was he really mad? There was a couple times where I know you were really mad at me, but then there were other times where you had such amazing presence of mind, and you're such a brilliant mind and such a showman. This story is about moments after your fight against John Jones. Do you remember anything about that?
No, I don't remember any stuff after my fights. I don't remember. They all grouped together in my mind.
So I went to your locker room. You were nice enough to. Are you okay with me saying this, or would you rather not?
Now I'm curious.
Okay.
But I think it's going to end up. You like to bring up me getting my ass kicked.
No. I went to your locker room, and you were nice enough to let me interview you, which was a huge opportunity and honor. And right before I start, I used to start the interviews like Ariel Helwani here in Denver with Rampage Jackson. And right before we started, my cameraman was, about to press record. You whispered to me. Do you remember what you whispered to me?
No, I don't remember shit.
I feel okay. You whispered to me in your intro, say how I lost. And in the moment, I was like, why is he saying that? Why is he telling me to say that? So I just did it because you told me to. And then you got mad at me for saying how you lost. But that just to me showed like you're so smart in that moment. It was an amazing thing. We were really vibing off each other, I thought.
I can't even believe I don't remember that. The thing when John Jones submitted me, it was only like my second time in my career losing to a submission. The first time was against Sakuraba, I remember. And so it honestly had to have bothered me really that I tapped out. It had to have bothered me. So I don't know why I was making fun of it, but probably because I probably had to laugh at it so it wouldn't keep bothering me. You know what I'm saying? That fight, I was that's one of the fights that I was most overconfident because I was in the best shape of my life with no injuries, and I've never lost a fight been in that good of a shape.
Yeah,
that was my first time I ever been in that good of a shape and losing a fight. So yeah, that's typical of me making fun out of something that really bothers me.
Did you ever find out who the mole was in the camp?
Yeah, we found out who the mole was. I can't remember the details and stuff now, but we found out who the mole was in the camp. That's crazy. You remember that?
I remember all this like yesterday. This was my favorite time. Do you ever sit back and I don't know if you're with your kids or friends, be like, yo, let's watch this one. Let's watch me slamming Ricardo Arona, or let's watch me knocking out. You ever do any of that? No? You don't just pop it in just for fun?
No. The only time I will catch myself like pulling up one of my fights on Instagram if I'm with a nice young lady and she was like, "Oh, you a fighter? Let me see." Then I show her
nice flex
from my Instagram. Yeah. If she asks, I don't ever just say. If she asks, then I show her like some highlights or something like that. But first of all, my kids do not give a fuck. My kids they don't give a fuck. None of my kids, they never been to any of my fights. When they was young, they used to watch my fights, and I used to ask their mom not to show them my fights live because who knows what's going to happen. Because I was always scared because you remember that big sumo wrestler Octabono was his name?
Yeah.
When he started fighting, I think he fought like Bob Sapp or somebody. I can't remember who he fought, and his kids was there front row. He got knocked out, and that's ingrained in my memory. I remember he got knocked out, and he was like a big old fat guy. He fell face first, and his body was still jiggling for like 5 minutes. Why you laughing, bro? I'm just telling you a story. Why you laughing? And his body was still jiggling for 5 minutes, and he was knocked out. His kids just sit there like devastated, and I was like, man, you never know what's going to happen in these fights. I didn't want my kids to see that, because I remember when I did the 18 move and I got shot in the arm, and my ex took the kids they was really young, and she took the kids to the movie to see it, and she had to take them out of the movie because they started crying. They thought it was real.
Oh, wow.
So I was like, yeah, don't let them watch it live. But sure enough, she don't listen to the shit I say. So I never took my kids to fighting. So in my house, they forget that I'm a fighter and shit like that, and they don't ask me any questions. They don't even fucking care.
Will they go to this one? Will they go to this one in June?
Well, maybe my oldest son, he might go, because he moved up north. I don't see him that often, so he might go. I got my oldest son. He's 24 years old. He's never been to any of my fights either, so he might go.
Is he still training?
My oldest son, he never really trained. My oldest son is albino, so he can't do full contact sports.
Oh, okay.
But my next to the oldest, he was training with Antonio McKee, but I talked to Antonio McKee the other day and said that he haven't seen him in a while. Me and my son, we don't see eye to eye. My son and I think when you're a fighter and you form a champion and stuff like that, and your son feel like he got to follow your footsteps and he's in your shadow. I think he was having problems because no matter what I told him, any advice I gave him, he did the exact opposite. He didn't want to listen. I told him to get his weight down for his first pro fight, and 20 days out, he's 30 pounds overweight. He didn't want to listen. And he's a vegan. I told him, like, son, you can't. There's no way you could be MMA champion and be a vegan. And he don't believe me. He thinks that he can be the first vegan champion in the world. I'm like, okay, that's how you feel. But I'm like, you just making everything harder. You helping your opponents. You not getting your weight down. You not training like the way so I think you should train, and the way your diet is. You just helping your opponents beat you. And he went out there and lost his first pro MMA fight because he couldn't listen to me. He just want to do everything his way, do everything the hard way. So I just said, son, you know what? Tough love. Push them out the nest. Get the fuck out. Go do it on your own. Because no one helped me when I was his age. You know what I'm saying? I felt like I was a crutch. You know what I'm saying? I was paying for everything, and he just had it on easy street. All he had to do was train and do other stuff, and he just wasn't just keeping to his end of the bargain. I said, son, just go do it yourself. You want to listen to me? Go do it yourself. I even tried to hook him up with a nice young lady because he was like, we all need somebody, right?
Sure.
We all need somebody, and he ain't got no girlfriend. Like just go to the gym, come back home. Man, you need like a girlfriend. I'm thinking, man, you need one now. Maybe you get you some girls now before you get super popular. Because my son, if he would have stayed on the game plan, he would have been very successful. I think he'd be a better fighter than I was.
Wow. And he didn't want to take your advice? He didn't want to meet someone? No.
No. Well, he agreed to go and meet her, and they hit it off, and she liked him, and he liked her. But then now he's playing like I'm not going to text her first game. I'm like, bro, man, you a dude. Like a lot of girls don't like texting first. You know what I'm saying? It's just whatever I said. It's not that he didn't want to take my advice. It's how he turned down my advice.
Yeah.
That I had a problem with. So I was like, all right, son, whatever. It's like I'm stupid. Like I don't know shit. But I think this is what I think, Harry O'Kwani.
Yes.
I think that my problem is why even my kids and people don't listen to my advice sometimes because I joke around too much.
Oh.
And they don't, and I think that they don't take me seriously when it's time to take me serious. And so I think that's my own fault because I have to joke around. I have to keep myself laughing or I'm going to be in a bad mood all the time.
By the way, do you have someone now?
Man, you're fucking busy.
Well, you said everyone needs someone, so I felt like that was you opening the door to me asking you if you have someone.
No, I didn't open the door for you asking shit. I felt
like you were inviting me.
No, my son was lonely. I ain't see him go on no dates. I brought him a nice Mercedes SUV.
Oh wow!
So he can get the ladies. You know what I'm saying? Because you like the ladies, right?
Of course.
Good. I'm a lady's nuts on your face. You keep asking me stupid ass motherfucking questions. And I bought him a Mercedes so he can go out and get the ladies. And he ain't bring home no lady. I was asking myself, I'm like, son, do you even like the ladies? He's like, yeah, I like the ladies. Then I hit him with the ladies joke.
Yeah,
he got a good laugh out of it. It's a good one. Don't steal my shit.
That is a good one. That is a good one. So you're just flying solo for now. You can't be messing around with anything or anyone. You got to worry about this fight. This is the door that, you need to walk through in order to get all these other fights. You can't be distracted, right?
Man, pussy don't distract me. What are you talking about? They relax me. It don't distract me. I'm not like you. See, you been how many years you been married?
Wow, that's a good question. 2000, about to be 16 in October.
Yeah. So how boring is it to have the same pussy for 16 years? So don't talk to me about it. I ain't with that boring sex life shit. Fuck that.
No, I remember George St. Pierre one time. He was getting his hair cut. I think it was before the BJ Penn fight, and he talked about how he doesn't like to, partake a month out. You remember this? It was big news. And so at least he agrees.
That's George St. Pierre.
Yeah.
That's George St. Pierre. They've actually done studies and said it boosts your testosterone. And, since I'm natty, I need all the boosts I can get.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Will they test before this fight?
I don't know. They might.
Okay.
It's Middle East.
I'm not worried about you. I'm worried about him. The cannon,
Now, he need all the help he can get. He old as hell. He need to dye his beard too. I say that because I don't want people to think I'm bullying and get mad at me for senior abuse.
Yeah.
Because he look older than what he is. He's not that old. He's only a couple of years. He's like 52.
Okay. Will there be someone to make sure that he's healthy enough to fight because he's over 50?
Yeah. He's gonna go through all that help. He's gonna get sanctioned and do all that stuff.
I think you're gonna come out flying colors. I'm saying
me too.
Sub 3 rounds. Sub 3 rounds. You're gonna win via stoppage.
He thinks he's gonna knock me out in the first round. So
come on.
So
he don't know.
Because he said he got the most. No, he don't know. Because he said he got the most first round knockouts in history or some shit. I don't know, but I've been seeing what he's been posting lately. He's been posting him knocking out bombs, like guys I never even heard of. The last guy he posted, he had his boxing kit, but he got this shit from Target or Walmart or some shit. You can just tell that he's fighting chunks by their fucking, saying their boxing kits. Fighters, we can tell that type of shit.
Yeah.
Look like it was a last minute fight, and he just went to the one of those martial arts stores and just give me those boxing shorts right there.
Well,
what I'm saying?
As we established earlier, we see he posts a lot of fake stuff. So
Yeah. He posted a lot of bullshit.
Well, I don't want to keep you any longer because I know you have a big meeting coming up. So this is a pleasure, and I'll be watching, and I'll be paying my hard-earned money on June 1st. Hopefully it's June 1st. If it remains June 1st, if it's not June 1st, I'll be there June 8th. I'll walk 100 miles just to watch you live if it's in, walking distance. That's the kind of love and support that I have for you and your career and what you've done. And
you full of cap.
No, I'm not capping. I'm for real. I'm FR.
Well, I appreciate the love. I appreciate it. I hope you keep it real about. Hope you don't got a fire stick right there watching.
No.
Everything,
Me, I'm on the up and up. I keep it 100,
All right. I believe you keep it one. Hey, I'm gonna tell you something before I go. I'm gonna tell you. Somebody asked me this the other day. I'm gonna tell you why I respect you though.
Oh.
And I just started respecting you more since I've been doing the podcast. Because sometimes you ask the difficult questions. You know what I'm saying? You ask the difficult questions, and sometimes I be wanting to ask people stuff, then I'm thinking man, I'm thinking if I ask them this, other fighters are going to see me asking these questions, and they're going to be scared to come on the podcast, so they think I'm beginning because Ilia Topuria, much respect to you, you know what I'm saying? He did a great interview and stuff like that, but I hope Lito don't get mad at me for saying this, but I really wanted to ask him about that rumor about him drinking piss. I really did.
And why didn't you?
But I didn't.
You got scared.
Because, yeah, I got scared. So that's why I respect you, because I didn't want him to think that, you know what I'm saying? Because when I say stuff, sometimes it could come out and it could be like I'm like making fun of him or something. But I really wanted him to clear it up. So since you're a bigger man than me, once you have him on your show, and let that be the first thing you ask him, like, "Hey, Lyoto, is that rumor true that you was really drinking?"
What rumor?
You know?
Rampage, I already established this 13 years ago. UFC 113 in Montreal. I was interviewing him and his dad, and I asked them face to face, point blank. This is the funny thing when people say, "You wouldn't ask these questions." I got in your face when I said if we had beef back in the day. I asked him, and you know what his dad did? You've never seen this clip. His dad went to his dad. We were at the open workouts. Remember they used to have the open workouts in those small ballrooms.
Yeah, I didn't see that. I don't watch your shit. I mean, I didn't watch this one.
He went in the corner. He peed in a cup. He came back and he drank it right in front of me on camera. Type in Ariel Helwani, Lyoto Machida urine, and it's on YouTube. This is back UFC 113. I've been here for years. OG.
For real?
Yes, he did it right in front of me. The dad did. But, you know, they were talking about the benefits, the vitamins. I mean, we've already established this. You could have just all you had to do, Rampage, was say, "I saw that interview with Ariel Helwani and your dad drinking."
But I didn't see it.
Yeah, you know what? You know what you should do? You have my number. You should say, "Hey, I've got Lyoto on. What should I ask him?" And I would say, "Rampage, suck it up. Don't be such a wuss and ask the tough questions. You're Rampage freaking Jackson, all right? Don't be such a wuss." And I'll give you the good stuff.
That's your advice. Don't be such a wuss. Ask the tough questions.
Yeah.
But you don't worry about other people not wanting to come on your platform because they feel like you like belittling them.
No, but don't belittle. It's all respect, love. Guess what? Their loss. Their loss. Not yours. They should be honored.
Yeah, because we already had somebody decline because they said I was going to make fun of them, but I haven't been really making fun of them.
Who was it? Who was the sensitive Sally?
Honestly, I can't remember his name. They declined, but I think it was that guy that what's his name? Ian. I think he's come. I think they finally got him on. He didn't want to come in first. What's his name? Ian the Conk.
I don't know. Ian McCall.
Ian with the wife that's
come on. Ian Gary.
What's his name? Oh, Ian Gary. What? I'm not going to make fun of him.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's tough.
Is that true though? His wife got a boyfriend didn't work.
No.
That's not true. That's rumor too.
I don't know. I don't like to ask people about their personal lives. Okay, I leave that.
It's personal if you drinking piss or not. That's fucking personal.
No, I would never ask someone about their personal lives. I wouldn't ask them if they are in love.
You didn't ask me about my girl. You asked me if I was in love a while ago. You went to go. You ruined my relationship with a really good stripper that did push ups.
I still owe you for that. I'll pay you back.
Yeah, I know. You owe me a hot ass Latina stripper that likes threesomes.
Okay,
that's what you like.
I'm on.
That's what you cost me. She gave me a foursome once.
Oh,
that's what you cost me.
I'm sorry. One day she actually DM'd me.
Quit lying.
I swear. She slid in and she said, "I'm the one, and I wish it didn't go this way. I still love him, and I wish we could reconnect." I'm telling you, if you reach out to her, she's waiting.
No, fuck that. I came across. I be scrolling and I came across her page. She get all that plastic surgery shit. I don't do that shit.
Okay.
I'm not into girls with the fucking lip fillers and all that, the cheek, all that fillers. I'm not into all that shit. Fuck that. I'm gonna have to start, going overseas and getting me fat chicks or some shit and just
au natural. That's right.
Au natural. I'm gonna introduce them to my coach Sean Reyes and put them on a strict diet and they're I don't know, but they start losing weight and shit. Then they live in America. They might get talking to doing their lip fillers and shit.
Nah,
too.
No.
You like all that shit? You think all that shit?
Nah.
Girls with all the big lips.
No, natural. Just rock what God gave you. By the way, I know you have to run. 23 seconds. Look at this right here. Look at this right here.
All the champions are doing. Your partner is doing it. Okay, here
Look at
he
this.
is.
There's his dad,
The full
Leota's dad, with the
Cheers.
P.
Cheers. Tell us. There he
That's
goes.
apple juice.
Look, he did it in
He's
front of
helping
me.
in one shot. I
And then
wanna
guess
see it
what?
all in
He
one
wipes
shot.
his mouth. Look, he wipes his mouth.
This is incredible stuff. Oh,
Oh, he wiped it. It was dripping. And then he touched me. He touched my shoulder.
your thoughts,
There's
Ed?
Ed Soares.
That was a large.
You see that?
Hey, how come you didn't say, hey, let me try some of that? You
Nah,
didn't try some of
that's
that.
disgusting. I would never do that. I would never do that.
Hey, no, okay, listen. Before I go,
Yeah.
let's keep it 100. We got to keep it honest.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Everybody got a price. $10 million.
My own pee or his pee?
His P.
Can't do it. Sorry. You?
I figured I started too high. I thought I started too high, but I did. Okay,
You?
25 million. No, 25. This is $25 million.
I might do it at 25. Not gonna lie. You?
No,
No, for 25?
I don't care about money. I don't love money.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, cheddar makes it better, but $25 million.
Yeah, I see you flexing
Yeah,
on me.
I think about it. 25 million. I'll think about it. All right, brother. I
Okay.
gotta do this.
Bye, Rampage. Love you. Good luck. We'll talk soon.
Much love.
Yes.
All right, take care, brother.
Bye. There he is, Rampage Jackson. I mean, is there anything better? And yes, that is true. I can't believe.
Who, me?
Yes. Oh, am I still on air?
Yeah. Do you like some elevator music?
Da, 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 da. The best is, we're locked in, we're having a great show, and then I look at the phone, I'm like, Yee.
I thought your reaction was to the.
Who, me?
But it was something you saw instead.
No, it's just, trying to. What did he say was his least favorite part?
Booking the guest.
Yeah.
But that he humbly does it because who else would do it?
Yeah, no, I'm the only idiot that would do it. Let's see, what is this? Whoa. How great was Rampage? In fine form.
The best.
Oh, what a character.
You two together is always amazing.
When you're
Some
playing
of
the
those
Shannon
images.
Briggs videos, and he was like, "You could have just took my word for it." I was dying back here.
His reaction was golden.
Oh my gosh.
How about him saying he
Machida
respects
video
you?
is
Though?
pretty wild.
What's that? The
Let's
Machida
have
video?
Rick go first.
Okay,
yeah,
yes.
I was just saying that Machida video is wild.
It is pretty freaking wild.
Shout out to Casey who called it golden, which I think is appropriate.
It is golden.
I said, how about him showing you love, respect,
Yeah.
for the toughness of what you do?
He loves me.
I think you love each other.
I think, you know what? You're 100% right. We do love each other. What a guy. What an absolute legend. And I am happy for him. And I need to check. Have you guys checked out his show?
Jackson podcast.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have a lot of big name guests on it.
Okay.
Nice studio setup too.
Yeah, very nice. Very nice. Waiting for the invite, but maybe down the line. Another guy who is killing it. In the cage, out of the cage. What a win on Saturday. What a performance. What a week for him as well. He was on the show last Monday previewing his big return fight. Well, it went well. He got the dub over Drew Dober. And now it's on to bigger and better things. We say hello to Mr. Money Moicano himself, Renato Moicano, who's kind enough to join us back from Las Vegas. Renato, thank you so much for the time. Congratulations. First things first, how are you feeling? Obviously, you're a little bit banged up. How are you doing?
Yeah, how are you, Ariel? How are you, all the audience? How are you guys feeling?
Much love, much love.
I'm feeling great. I'm good. You know, I couldn't be better. You know, I felt like you say, I am a little bit hurt. You know, my eye, but other than that, I'm feeling great. A good victory over a tough opponent. You know, but I still have a lot of stuff to improve. But overall, I'm happy with my performance.
And did you get stitches there?
Yes, 7.
7. Okay. Wow.
Yeah. 7. Yeah. Was a headbutt.
Was a headbutt, really?
Yes.
When was that?
On the second round, when like I was on top of him and he I was trying to get his back, he revert. We got up, and then I was trying to clinch him, and we bump heads, and he threw me down. I made a video today on my YouTube channel, and I show you the headbutt, and I couldn't see throughout the end of the second round and the third round, so that was hard for me. But it is what it is. Drew Dober is tough.
Were you getting nervous because you couldn't see? Have you ever been in a situation like that before?
Yes. No, RDA fight was the same. I couldn't see, and I don't know. I just cannot stop. I just cannot give up. And thanks God I didn't. And to be honest with you, I was a little tired. I was not seeing, but at the same time, I was like, man, I have to get this guy down. I have to use my jiu-jitsu because I need to beat him. I need the double checks.
Yes, of course. So how did you feel out there? Because it's been so long since you fought. It's been almost a year and a half. How did you feel out there?
First of all, like I said before, Apex sucks. Sucks, really sucks. But to get on the fight zone, to me was more like a sparring session. That was the problem for me. I was on the backstage like warming up, and I don't know, it didn't feel right, especially because ATT is a big place, like it's way bigger than Apex. So when I was going to the cage, I thought, man, this is looking like a sparring session. So for me, was not great, and I hope after the performance, UFC don't put me anymore on the Apex. I hope.
Did anyone get mad at you for saying that the Apex sucked or that the main event sucked? Like, did you receive any blowback for any of your comments?
No, not at all. Okay. I don't think they don't even see that.
Oh, you don't think they watch my show? I feel like everyone watches.
No, I don't think I don't think they don't pay much attention. Do you think they pay much attention in media?
No, they have better things to do. They have more important things to do.
Yeah. No, I don't know if it's important or not, but if you think about that, UFC, when you talk about UFC kind of control MMA media, right? So I don't think they care too much about what they say about him, as long as we keep talking about UFC, they are happy.
What do you mean they control MMA media? What do you mean by that?
I mean, if you see the most of YouTubers that talk about MMA, they only talk about UFC. I don't see, I don't see YouTubers or people that want to work with MMA talking about ONE FC, Bellator, even PFL. Sometimes they talk about PFL, but other shows like Rising. So most of MMA media is about UFC.
Why do you?
Don't you think so?
Yeah, no, I understand. I mean, they're the biggest by far and the best. So of course everyone's going to talk about them. Last week too, you referred to yourself as a YouTuber. Do you only? I mean, you're much more than that, right?
No, I'm not even a YouTuber. To be a YouTuber, you have to make money off YouTube. I don't make money. It's just work for me, But eventually, let's see. 5 years from now, maybe I make some good money on YouTube.
Maybe Patreon.
But not right now.
You're a Patreoner.
Yeah, but still not good money, But doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. My main job is to be a fighter, and I do that just because I like it.
Does it feel good to finally be back? Like now that it's over, it must have felt amazing, right?
Felt amazing, and like I say, man. And I tell this to Drew Dober, because I used to be a 45er, and I remember we fought on the same day when Joe Jones fought Cormier, and I remember watching him warming up for a fight and knock the other guy out, and I say, man, I'm happy that I'm not a 55. 55 is a big, and then I'm fighting with the guy. So I'm pretty happy with my, not with my performance, but I could do better, and I feel like I could have finished him, but at the same time, I feel that right now I am in a good position in the lightweight division. People know that I'm tough. People know that I'm very good at grappling. People know that I can beat everybody on the division. And let's move on. Let's see who is next. Now I feel like 155 is my home, you know.
Okay, so I was just going to ask you because you were talking about you're not considering going back to 45, right?
I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm too heavy. And to be honest with you, I think most of the fighters, they should move divisions because we keep on seeing people doing better and better when they stop cutting so much weight, you know? So for me personally, I would never move to 45 again.
Okay.
That's going to be too hard.
Okay. Isn't it amazing, Renato?
But at the same time,
Yes.
because you being 45 for so long that you feel afraid to go up, you know, and you think, these guys, they're going to be stronger than me. But that's not true, you know. You move weight, and you're going to be more heavy too, and you're going to be powerful. So nothing really changed. So if you're having trouble to make the weight, move up.
Isn't it amazing, Renato? You've been in the UFC 10 years this coming December, right? So almost 10 years. And you know, you didn't fight for a year and a half, and it seems like you've never been more popular. Everyone loves you. Everyone talking about you. Like even after the fight, people are like, "You have to get Renato back on." People want to see you on, and people want to hear from you. Isn't it? Why do you think this has changed all of a sudden for you? Why do you think all of a sudden you have this this connection with the audience?
Because back in the day, I didn't care about the audience. I didn't care about anything. Back in the day, I just care about fighting. And I think most of the fighters, at least Brazilian, they just think about that. I want to be a fighter. I want to do my thing. I want to go to train, and I want to fight. But when you realize that's not gonna get you too far, you know, because maybe you know that fighter, but Francisco Trinaldo was in UFC for a long time, and he was like 7 wins streak, and nobody cared. He was not ranked, and so little by little I was starting to understand that you have to make yourself like a brand, right? People have to and because there's so many fighters, if you don't do something different, they're not gonna know you. So maybe it's the fight speech, maybe it's the move that you do. So you have to make yourself different than the others, you know?
Yeah, and it's working.
And I'm trying to do that. Yeah, I'm trying to do that. I'm trying to speak my mind. I'm trying to engage more on social media. I'm trying to not talk shit, because I don't want to just talk shit for talk shit, but I want to like do a little bit of trash talk to get some fights, you know?
Of course.
And people are liking, so I'm pretty happy.
Have you had other Brazilian fighters reach out to you and say, like, what has been the difference? What have you done? Like, is anyone noticing this? Because I notice it, but I just wonder if the other fighters do.
Yeah, some friends of mine, Odedin, are questioning me, hey, what you doing? And I say, I don't know. I don't even know too. I don't know. I'm just trying to be myself. I'm not really planning. I'm not really, you know. And to be honest with you, I think English is a good part of that. So my only recommendation, like to guys like Charles and Alex Pereira and other coming up fighters, try to learn English. They're gonna change your life and maybe change your career, because you're gonna be able to connect with the public. In the end of the day, you cannot be a star without people watching you. So you have to be respectful of the fans and people that will watch and pay for you. So you know, it has to be a relationship. You have to be honest and open with the public, with the fans, and they will support you no matter what. So imagine fighters that are stars, and if they speak English, man, this guy's going to make millions and top of millions, you know?
Yes, I'm always hesitant to say something like this because I don't want people to think like, oh, you need to speak English to be a star. But you're a great example. Khabib is an example. I remember when, you know, Junior Dos Santos started speaking a little bit, people start to connect with you more all over the world. And Charles and Alex, they're already huge stars. Imagine it just a little bit, the connection that they would have with this country and people from other parts of the world. So I agree with everything that you're saying.
And I'm telling this because I speak Portuguese, so I see their personalities when they are speaking Portuguese, but they cannot show that to American public. And not only Americans, because English is one of the biggest languages in the world. Everybody speaking English. So when you talk in English, you talk with everybody, right? There is more people speaking English in China than in USA. So everybody's speaking English today.
Did you feel a little bit validated that your fight was a little more exciting than the main event? You know, you said that you should have been the main event. Did you feel some vindication?
No, I was happy. Imagine if they put me on 5 rounds. I was having trouble in 3. In 5 would be worse. So I'm good with 3. The co-main event. There is no problem on that.
Okay, fair enough.
But again, I will talk trash about the main event again because I didn't know about that. But both guys were coming off losses, right?
Yes.
Before the fight.
Imavov, yes.
Both are coming off loss, so that should not be the main event. But you know what's crazy? When I got to the arena, everybody was looking at me. Oh, this guy's talking trash to everybody. So people were mad at the arena, you know?
So
I could see.
You could feel it?
I could feel it. Yeah, I could feel like they say, hey, this guy's talking shit about we being main event. I'm talking as a fan, brother. Now I'm a fighter, so it's different. It's different.
Did they say anything to you?
No, but I could tell. You could tell. You can tell. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Who these guys think he are talking about shit about the main event? Man, I am a fan. I pay ESPN Plus every month. I can talk shit too.
Yeah,
right?
of course. And what about that post-fight interview? You revealed to the world your 62-year-old father has just become a father again. Can you explain what is going on here?
How crazy is that?
Yes.
I didn't know about that like a month ago. And actually my uncle told me.
Okay.
You know, my father is very crazy. My father is a crazy guy.
Where does he live?
2 years old. He lives in Brasilia, Brazil.
Okay.
And he works for the government in Brazil. You know, he works for the Senate. So he has a good job, like, and he married a young girl. I think the girl is younger than me.
Wow.
I think she studied 3 or something like that. And they had a baby like 6 years ago, and now they have another. So I'm just happy for him. You know, he's a good guy, but he's crazy. He's definitely crazy.
He didn't tell you that he had another baby?
No.
Why?
No, and my uncle say, I don't know why, because my family is crazy. I tell you, like, I remember and I am too, because I remember when I was supposed to have my first MMA fight, I didn't tell nobody. I didn't tell my mother, my family, nobody. I will keep to myself. I will fight, and then I will tell everybody. And with my son was the same. I didn't tell anybody. I don't know why.
When you had your first your son, you didn't tell your family?
I wait like until 6 months.
Till after?
6 months. No, after not. Like 6 months of pregnant.
Got it.
You know, not right away.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know why. You know, maybe I was afraid of my wife losing the baby or something like that. So I want to keep like private until I can tell everybody. But my father is more like is his style. I don't know why, but my uncle messaged me and he say, do you know your father going to have a kid, right? And I say, no. And he said, yeah, your father going to have a kid in a week or so. And I was close to the fight. And I say, man, this guy is crazy. So that's why I was so emotional. And I could not believe, because many of my, how do you say, the son of your uncle?
The son of your uncle is your cousin.
My cousin, many of my cousins don't have kids. So and my father is having kid, and another uncle that is 60 is having a kid too, like a baby too. So they have kids for this generation. So the whole thing is crazy right now. So that's why I was crazy.
How many kids does your dad have?
Now 4. Yeah, now 4.
4. So you have 3 siblings, maybe half siblings.
Yes.
Okay. And and do you have a relationship with him? Like, do you speak to him?
Yes.
Okay. So does he know that you mentioned this to the world in your post-fight interview?
Yeah, and you know what is crazy? Did you see that somebody did the
Photoshop?
The meme of the Photoshop?
Yes.
My father sent to me the photo.
Oh,
could you believe
wow,
it?
wow.
He sent to me and say, "Hey, look what they are saying to me." and they sent the picture and say, "You crazy? I'm gonna post that." And I post.
Wow.
Of course, it was not my dad, but I think people like his friends was sending to him, and then I post, and that's why I post. I didn't even see that before. My father texted me the meme. How crazy is that?
Unbelievable. Well, congratulations. And do you think you'll meet the baby? Do you have plans to see?
No, I will. Yeah, I am. I'm trying to find cheap flights to Brazil right now. So
Yes.
in the next couple of weeks, I'm going to Brazil to see my little brother, to see my family, and because it's going to be my son's birthday on 18, and I wanna enjoy with the family because obviously I don't have family here.
Sure.
Here is just me and my wife, so I want to do a party with everybody.
Do you think your father's he has to change diapers and wake up in the middle of the night?
No, I don't think so.
62.
He's too old for that.
Yeah, he wants to just chill out, right?
He's just chill out and drinking beers. He loves drinking beers.
God bless him. Incredible. And you also were very passionate about this country and about the protection and everything. Why did you feel like, the last time we saw you in the cage, you got on the microphone, you were talking about Manny Moicano and who you want to fight and all this stuff. But this time you were making this statement. Why did you feel like this was the right time to do this? Why was this on your mind?
I don't know why this was on my mind, but that's something that I have been thinking, not been thinking, but remember, 10 years ago, when I was in UFC, I was a kid, so I didn't know anything about life. And I'm not saying that I know right now, but soon as you start to make money in UFC, and not huge money, I start to realize that you have to pay taxes, right? And then I realized that there is a whole world that people don't tell you, And then I start to try to learn about money, that I say investments, and I have been doing that for a long time. And one thing that I value in America, and sometimes in Brazil you don't have that, is the freedom of speech. Is the liberty that every state has. In Brazil is different. The government is very central, so if they pass a law on the Congress, every other state has to follow. It's not like here. You have California, they have their own laws. Florida, everybody's different. So to be really honest with you, I think what makes America great is decentralization, is give power to the people. And like I say yesterday on an interview, I think people are starting to losing faith on institutions. I think people are starting to lose faith on economic systems because in the end of the day, politicians, they have two ways of rob your money. They raise your taxes, or they print money and they screw your money with inflation, right? If they keep printing money to do stuff, you're gonna. And I'm a big saver. I like to save money, but what good it does money that you save that doesn't worth the same stuff, So every year, your money lose. And not only that, I think that there is a lot of problems. I don't want to be too political about that. And I just feel that America is a great place, and I want to keep living here. Now I have a son and I have a family. I want to keep growing my family, and I just like the values, and especially the Western values that people used to cultivate over here, about family, about liberties. And I don't know why I say that. Maybe was because a couple of my friends on ATT, they are becoming police officers, and I was inspired by that. And I thought, man, I want to do something. After I'm done, 100% I want to be a police officer, especially on a SWAT, on a like very professional trained team. And I don't know. I don't really know why I speak like that. I don't know why I didn't let DC talk. I even sent a message to DC and say, I'm sorry, I was not even hearing your questions. But I did not plan that. Was just my emotions at the time.
No, it was all
if
good.
That makes sense.
Yeah, 100%. All good. After the fight, you went on Twitter and you did say you wanted Beneil Dariush in Brazil, but then I also saw you say you wanted to see Drew Dober fight Paddy Pimblett, and then I think I saw Paddy Pimblett say, well, why would I fight him? Let me fight you. I have to say, I love the idea of you versus Paddy Pimblett. I feel like that's a gigantic fight.
I love too.
So why?
I love too.
Why
That's
didn't
a
you just?
gigantic
Why
fight.
didn't you just call out Paddy Pimblett? Why would you say?
Because that's not the way they work. UFC is protecting him. How I gonna call him? This is chess, not checkers.
I love it. I love it. Okay.
This is chess, not checkers. If I go over there and I'm giving my strategy to you right now, I'm saying,
yeah.
no, now everybody knows. But if I go over there and I say, hey, Paddy Pimblett, I'm gonna beat you up. Everybody does that. So I said, okay, I'm gonna make him get the bait, right? Because if I beat Drew Dober and I say Drew Dober will beat you, he gonna get mad, right? Because he gonna say, hey, I can beat you, you'll beat Drew Dober. So in the end of the day, Manny Moicano is winning again. This is chess, not checkers.
That's brilliant. That's brilliant.
And then he will have to fight me. He will have to fight me because if you go in my page and you say, I will smoke you, now UFC cannot protect you because you put your name on the line, my brother. And let me tell you something. If you want to fight in Brazil, I'm ready. But maybe you're too afraid to go to Brazil. I get it. Brazil, little bit danger. But I can fight you in London, in any place, because you are easy money. I respect you, but I will beat you.
Wow.
So
this would be some kind of fight. The build-up for this would be something else. You think it happens? You feel confident?
I don't know. Only time will tell, right?
Okay.
I don't know. Maybe UFC sees that I can bring value to the company, so they can take a shot and take a risk of me beating Paddy Pimblett. Because I don't know who else they're gonna put him to fight right now. You know, I'm a ranked fighter. I'm getting momentum from the second or the third time. You know, I was doing good on interview, doing good on fights, and I got to a APEX card on the co-main event, and I did great. And I did a speech that everybody's talking about. And again, I will be more incisive about that. I support what America was found on, and I think law enforcement is a big part of that, because if you have a lawless country, you don't have any laws, you don't have a country. You know, it's the same with fighting. We could be fighting street fighting, but no, we fight in a cage, we fight in a sport, we have rules, and everybody should respect the rules. That's why you cannot grab the cage. That's why you cannot poke the eye. And again, I cannot be against the law, being a fighter, being a good citizen. So a huge shout out to the law enforcement. And talking about Paddy Pimblett, who knows? Maybe UFC will see value on me say these things and being myself, and maybe they okay, Moicano can fight Paddy Pimblett. Oh no, or maybe they will protect him and will try to find another way to put him in the top 15. It's not up to me, and it doesn't really matter. If he wants to fight, I'm here. Just send the contract. If not, I will keep climbing the rankings because Moicano wants money, and the money is at the top.
I love it. I love it. In a perfect world, you fight on that Brazil card, though, right?
Yes. Like I say, Ariel, 34 years old. I don't have many time to wait. You know, I want to be active as possible, and I felt good. But if I did a good performance against Drew Dober, imagine against Paddy Pimblett, that would be amazing, and that would be my ticket to the top 10 to top 5 of the division.
I love it. And by the way, when you come home, what does your son say about your face?
Oh, man. Boo-boo. Yeah, boo-boo. What happened?
Yeah.
And I say, Dad is working. Dad is trying to give us a better life. And Dad is trying to, to build something for us over here. And again, another thing that I love about America, if you live in a place that is rigged, that you cannot, because listen, what makes a country great is institution, institutions in the meaning that what is the best thing to do, to be a good man or a bad man. And I think overall America incentivizes you to be a good man. So that's what I like about America. And it's just the way I think. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm right. One day I will understand that.
By the way, UFC back at the Apex this weekend. Are you excited about the card? It's a It's a star.
Not really.
No,
Not
okay,
really.
no.
Again, I was
No.
watching the card for my. No.
No.
I think Pfizer and Hammerson is okay. Hammerson, right? Hammerson.
Hermanson, yeah. Piper.
Hammerson, I don't know. Pfeiffer?
Yeah.
I
Pfizer,
would say
same thing.
Pfizer, but not Pfizer. Yeah. I'm sorry. No, but I like Hermanson. I think he's a good jiu-jitsu guy. But other than that,
anything that sticks out?
Let me see the card again, but I'm sorry. I
Danny
should have
Gay
been more
against.
prepared, but
No, it's okay. I sprung this upon
man,
you.
I like Andre Fili
Mhm.
as a person. I like his personality. We have talked before, but I'm not really interested in watching Danny and Andre Fili. I don't think that fight specifically moves a needle in the division, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, no, I understand.
And being a co-main event, I don't know who Aberdura Evi. Brad Tavares and Gregor Rodriguez could be a good fight.
Okay.
That could be a good fight because Brad Tavares, very solid takedown defense. Gregor Rodriguez, very tough. Michael Johnson is nice to watch. I don't know the other guy. Rodolfo Vieira and Petrosian. Other than that, hey Ariel, what fight do you think is going to be good?
There's not a lot here. I mean, there's a lot of up and coming guys. A lot of fights on this card, 14 fights, but Rodolfo Vieira is solid. But I agree with you. Honestly, Renato, I agree with everything you say about the Apex. It's hard to watch there. You see other events, the crowd, the energy, the hype, and they stack those cards. I think that there's a hierarchy. Pay-per-view, number one. Then you have the fight nights that are on the road, if they go to Austin or London, etc. Then it's Apex, then it's Contender Series, then it's Ultimate Fighter. And so you're telling
100%.
us, this is so-so. And it's unfortunate, but it's just not, it's just not stacked like the UFC usually does for the big shows. Like the pay-per-view is a great one. The next week, pay-per-view, Ilia and Alex and Robert and Paulo Costa, tremendous.
Absolutely. It's going to be madness. Very good pay-per-view. But like you say, I think we just have too many fighters on UFC right now, and they have to keep the show running. They have to keep the deal with ESPN, and I don't think they care too much about that. So they just put somebody over there. They put a good fight, and they say, okay, let's see what happens,
It's a bit like McDonald's.
The next time, Apex is kind of,
Yes.
I hope UFC doesn't get mad at me, but
No
I will be honest with you. It's a sparring session, brother. It's a sparring session. It's not like a real fight. When you are in a Madison Square Garden, like I was in New York, people going crazy, you feeling the crowd, everybody cheer, and then you go to the Apex and it's like 20 people, and most of them are like don't know about fighting, nobody's cheating, nobody nothing. It's just like a sparring session.
Yeah, no good. You deserve better than that, Renato. I'm so happy that you're back. Congratulations on the win. Congratulations on all your success. And keep it going, my friend. This is going to be a big year for you. I feel like this is a really big year. Where are you this time next year? End of 2024, early 2025? Where are you in your career? What do you think? What's your prediction?
I hope on the top 5, and I hope in getting a shot to the title or something like that, or close to that, because that would be huge for me. That would be huge for me, for my family. I accomplished that I always wanted. I have been working all my life to that, but I'm cool with everything down, on my path, because I have been blessed to be living the life that I love. I do what I love every day. I have a good family. I'm healthy. So if you can put a belt on that would be amazing. If you could put money on that would be amazing. And let's see what the future holds to us. I'm doing my game. I'm planning. I'm strategizing. I'm trying to get the better fights. And let's see if UFC agrees with me. If not, I will find my way. I will find my way to the top. And eventually, they're going to see the value that I bring to the company.
Well, you're doing great things, so keep it up, my friend. MoneyMoicano.com is where you can see more of Renato and get his merch, and also the YouTube channel. Great things over there, so keep it up. Congrats, all the best, and thank you for coming back on, and I hope you heal up soon, and we talk soon as well.
Ariel, thank you so much. I didn't want to even talk about the merch all the time, being here talking about the merch, but thank you so much.
Yes,
okay?
Much love, Renato. All the best. There he is, the great Renato Moicano. What a legend, and what a nice win for him. Back in the mix at 155 pounds. I am all in on that Paddy Pimblett fight. And what about Renato playing, what is it? Chess, not checkers, right? Is it checkers, not chess, or chess, not checkers? Whatever it is, that was actually kind of brilliant.
Chess, not checkers.
It's chess, not checkers. Isn't that brilliant what he said? He said, if I just call him out, I'm not going to get him. But if I say you should fight the guy that I just beat, and then he gets offended by that, and then says, no, screw that guy that you just beat, I'll beat you. Now he says he's already committed, and they have to recognize it. What do you guys think back there? What do you think? Do you think there's a chance we get Moicano Pimblett? I have to say, I absolutely adore this fight.
It makes a lot of sense. I mean, if not, like, I know this is maybe speaking the obvious, but Money Moicano has been after money, and that's the money fight, right? Like, that's the fight that would, like, I know Beneil Dariush or somebody like that would get him further up the rankings, but this is the money fight. If he can convince Paddy Pimblett to take it, this is the one.
I'm trying to see where is Paddy Pimblett even in the rankings?
I don't believe so. No.
Lightweight is stacked. Moicano's 13. Pimblett's not in the top 15. Dober's 15. I mean, it even makes sense. Man, Benoit Saint Denis 11. I wonder what's the biggest discrepancy ever since they introduced the top 15. What's the biggest discrepancy in ranking? Like, you know what I mean? Like, at 299, we'll get number 3 Poirier against number 11 Benoit Saint Denis. Has there ever been 2 versus 14 or 3 versus 15? This has to be close. Not a lot of guys who are 3 are fighting 11. You know what I mean? This has to be up there.
What was Hamzat when he fought Burns? I feel like that was a decent sized discrepancy.
So Hamzat Burns, yeah. Oh, and obviously, and it doesn't apply to that particular example, but if someone's like unranked because they're moving weight classes, that wouldn't qualify. What is Hamzat right now? Hamzat? Oh, he's in the they don't even have him at welterweight anymore. He's in the middleweight. Yeah, I don't know.
I wonder what Shavkat was when he fought Jeff Neal.
What is Shavkat?
Still don't think it's 8 spots.
What is Shavkat right now? Where is Shavkat?
3.
Oh, there he is. And Jeff Neal 8, yeah. And Shavkat was probably the lower ranked at that time, right? What do you think? Was he? Yeah.
Definitely was. He was coming off a Neil Magny win.
Anyway, how about Renato Moicano? I do have a programming note. Ilia Topuria is going to join us at 5, so it'll be Dustin Poirier at 4:30 still to come, and can't wait to talk to him, of course, and then Ilia Topuria will round out the day. So we're just chilling. We're just chilling like villains here. What a show so far. Wow. What a day it's been. The Rampage interview was tremendous. Great stuff with Teofimo Lopez. Themba Gorimbo was great as well. So we are just rolling in still 2 more blockbuster interviews to go. Oh, nice one in the chat here. Nice one in the chat. Shout out to, Ben the Bane. Khabib and Ally Quinta back in the day. Obviously, that was put together, last minute, but that could have been one.
I got Hamzat Burns. Hamzat was 11, Burns was 2.
Damn, how do you even find that out?
You just go back to the fight. They have the rankings on the screen.
Okay. Oh, you go back. Right, that's right. Like on Fight Pass or something? Or ESPN Plus?
Yeah, luckily a couple of these are on YouTube for free.
Did you stay up to watch Road to the UFC after the Apex card?
No.
That was crazy that they had a whole other show after.
Once that main event was ending, I was getting ready to turn it off, and it was like,
stick around.
It was like, yeah, we got some more fights here from the Apex, and I think I audibly was like, no, hell no.
So Gooden and Sanko had to stick around to do X amount more fights. I mean, like
did they call those? That is,
I'm pretty sure
that's brutal. That's a long day.
That's like 10 hours or so.
Day. I mean, they were on the air for the Apex card for like 6.5.
Yeah, that is brutal.
Eugene or Casey just said O'Malley versus Jan was 12-1.
Oh, there's a good one.
Yeah.
Was Jan won?
Yeah.
Yeah.
According to Casey. I'm not going to doubt Casey.
No, neither would I. All right, so let us recap how you guys did. Again, still to come, Dustin Poirier at 4:30, and Ilia Topuria, who of course is one half of that main event, which I can't wait. I can't wait for that main event. The stare down sort of flew under the radar back in late December because so much was going on. But we have the stare down, right? We have that. They were going back and forth, Volkanovski and Ilia Topuria. That was at the presser right before. I mean, they were going back and forth, talking. Even the stuff that they were saying, a little pat on the back. I love it. Topuria supremely confident. People counting Volk out. I love this fight. God, I love this fight. Topuria talking. I'm kind of dying to know what they were talking about. This fight is so good. The storylines are so rich. Volk, obviously very rare for a champion to be coming off a knockout loss. But of course, this happened when he moved up to 55 against his supremely confident Ilia Topuria. Oh my God, you know yourself. This is going to be great stuff. And of course, DraftKings Sportsbook, the place to be for all your UFC action. UFC 298 around the corner. But first, it's of course Super Bowl 58. DraftKings Sportsbook has you covered. New customers can bet on the big game and turn 5 buccarinos into 200 instantly in bonus bets. Now, I have said that I'm supremely confident that the Chiefs are going to roll, much to my chagrin. But some distractions hitting the Chiefs, and so I don't know how confident I am. I'm still rolling with them. And by the way, please don't mistake this for me wanting them to win. I would love to see the Niners. Nice fan base. McCaffrey seems like a great guy. Brock, not to be confused with Lesnar, seems like a great guy. And of course, my boy, Jonathan Feliciano, good friend of the program. I would love to see them win. I just feel like the Chiefs always come out on top. They're like the house. They always seem to come out on top. In any event, DraftKings Sportsbook, the place to be for all your Super Bowl needs. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use code DMMA. Our new customers can bet $5 and get 200 instantly in bonus bets. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of Super Bowl 58 with the code VMMA Hour. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. That's 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. 21 plus, age vary by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. See DKNG.com/football for eligibility and deposit restrictions, terms, and responsible gaming resources. Yeah. All right. So how did the boys do?
We remain winless in 2024.
What are we at in terms of weeks here? Because I know like the first week we didn't do it right. What is this now? 4 weeks?
3.
All right. It's nothing.
0-3.
What's the longest streak?
I remember there was one time before the Juliana days that I think we got to 9 and we cut it off there.
Okay.
So hopefully we don't get to double digits. Hopefully we don't even get to 9. Hopefully we just win this weekend and we start riding the ship. This one was on me and Juliana. I don't think we've even gotten more than 2 right so far this year.
But we live to fight another day.
Yeah.
I was gonna say any support here from the other pals here in the peanut gallery.
Yes. Anything?
We live to fight another day.
That's it.
All right.
Rick?
Stuff.
I mean, I've been, my thoughts on all this have been clear. When it's me, everybody comes for my neck. When it's everybody else, I'm just gonna sit back and say nothing. I'm just gonna.
That speaks volumes, though.
I'm gonna say.
Why does that speak volumes?
Yeah. Because he's by staying silent, you can almost assume that he's just.
No, I'm not gonna come at you.
You think the silence is deafening?
Yeah. Wow. Like, look at his face.
Yeah.
I actually.
Well,
feel,
now you're bringing attention.
I actually think the unfortunate part is we haven't had just one person miss yet, so we haven't been able to play the.
Hey, if we fail, we fail together.
I feel like you guys are going to roll. I think you guys are going to roll this week.
Is
Stack
there
card.
I was going to say, is there a better card on earth to start the rolling than with an absolute just stack to the brim Apex event?
No, I think this is it. I mean, so much to choose from, right? Who is the favorite, by the way, in the Pfeiffer Hermanson fight?
That'd be our guy, Joe Pfeiffer.
Yeah. Big time favorite.
Minus 225, minus 235, right in that range.
Step up for him. Hermanson, tough fight.
Step up. Definitely step up. I'm looking forward to see what he's got, though. A lot of middleweight fights on this main card. I think either 3 or 4 185 fights on this main card this weekend. So
bit of a tourney.
Yeah. Maybe they'll trot him back out there afterward. Instead of showing Road to UFC, they'll be like, stick around. That main card was actually a 185 tournament. Yeah, we got 4. This is perfect. Yeah, we got 4 middleweight fights on the main card this weekend. So, yeah, we'll do start with 8, knock it down to 4, knock it down to 2, and then get ourselves a champion.
All right, so the boys didn't do great. What about you?
Yeah, I didn't do great either. I did all right. A couple good ones. Roman Dolidze. For a half second, I had Roman Dolidze plus 5.5. You know, you count up all the judges' scorecards. They call the first one 44 or 49. I was like, oh, I'm dead. And then the next one was 47-47. I was like, oh, my gosh. Are we somehow going to get a majority draw here in this cover? Obviously did not happen. That 47-47 was an egregious scorecard. Nasruddin Imavov clearly won that fight. Yeah, betting on Stoliarenko as a favorite. Just got to swear that off. Can't do that again. That was a big regret. I'm going to sit with that one for a while. That is for sure. I mean, even when I posted my picks, several people were like, "That's bait, man. You're falling for the trap." Parlays. Dober Moicano, good fight. Went the distance though, so I lost the parlay. The Georgian parlay falls flat on the very first leg. But great performances by Molly McCann and Randy Brown. That was a nice one, a little plus money parlay. And we do get the 2-week parlay to carry over Natalia Silva and Joe Pfeiffer. But a lot of red. We hate seeing this much red on the weekly recap. Still haven't fallen back under the 100-unit mark yet, though. Knock on wood, we stay above that, and we get into the green for 2024. You know, I wrote UFC Apex 86. I mean, how dumb of me. This was UFC Apex 85. An unforgivable mistake there.
You jumped the gun.
That
was
was
so excited for 86.
Yep.
It was on your mind.
Bingo. I think when we talked about it last week about whether or not we were going to hit 100 this year, I think our Jed Mashu told us beginning of April we'll be at 91. So
that's crazy.
I feel decent about it.
Beginning of April. Jeez Louise, 2 months? 5 more?
Yeah.
That's depressing.
Yeah.
It's like even I was watching the Conor Ben fight and that atmosphere wasn't great, but even that compared to this, you know?
I think it's not only the atmosphere, but I think it's a combination of the quality of the cards.
Oh, for sure. But honestly, if it was 298 in there, I would feel a little bit funky about it too.
Oh, of course, yeah. I agree with you. I think it's just a combination of both.
Sure, the combo is bad, but even if the Super Bowl was played in like a training facility,
yeah,
it wouldn't feel like the Super Bowl. You know? It's like you need the atmosphere.
Flash bombs, you got to have everything.
Yeah.
Rick's over here wiggling in his seat. He's ready to defend the Apex still.
No, you're not. There's no. I know you like to take the other side. There's no way you can say anything to.
How dare you take the other side?
Come on.
I don't take the other side of anything. I speak from the heart. The Apex is not that bad, but
oh my God, even that is offensive.
The Apex is not as bad as, you're portraying it to be.
I feel like my soul dies.
There's certainly a certain lack of energy, and Alexander K. Lee on the post-fight show made a very good point, which is like, imagine, you know, how Moicano became Money Moicano because he was playing off the crowd and he's pausing. You think about this Apex rant, and he kind of is just like going and going and going. There's no feedback. He doesn't wait for the crowd to give him a reaction, and you kind of lose some of that as well. So it's not just the fights themselves, but even like those post-fight mic moments with a crowd would have felt a little bit different. So yeah, there's something lost. I just don't think it's as bad as you guys.
No, it's awful.
Make it.
It's awful. It's awful. And even now you get to the point where the fighters, you know, the UFC fighters are not going to, and I understand why, you're not going to criticize, even now you're starting to see like Charles Johnson, who, let's be honest, could be expendable, right? He's not a main eventer. Even he's talking about it. And, when it gets to that point, you got a problem. No one.
Yeah, but they're fighting. I'm watching on TV. I don't care.
No one scratches and claws their way to get to the top and say, I want to fight in front of no one.
No,
in the major
nor
leagues.
should they. The fighters should have the biggest gripe with it. For me, as a consumer of the product on television, it's.
You see, I would actually say the opposite, because a lot of fighters have said, "Oh, I say to them, did you notice when the crowd was booing, or did you notice when they were cheering against you?" Like, nope, tunnel vision. I don't notice anyone. So actually, I would buy what you're saying. Say like, hey, you know what, fighters, they don't even notice. Who cares? We're the ones suffering. We have to sit there for 7 hours watching this and pretend like it's Major League MMA when it's in an empty warehouse. Come on. You can't even. And then I love when the UFC employees, like the broadcasters, defend it, and like it's great. Yeah, I would too. It's incredibly convenient, especially if you live in Las Vegas. But even if you don't, you're in, you're out, everything's right there. I get it. But as a fight fan, you can't defend with a straight face the Apex anymore. You can't. It was great, and there's a place for it. Contender Series, Ultimate Fighter. There's a place. But they're killing my soul with these fights there. They are killing my soul. My favorite card of the year last year, my card of the year was Fight Night Austin. Wasn't even a pay-per-view. Great card, but it was elevated because of the crowd. Apex, nothing. And who are those people paying those exorbitant fees to sit there for these cards? What is going on?
Real fans.
Nothing's going to change until the broadcasters say things need to change. And I feel for the fighters. They deserve better. First of all, they deserve to have their family there. Second of all, they deserve to be fighting in front of thousands. You're telling me if you fight for Fury FC, you're fighting in front of more people than if you're a lower-level UFC fighter? Come on. Themba Gorimbo, he should be fighting in front of 12 people? Come on. You don't believe this.
You're making an argument that has a straw man. I'm not arguing against the idea that it is not better. What I'm arguing is the degree of how much better, the incremental improvement is not significant. It's pretty, from a TV perspective, it's pretty not that significant.
I mean, if you're talking about like the perspective of like, what does the fight look like? Then,
it's pretty much the same.
It's pretty much the same.
No, it's not.
I mean,
it is.
What the fight looks like, it is pretty much the same. But I mean,
no energy. He just said sparring match. We didn't get the best of Renato Moicano and Drew Dober because they were in sparring match mode. They weren't in big fight mode, co-main event mode.
Yeah, but that's what I was going to say. You don't get the crowd hyped up. You don't get like the it being in a special location rather than just being in Vegas again. You miss out on all that.
You know what? Dare I say, Conor Benn, look at his last two fights. Ho-hum in smaller venues.
We could do this hindsight game all day of just like, oh, look, the results. Well, now it's because of this. It's because of the Apex. It's just not.
I love how dismissive Rick is.
Well, there's no evidence. We're just presenting like these anecdotal things that are not real.
It's actually the best kind of evidence. Yes, well, I'm not speaking for anyone else. I'm speaking for myself. It's killing my soul.
You just said that Conor Benn didn't fight as good because he fought in different venues.
That's my feeling.
Said that.
That's my feeling. Anyway, nevertheless, were there any big hitters or anything like that? Or oh, really? Wow, we're just skipping over that. Why was it
skipping them on Apex cards?
Oh, is that it? Are we done?
I just didn't really get any submissions. Busy Sunday around the house.
Really? No football?
Tweet.
Who, me?
Things I had to do. Honestly, that drop, I can't tell if it's
I know. I thought it was you just a second ago.
Oh, my gosh.
Done, Frank.
Okay. I guess no big hitters.
Yeah, no big hitters this week.
I'm sorry. Am I wrong?
Back on it, 298.
Am I wrong for thinking that this is the first time that we've never had him?
Nah, there's been a couple cards we've missed. Sometimes it's just not there,
No one bet on the great Charles Radke, who asked to be paid for his post-fight interview or post-fight press conference?
No, I think a couple people did for sure. Underdog, nice underdog play.
Charles Johnson, that was a really nice one. That was a great
what were you going to say about
Charles
Radke?
underdog parlay?
I was just going to say, like, he's doing a bit of a character, I'm assuming, right? Like, I don't think he actually wanted people to, like, Venmo him there to pay him. But I also think the character doesn't work is the problem. Like, I was thinking about this. Like, a lot of people have taken the wrong idea away from guys like Conor McGregor and Chael and other, like, the charisma part of it is kind of important. It's not just the actual just saying things. And And I
Should
think
Buffalo give out his Venmo.
no. What I'm saying is people are interpreting this or like retelling this or reciting this like he expected to be paid in that moment, which I don't think is the accurate takeaway. But at the same time, I also think it just wasn't a good promo. Like he doesn't have it, whatever it is. I think there's a world where if Chael said that or Connor said that or somebody who has that was able to convey that, I think that it would have hit different. I just don't think he has it, whatever it is. But I also don't think he was asking somebody to pull out their wallet and pay him to.
No, but do you think he was being literal?
No, that's what I'm saying.
No, meaning like it just in general too. Not even like, oh, send me Venmo. Like I just think he was saying like, I should be. But
that like speaking to a larger thing, like we should be paid for this. Maybe.
I don't think he was, and
I don't think it was that deep. Honestly, I think he kind of was just like spitting in the moment. But I also, as I said, like he's just not that good at it. Like he got on the mic and kind of botched it in the cage as well.
And I don't. Do you think, like, honestly, do you think the media in attendance was like taking some big stand, or do you think they just ran out of questions? Because he said it so dismissively.
If you're going to dismiss them to their face and be like, you should have to pay me to whether he's literal or not, like, know who you are, and your placement on the card. Like, why would anybody jump to ask you a question at that point? And he's going to say, "That's what I wanted." You're not going to pay me. I'm not going to answer, and I'm going to walk away. So everybody kind of is fine there. Nobody's missing out on the Charles Radke content, and he's not having to spend any extra time with it. Everybody comes away a winner there.
Yes. By the way, I feel like more people talked about him as a result of this.
Yeah, it worked to a certain degree, but again, I think there's a cap on that, right? Like the say a lot of things and make a lot of noise things needs a pairing with the actual charisma and the delivery. And the reason Moicano is getting over is not just because he's speaking, right? People are connecting with what's happening.
100%. And dare I say what he said was no cap in addition to the cap. Now, what about this Bellator card that was announced today? March 22nd, their first show in the PFL era. They announced, as we first reported last week, it's going to be Corey Anderson versus Carl Moore for the vacant light heavyweight title. If you're wondering why it's vacant, Vadim Nemkov has vacated the title to move up to heavyweight. He's on that February 24th card in Riyadh. And Liam McCourt against Sinead Kavanaugh 2. Now, two things jump out at me. Nice card. It's on a Friday. Don Davis told us that was going to be their day. Or maybe it was Mike Hogan that said that. No, it was Don Davis. Don Davis said that was going to be the day for Bellator, which I'm fine with. It's in Belfast. It's in Northern Ireland. Don't love the afternoon card on a Friday because people are working, but caters to that audience. But the big thing that was striking to me was when we were told about the 8 Bellator fights in 2024 and beyond, we were told what? We were told two title fights per card. This only has 1 title fight. And then you see Liam McCourt on there. And we remember Liam McCourt facing off with Chris Cyborg at Bellator 300 back in October. And I know it was different ownership, but she's right there. Cyborg's not fighting on the February 24th card against Larissa Pacheco. I don't understand why you're not doing Liam McCourt versus Cyborg. Liam McCourt versus Cyborg as headliner or co-main event sells that place out. Liam McCourt is from there. Why is she fighting Sinead Kavanaugh again and not Chris Cyborg for the belt? I don't quite understand. Is it a budget thing? Is it some other reason? It feels like a bit of a stumble out of the gate for the new era.
Yeah, my feeling was the new Bellator looks a lot like the old Bellator, was my feeling as soon as I saw that. Like, how is this materially different?
Right.
It's the same thing that we just were seeing with Bellator. Business as usual. So
Carl Moore fighting for the belt, local guy, great. Liam McCourt fighting for the belt, local girl, great. That would have been perfect, right? You're catering to the market.
But even that, I'm like,
well, I mean, you can't.
It's just more of the same.
The roster is what it is. They're not going to.
Well, I mean, I would hope not. I would hope that there's going to be something different happening. That's the whole.
No, what could they have done?
Otherwise, what was the merger for? Like, just to run Bellator?
No, for PFL to acquire these assets. A, February 24th. B, new TV deal, which some of it was announced for Europe, DAZN, but not the American portion, which I think is going to be announced in the next couple of weeks, they're hoping. So it's not. And then again, all they had to give up was percentage points, not actual money. The matchmaking, though, is puzzling to me. It's very puzzling.
I don't get it. I mean, the only assumption I can make is that there was some negotiation that did not go the way they had hoped, because otherwise it does not make sense.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I feel for Leah McCourt especially because she had the face-off. She's right there, and they're going to her hometown.
Yeah.
Like you would think it's a layup.
Agreed.
And the only thing that would have precluded that from happening was if they did Kayla Harrison versus Cyborg February 24th and or Chris Cyborg versus Larissa Pacheco, and neither of those fights are happening.
If this gives way to Cyborg versus Pacheco, then ultimately I'm fine with it. If that is the result of why, even if that's not exact the direct reason why, but if ultimately we get that fight because this fight did not happen, I can live with that. It's a better fight by far.
Yeah, and I guess Pacheco would have to go over there because they said they're getting rid of that weight class, right, in favor of the 125.
Yeah.
So now she has nowhere to go, and she would be a nice addition to 145 over there.
The runway is clear for this to take off. So if that is ultimately what happens, then I'm good with it.
It's never that easy. With at least
I would assume not.
One of the members of that equation. No. So yeah, they only announced those two fights, by the way. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. And the other thing that was announced, I do believe, since we last spoke, was Jake Paul's opponent for his return on March the 2nd. You guys excited about that?
Yeah, I can't wait. Frank was buzzing at lunch about it.
Yes, he's.
Frank, what was his name again?
Who, me?
What a drop. What a drop. I love that. Yeah, no, I'm out on this.
Hasn't
so
fought in a
completely.
while, huh?
8-1 pro boxer with. Is he 8-1? I don't know. I saw different. Anyway, Ryan Borland.
I thought his name was 8-1.
Oh, sorry. No. 8-1. I do
Ryan
believe.
Borland, okay.
No, he's 17-2. Jake Paul. Yes, that's why when I read that, I was like, that's not right. 17-2, 6 knockouts, and 35 years young, coming off a 5th round TKO of Santario Martin in September of 2022, and is on a 3-fight winning streak.
4-6, Santario Martin.
Yeah, listen, building blocks, steps. All right. So
What are we building toward here?
we will see you out there at the legendary El Choliseo de Puerto Rico. Now,
My flight already.
yep, we move along now. That is on March 2nd. On March 9th, so 7 days later, we are getting the return of El Diamante. Yes, he is back in Miami, adopted home state, if you will. Of course, he trains nearby Coconut Creek against Benoit Saint Denis in a 5-round co-main event. Wow, tremendous stuff. It is, in fact, going down. Always a pleasure to talk to the great Dustin Poirier. And here he is, kind enough to join us. Hello, Dustin. How are you?
What's up, Errol?
Good to talk to you, my friend. Wow, those are really interesting earbuds. They're like little dots.
Samsung gang, bro.
Look at
Hear
you.
you loud and clear.
Wow, and they fit nicely with the cauliflower, because sometimes that's the problem. So.
Yeah, they're great.
Okay. Well, very nice to see you. Very nice to have you here. Shout out to our good friends over at Celsius as well. The peach vibe is a vibe. I can attest. I like it very much. Okay, so chronological order, if we can. Benoit Saint Denis. I have to admit, I was a little bit surprised, if only because you have told me in the past, like, you need to get up in the morning, right? You need to get excited. You need someone who's going to get the blood boiling, et cetera, et cetera. And you've been very vocal about this. And I think he's tremendous. I think he's a future title contender, a future champion. Future being the key word. What was your reaction when you were first approached with him as the name?
I was surprised. I thought it was, going to be a more well-known fighter. Because in my head, I was like, maybe a legacy fight, maybe a RDA, maybe another former champ. I don't know, just something. I thought the offer I'd get from the UFC would be something more like that. But like you said, I needed something to get me up in the morning. And I respect this sport and I honor this sport. And I'm 35 years old now. You know, this guy's a young, hungry lion who's on a streak, you know, I think he finished 5 fights in a row. And somebody gave me my shot, you know, to crack in. So I respect the game, and that's what I'm doing. You know, let's see if I still March 9th, buy the pay-per-view, and we'll see. We'll find out.
Okay.
You know the meme? You know the meme with the dog looking in the mirror? And he's like, I still got checking to see if I still got that dog in me. 5 rounds March 9th.
So you feel okay, so this proves that. By the way, the 5 rounds is interesting because there's never a set thing as to when they implement it for a non-main event. Was that your idea, their idea? How did we get to 5 rounds?
No, I told them. I said, yeah, I'll fight the guy, but let's do it 5 rounds.
Oh, wow. Okay, why? Why was that your suggestion?
Because I feel like the better fighter, you know, unless something crazy happens early, Ariel, the better fighter wins over 5 rounds.
Yeah, so he hasn't been in that spot before. You've been in there countless times. You feel like you can test him by taking him into deep waters.
And just even if he doesn't fatigue, or even if it's not deep waters to him, he's the god of war. That's what he wants, you know. I feel like the rhythm, timing, you know, my experience, I pick up on that stuff the longer the fight goes, and I'll find openings and things like that. I prefer it.
And is this someone, you know, he just had an incredible knockout against Matt Frevola.
I was there.
Yeah. Okay. So was he even on your radar at all? Like, even when you're watching him, are you thinking, okay, he might be in my crosshairs in 2024? Or did you view him as someone that was so far away?
I kind of viewed it as far away. I knew of him because he beat a teammate of mine, Thiago Moises. That's the first time I saw him fight. I didn't know about him until then. And then obviously I know who Matt Frevola is. And I was there in Madison Square Garden watching it live. So I was like, wow. Then he called me out when he got, you know, and I was like, in my head, sitting there in a chair, cage side, I was like, no way that's happening. You know, that this guy got some work to do. I think somebody even asked me backstage, what do I think about the call out? And I was like, this guy's got some work to do. You know, this is my 30th fight in the UFC.
Wow.
But here we are.
That is crazy. And currently in the UFC rankings, you're ranked 3rd. He's ranked 11th. And we were trying to figure out before you came on, like, what's been the biggest gap in terms of ranking, and maybe like Petr Yan, Sean O'Malley, or Khabib, Ally Quinta, but they're not much bigger than 3 and 11. Is that something you look at? Did you even know this?
Man, rankings, I think that's more for the fans, honestly, bro. On any given night, any of these 15 guys and guys outside of that list can win a fight, you know.
Okay.
Can win a fight against anybody. Yeah.
Because, you know, that's part of the thinking, right? Like, this guy, get a few wins, crack the top, whatever. You know, people do think this way. This has been a thing.
I don't know.
Clearly not you.
I don't care. I just scrap, man.
Okay. And even though the opponents haven't been maybe names such as yourself, I'm assuming you would agree, he is a very talented fighter, right? Like, everything I said about him, you would agree with? Future contender, potential future champion, et cetera, et cetera.
For sure, man. He's a dog, you know. I went back and started watching fights with my coaches and stuff, and his debut, he came into the UFC, I think, short notice at 170 pounds and got hit with some huge shots and didn't really take a step backwards. He kept coming forward, kept staying in the fire. He has no quit in him. And those are the kind of fights that excite me, man. You know, I know it's not good for me, but those are the kind of fights I want to be involved in, you know. And it is what it is. He's got a huge momentum in Europe, right? Apparently he's like a really big star there.
Yeah.
Now that MMA is legal. Mike Brown called him.
You want to take that?
You know, no.
Okay.
I'll call him back. And he finished 5 guys in a row. UFC likes him. He's getting traction. So I'll be the judge of that. You know, I'll be the judge if he's ready.
Of course, I'd be remiss if I don't ask you about last Thursday. What, if anything, you can tell us about, and I'm not trying to make it awkward between you and the UFC, but you did scare a lot of people with your initial tweet, and then a couple hours later, we found out all's well that ends well. What could you tell us about what happened when you initially tweeted that the fight was off and then later on tweeted that all was good and you reconnected with your manager and everything had been rectified?
I don't want to dive too deep into it. There was some miscommunication. Not everybody was on the same page, and I couldn't get a hold of somebody. And things got a little bit confusing for me, and I was waiting to hear something, but it is what it is. Fight's on.
Okay, and you feel good about where everything stands?
Yeah, I feel great.
Okay, and I know you were initially talking maybe 300. You fell one event short. Now, some of the fans, I don't know if you look.
No, they offered me this fight for 300.
Oh, really? Okay. What happened?
Yeah, I was talking with Hunter, and we were like maybe the opening of the pay-per-view, maybe the second fight of the pay-per-view, and then 299 we started talking about, and to be the co-main event, I'm like, that's a much bigger slot. It's close to my training camp. It's close to home. You know, from New Orleans, straight flight to Fort Lauderdale or to Miami is easy to do for people. So I wanted to be part of 300, you know, but this just made more sense, I think.
Wow. Okay, so this was your call. Like if you would have said, give me 300, you would have been on 300.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, they did. They offered it.
Yeah. Because I was going to say, some fans are saying that 299 is actually a better card than 300, obviously with your fight being included. So who really cares?
This card is stacked for sure, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, this card is stacked. And we don't know the 300 main event yet, so we'll see.
Again, I don't know if you look at this stuff, but currently you're listed as the underdog. How do you feel about that?
I would bet on myself if I could, but unfortunately I cannot.
Why do you think you're the underdog?
That's how I feel about it. I'm not sure because I lost my last fight. Maybe. I'm 35. He's 28. He finished 5 guys in a row. You know, he's finishing all of his wins in his career. Maybe that's why. I don't know.
Is that the kind of thing that disrespects you? Do you feel disrespected by it? Do you feel motivated by this? Do you feel any sort of way about it?
Bro, my whole life I've been an underdog, Ariel. This is where I perform the best.
So maybe this is the perfect spot for you coming off last July.
Yeah, this is perfect.
And speaking of that conversation you had with Hunter, I'm just wondering, were any, because I know you and Nate were going back and forth, and there was the Connor stuff and all that. Were any other names thrown out? Who were
Connor was never thrown out. We spoke about Nate a little bit, but I don't think they're bringing him back. I'm not sure. I don't want to get into all that stuff. I don't know what's going on. But no other big names. Nothing was thrown.
Okay. Were you bummed by that initially?
I mean, the Nate one's going to get away. I don't know how many fights I have left. I think 6 with the UFC. He's moving on to boxing and stuff like that. I just don't see how our paths will cross. But, I just wanted to fight this guy because I grew up watching him.
Will that be a bummer for you if that, like, given the history dating back to 230, I think it was, in New York City, 2018, the fact that this never happens, do you feel like, will that be one that eats at you when you're older?
I would have liked it to happen, but I would really like for the UFC or for Nate to be honest and tell the truth about why that fight fell apart, because everybody still thinks like I pulled out and all this, but
Can I ask you why did it fall apart?
I mean, I think personally, he was playing a bunch of games with the UFC. They started offering me replacement opponents, telling me he was off the card. I had a hip problem going on. I let the UFC know. Everyone know I was going to fight if it was him. If they use a replacement fighter, I'm out. I'll fight if it's him. I'll push through this training camp. I'm fine, but I need to get this taken care of. And when they started offering replacement opponents, I was like, well, I'm not fighting these replacement guys.
And he didn't end up fighting on the card either. So there seemed to have been something to that.
Hardball.
It's not very fun. It's not very fun at times, the fight game. And now he's in talks to fight your friend and teammate Jorge Masvidal in boxing. Do you have interest in this fight and seeing this?
I mean, I'm definitely going to buy the pay-per-view, or if I'm here, I'll maybe go to the fight and watch it. I'm a fan. Yeah. So they got one buy here.
Yeah. I know some fans said, I love it, but I'd rather see them in MMA than boxing,
Yeah. I would too, but maybe this is better for Nate, because George did what, he'd take him down, kick him in the head, beat him up a little bit with the rule set of MMA. Not saying he was losing on the feet. George is a really good boxer. He's probably winning on the feet. But the ground and pound, the things like that, that's where he pulled ahead in their fight, the first one. So we'll see what happens. I'm a fan of both guys. George is a friend of mine, and I know he's working hard right now, so I'm excited to see it.
What is your take on the state of the division? It's a little bit of a weird time because the champ doesn't have a fight, and we thought Gaethje would be next, but he's fighting Max the following month after yours, and Oliveira's fighting Arman on that card too. You're fighting Benoit, so it seems like everyone's active there, and there's no clear-cut number one guy. What do you make of it all?
I'm surprised that I thought Gaethje was going to fight Islam. You know, that's what the fight I thought was going to happen. It's definitely Max and Gaethje's a fun fight. You know, I fought both of them twice. This is going to be a fun fight for the fans. I'm excited about it as a fan of the sport, but I really thought Gaethje was going to get a crack at the belt.
Do you have a preference, or do you have an inkling who wins that one?
Again, if I could bet,
yes,
I respect both guys. Both guys are great fighters. I think I would put money on Max, just him being the dog. I see a lot of people online saying that Max is going to be undersized and that. Man, Max is a big guy. You know, him and Gaethje probably walk around the same weight. You know, that Max isn't a small guy. And the striking, the timing of Max, his range, his durability. It's a coin toss, but if I was betting, I would bet Max.
Isn't it crazy? I just saw the anniversary of your first fight against Max, just passed a couple of days ago, UFC 143, and that was the Nick Diaz.
12 years.
Crazy, right? Did you think that kid? I remember how young he looked. You looked tremendously young too, but him just a little bit more. Did you think he would turn out? Obviously, we don't know, but did you see that in him, that he could be a future champion and legend of the sport?
I didn't think that far into it. You know, I remember breaking down footage with my coaches. It was hard to find footage because he was so young in his career. We thought he was more of a kickboxer, but, you know, he's rounded out his game, put in the work, and he's one of the best of all time, I think, you know. I had no clue that he was going to turn into the champion and legendary fighter he is now.
Yeah. Both of your, you know.
And he's a good dude. There's a lot of slimy people in this sport. Max is one of the good ones, man.
Yes. Do you think there's more slimy people now than back then?
For sure.
Why do you think that is?
For sure. Because it's mainstream now. You know, this MMA, NHB, this used to be our thing, you know? It was like for the dogs. It was, I don't know, it was for us, by us. It was FUBU, man. It was our thing, you know? We had a code. And as money comes in, as it gets on mainstream TV and more fans get involved, younger generation gets involved, you know, it's I don't want to say watered down because there's still incredible fighters and great fights being put together, but the thing as a whole is it's just different. It's just different. We had a brotherhood.
1,000%. And could I also add a sisterhood too? Because I feel like this
was before women fought.
Even before women fought, but there's become this new thing now to just shit all over the women fighters. And I feel like the in the early days, the women were so accepted by you guys, by the male fighters. And now this new fan base just thinks like, they're not worth our time. Like, we never even thought to do that back then as fans, to crap on, you know, when they were on Strikeforce or Elite XC, like no one batted an eye. And now I just feel like there's this negativity surrounding them, surrounding disrespecting you guys. I couldn't agree more. The brotherhood line is, there was just some sort of community. And I'm not going to sit here as like the old guy and say like, oh, everything was hunky-dory back then. Of course, there was some crap characters and there was some negativity and toxicity, but it definitely feels a lot more pronounced.
But it was
now.
real. Back then, it was real. If two guys were jawing at each other, it was for a real reason. Mm-hmm. You know, now people do it to get a headline or a clip or something, you know. Back then, it was real. And sometimes this day and age, it's real too a lot of times, but a lot of times it's not.
I wanted to ask you about Arman Tsarukyan because he's climbing the ladder. And before he got this fight, he said, I would have no problem fighting Dustin, even though we're in the same gym sometimes. How would you feel about that?
I would rather not fight guys from the gym just because I remember when Woodley and Robbie fought and just how it separated, you know, a big fight, how it separated the gym, and it's just bad vibes, you know. I want to go into training not blocking off the cage for my session so certain coaches don't see and separating my times when I'm going to train, and it's just bad, you know. It's just a bad vibe in the gym.
Right.
Do you feel some sort of way when you hear a fellow ATT fighter say that about you, or do you understand where he's coming from?
No, it's dog eat dog, man. You got to climb the ladder. This is an individual sport.
Mm-hmm. And so, and
I don't feel some type of way about much when it comes to this anymore.
You're desensitized.
I'm passionate about I'm passionate about my work and stuff like that, but it's so much information coming in, coming out all the time, bro. It's like, I've said it 1,000 times, I got to focus on what I can control and what I have, my output, my dedication, my intensity, showing up every day, trying to get better. That's all I can, everything else is just noise, man.
Do you think, much like Mike Brown, who just called you before, do you think you'll transition into a coach when you're done, whenever that time is?
I'm not sure. I do enjoy working with guys like Johnny Eblin, and not that I'm his coach, nowhere near that, but bouncing information off of each other in the gym and stuff. I like to work with guys who have established themselves and know a good bit about the sport. Obviously, he's a world champion. He's way ahead of that, but starting on like a blank slate, teaching someone how to fight who just walked in the gym for their first day, teaching them fundamental jiu-jitsu and wrestling and things like that, that's not like a passion of mine right now.
Okay. I saw the photo of you and Kayla Harrison, and obviously she's a teammate, and she just signed to the UFC. She actually looked quite svelte in the photo. There's a lot of concern about the 135. How do you feel about that decision for her health and safety?
I'm around her a lot in the gym, and we are friends. We speak every time we see each other in the gym, but I have no clue what she's walking around, her weight. I don't know anything about that. I haven't even spoke to her about the cut or what's it looking like. I just congratulated her on becoming a UFC fighter, and that was kind of it. I wish her the best. She's a very hard worker for sure. She's dedicated.
Is that just my eyes, like trying to trick myself into believing it, or does she actually look leaner?
I mean, she's definitely fit. She's definitely in shape, and she's in the gym every day. But I have no clue what she's walking around at.
Okay. Earlier in the show, Dustin, we had Themba Gorimbo on, and he had mentioned that you donated $10,000 after you saw him at the World MMA Awards to help. I believe it's with the library that he's trying to build. Am I wrong?
It's with cataracts.
Cataract. Okay,
it's
so I got
the
two mixed up. Could you tell me about? Did you just walk up to him, or like how did you? I know obviously the Good Fight Foundation helps many different people from all walks of life, but how did you two link up?
The MMA Awards invited me to come out and present. I think it was Female Fighter of the Year award, and Alexa Grasso won that. So I gave her the award and stuff, but I was there watching the whole event, and he got up there and started talking. I saw the passion, and I was like, man, this guy, he really cares about his people back home, and he's trying to spread awareness and do good things. And that's what it's all about. He's fighting the good fight. So if I can help out, make a difference.
That's it.
Why not? So yeah, when he got off the stage, I walked up to him and said, hey, I would love to help out with what you got going on.
That's incredible. And you just said, I'm going to donate this much, like on the spot.
Yeah.
Look at you.
He's setting up an organization in Zimbabwe, I believe, and part of it's going to be for the library, and then he's going to give back to his village. They have I guess a bad problem with cataracts. He was explaining to me.
Yes.
So I'm gonna donate and help him out with that.
Did you see his fight on Saturday?
Of course, I messaged him the night of. He messaged me the next day. Yeah, incredible, man. Congrats to him. And him auctioning off his shorts to raise money for a good cause. Like, that makes me feel good. That's what, if everybody had that mindset, the world would be a better place. Try to leave it better than you found it. And we're fighting regardless. We're fighting for our family and ourselves regardless. So if you can stack more onto that, make it worth more, make those shorts sell and bring money to people who wouldn't have an opportunity, why not, man? It's our duty as human beings to I don't know. I don't want to get too far into it, but
yeah,
it's just, he's fighting the good fight,
Yes. And how is the Good Fight Foundation doing?
Doing great, man. Thanks for asking. It's doing great. March 15th is Dustin Poirier Day in Lafayette, Louisiana. So right now we're trying to set a goal that I can put with this fight coming up so I can auction my shorts and raise some money for something. We're just trying to tie it down. As soon as I get it, though, I'll announce it.
Okay. Wow, what timing? Just 6 days after your fight.
Yeah, perfect.
And what do they do?
Last year it's just, I got like a proclamation, not do whatever you want. Last year we did haircuts at the hub the Edge barbershop in Lafayette, Louisiana. A bunch of their barbers donated their time and their equipment and came in and cut people's hair who were less fortunate, couldn't get a haircut, things like that. So that's what we did for March 15th last year.
When did this start, Dustin Poirier Day? Like, what year? Do you remember?
Maybe I'd have to look at the proclamation in the office in my wall, but maybe 3-4 years ago.
Like, did it happen after a big moment in your career, a big fight, a big win?
I believe it happened after the second Conor fight.
Okay, so 2021.
Yeah.
Okay,
so 3 years.
By the way, does DC have a day in Lafayette?
Well, you got to be there and be on the streets in Lafayette, Louisiana to get one of those.
Wow. That's a low blow.
Man.
Not even a day, huh?
Yeah.
Wow.
Where's AK at? Where's the AK? He might have a day there.
Yeah, San Jose, Gilroy.
San Jose.
Yeah.
Yeah, he probably has a day there.
Wow. I wonder if he knows this. I think he does know this. I knew there was a DP day.
He's got it circled on his calendar. Come on.
And by the way, we had another teammate of yours, Renato Moicano, on. What a transformation. Have you noticed a difference in him? He's incredible. His personality is amazing. And he's been in the UFC 10 years, and I feel like we're just learning about him.
Yeah. Dude, congrats to him. I saw him when I came into camp. He was finishing up when I got down to South Florida. He looked focused, man. You could see it in his eyes. He kept everything really short when I spoke to him. He just seemed really focused. But he's dude, I've been knowing this guy's a good fighter for a long time.
I love that
for
guy.
years.
What a person. Did you know he had that kind of personality? Like that he was so funny and
No clue. No clue.
Did you see his post-fight interview?
Of course.
This guy is we're talking
he's gonna be a cop.
Yeah.
He's got a brother on the way.
Yes. No, already here. The brother's arrived. The 62-year-old dad is a dad again. Unbelievable. When you dream about Benoit Saint Denis, when you dream about this fight, what are you envisioning about how it plays out?
That I stop him over 25 minutes. I don't know. I think I can submit him or knock him out. He looks very physically strong, man. He's got a takedown in every one of his fights. Good judo, good jiu-jitsu, big kicks, throws everything with power. Very dangerous guy. I think his best attribute is his mentality, his mental toughness, and his grit. When he's in there, he's there to fight. You got to really, if I'm going to get him out of there, it's got to really happen. This guy's not going to find a soft spot on the mat. I gotta put him down.
He's like releasing hostages back home. Like he was in the army and he's got a crazy background. So I agree with your assessment. It seems like the kind of guy that is not going to look for an easy way out early on, right?
Right. Or long term. I got to really stop this guy.
Yeah.
And let's go. That's what it's about. It's the hurt business.
I like it. I feel like your excitement is there. I feel like people are doubting you. They're putting a lot of stock in the last one. Maybe it's not the sexy name, but I feel like it's the sexy circumstance, right? It's like this is where you thrive when your back's against the wall. Pay the cost to be the boss. Like this is what it's all about for you.
Salute, of course. That's what fighting is. That's what fighting is. A guy with not a huge name here in America, but a very dangerous guy who can beat anybody in the top 10, in the top 15. This is a very dangerous fight. This isn't an easy fight. This is hard. This is a hard style to deal with. Constant pressure on the fence, shooting, good jiu-jitsu, big punches, big kicks. There's a lot of weapons that he uses and a very dangerous fight. But those are the fights I want to be involved in, man. Dangerous fights. I said that before the last one, that's what it's about. I want to fight. I want to be put in a fight. Take me there.
Two last very quick ones. The day before your fight, Francis fights AJ. I know you're a big boxing fan. Do you think he can pull it off?
Dude, if you'd asked me this question before he fought Tyson,
yeah,
I would say no way. But he could. He can stop him. Joshua gets hurt. This is a big guy who can punch, who's going to be a little bit different timing, a little bit awkward. All it takes is one. I think he could pull it off. I don't know if he will, but he can for sure.
You give him a chance.
Oh, yeah.
And you really think San Fran's going to win on Sunday? I feel like they have no shot.
Yeah, I do.
Why?
Just feel it in my plums, man.
They're two playoff games. They looked very unimpressive. Meanwhile, KC won on the road against Buffalo and Baltimore. I feel like everything just goes KC's way. I want San Fran to win, but I don't see it.
I don't know. I think San Fran's going to win.
That one you could bet on, by the way. I think you're actually allowed to bet on that one.
I can bet on the Joshua fight, I believe, as well.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Will you?
Of course.
Are you a big better?
I'm a degenerate, man. Come on.
You watch the slap fighting too?
Nah, I missed
that. Great stuff, DP. Thank you as always for the time.
I'm not that much of a degenerate.
Yes, I know. You opened the door. Well done. Happy it all worked out in your favor, and can't wait to see you March 9th in Miami. Good luck in the next month or so in training, and of course, good luck on the night.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
There he is, the great Dustin Poirier, returning on March the 9th. What a weekend that's going to be, right? March the 8th, we've got Francis versus Anthony Joshua. And then, of course, March the 9th, we have 299. Is 299 going to be better than 300? 299 is some credit card. I mean, you got to be. That is something. I remember 199 was solid. 299. Sean O'Malley, Marlon Vera. Dustin Poirier against Benoit Saint Denis. Kevin Holland versus Michael Page, MVP. Gilbert Burns versus Jack Della Maddalena. And Petr Yan against Song Yadong. That's just the main card. Curtis Blades against Jalton Almeida. Incredible. 298 is great too. And of course, the main event that night is one that I am looking forward to. One of my most anticipated fights of the year. The backstory, the storylines, everything. The buzz going into it feels immense. We are 12 days away now. It's the return of Alex Volkanovski at 145 to defend his title against the surging superstar himself, the pride of both Georgia and Spain, El Matador himself, Ilia Topuria. He's kind enough to join us. There he is, one of the best-dressed men in MMA, Ilia Topuria, always dressed to the nines. How are you, sir?
Doing well. What about you, mate?
I'm doing great. Doing very well. It's great to see you. Thank you for taking the time. I know it's very busy as you're
my pleasure.
Ending the training camp. So what has it been like? First training camp for a title in the UFC. Yeah. Does this one feel different? Is there a different energy, a different buzz? How would you describe it?
Yeah, without any doubt, it feels like with a little bit different energy. You know, I'm fighting for the UFC World title, which was my dream since I was a kid. But at the same time, I had like the same training camp, like very tough as always, but the most professional training camp I ever had in my life, without any doubt.
When you say professional, what do you mean by that?
I mean everything, the weight cut, like the way we analyze the strategy, like the way we prepare for this fight, everything.
I thought you were also referring to the footage, the content that you're putting out. Like I saw the one video that you put about your training camp, but like it looked like a documentary on your Instagram. How many people you have working on your stuff for you on your social media? It's very impressive.
In my social media, I have a big team, to be honest. I have like, I don't know, from 10 to 15 people.
It's unbelievable. Like we're showing it right now, what you put out here. It looks like a feature film that you put out.
Which one?
This is from your Instagram.
Okay.
You see it?
Yeah, because we are recording a movie.
Oh, real movie?
Yeah, we are recording a movie. We're gonna represent this movie after I will become a UFC World Champion.
Okay, so it's a movie about your road to getting the belt.
Exactly. It calls like that, Road to the Belt.
Oh, it's called like that. Okay, makes a lot of sense. Yeah. And okay, so this is all coming together very nicely for you, and it kicked off with the press conference. I want to ask, and I have to be honest, Ilia, your English is very good. At the press conference in December, why didn't you speak English? Why did you use the translator?
So I don't know. Sometimes I feel more comfortable. It depends on how I wake up. You know, sometimes I just want to speak in Spanish. Sometimes I feel more comfortable in English.
But your English is great. It's perfect.
Thank you very much. I have practicing my English a lot.
Okay. Well, I could tell it's actually gotten better since the first time we met. When you the face-off between you and Alex was tremendous. Could I ask if you remember, what were you guys saying to each other when you were up there? Because there was a lot of talking back and forth.
he always tells to me like the same thing. You ready? You ready? Mate, of course I'm ready. I was born ready for this moment. Do you think I'm here by chance? I'm here because I own this place.
And what did you say back to him? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, my response was, I was born ready.
Okay. And I saw you were touching the belt. Oh, you were all that stuff. And then when you guys like look when you didn't square off and you looked at the crowd, you were still going back and forth with each other.
Yeah, because I don't know, we did the face off. Then he was calling me. I don't know. He was telling me something. I don't know what. And then we get close to each other. And, you know, part of the show.
Yeah. Do you think that he respects you?
Of course he does. Of course. He respects me a lot. And I respect him too. And I show all the respect I have for him in all the trainings, the hard work I put in. I was the first man showing up in the gym and the last one to leave it. So this is where I show the respect I have for my opponent.
Is there any part of you that feels like he is in any way, shape, or form underestimating you? That he thinks that maybe you are not as tough as your... He hasn't said this, but I'm just wondering...
No, he's not. He's not.
Okay.
He's not underestimating me. No, not at all. I see he's training really hard. He's taking this fight with a lot of responsibility, but nothing is going to help him February 17th.
It's a very rare thing for a champion to be coming off a knockout loss, right? Usually the champion's on a winning streak, they're rolling, they're feeling good. Do you think that loss to Islam changed him as a fighter?
I don't know, because I don't know how it feels when someone lose, because I never lost in my life in a professional career, I mean. So I don't know how he feels, but even if he wouldn't fight with Islam, the result will be the same. So, and we were supposed to fight in January. I don't know if you know that in Canada. So he has the belt one more month. So,
were you disappointed when it got pushed back a month?
No, not at all. I understand that he needed more time to recover. Not at all. For me, it's the same.
Some
January,
suggested
February.
that it was too soon, that he should have waited even longer after a knockout like that. What do you think?
To be honest, I don't know. I don't know what his thought process is, what he thinks, how he feels. I don't know. I think he takes the right decisions, you know? And he knows himself. His team knows him. And if he steps in, it's because he feels ready.
Speaking of which, when you heard that he was taking that fight on 10 days' notice, what did you think?
I was a little bit surprised because, I don't know, in many cases, a little bit, I don't know, it was his toughest fight, right? His biggest challenge, and accept that challenge like with 2 weeks notice. It's a little bit anticipated, but everyone knows himself, you know? I don't know. I wouldn't take that decision because I need a whole training camp, and usually in that type of fights, you know, that you have to move up on the next division. You have to face someone who is really tough, the champion.
I'm sure
but I don't know if he did it because of the money, why he did it. He said that he was through a depression or something like that, that he didn't feel well when he's not in training camp or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah. Can you understand that feeling, like that those comments that he made after the fight, feeling down when you don't have something to think about, to strive for as a fighter?
I never have that type of feeling. I'm very happy. I enjoy all the moments that life is gifting me. So I don't know what he's feeling.
Okay, you can't relate.
I can't relate at all.
Okay, fair enough. I'm sure you wanted to be the one to knock him out, right? Were you disappointed to see that? I'm sure that's something that you wanted to be the first one to do. So when you saw that, were you a little bit bummed out?
No. I don't care if I'm the first one, the second one, the third one. The thing is, I want to knock him out. I want to win, and I know that I'm going to win. That's the main thing.
Obviously, we're all confident. We all want to be confident, but you're a special kind of confident. I think even in your bio on social media, it already says that you're a champion. Can you explain why you are so confident and why you feel confident enough to put it out there, as opposed to just say it, think it? You actually are very, very open.
It's inevitable. I'm going to win this fight. It's my destiny. You know, it always was my destiny. I was born as a fighter. I was born as a UFC world champion. I know my level. I know myself. And I have the capacity of analyze all my opponents. I know that I'm better than anyone in my division. Even in the next weight class, I'm better than everyone. And it's just a matter of time that I'm going to prove all of them time and time again wrong.
You said even in the next weight class, but there's someone in the below weight class that is talking about you and that you've mentioned as well, Sean O'Malley, 135, that if you win and he wins, he says that's the fight. Do you agree with this?
Listen, he has a lot to prove in his weight class. You know, he's fighting with number 6 guy in the ranking who whooped his ass in the past. I don't think he's going to beat Chito. I think Chito is going to beat O'Malley. But even if it does, he has a lot to prove. And he has a lot more to prove in his weight division.
Okay, so
he has Merab in his weight division.
Right. Everything okay?
Yeah, everything good.
Okay. Yeah, your fellow Georgian fighter.
I just finished my training session. I'm here at the Performance Institute.
Okay.
And it's people walking around.
Okay, no problem. And thank you again for the time. We won't keep you very long. But yes, Merab, he has Cheeto coming up and Corey Sandhagen, etc. I was surprised a little bit at the press conference when someone asked you about Paddy. Just given your history, you said, no way, I wouldn't consider this fight anymore. It would be a huge fight, no? Like, I mean, that would make a lot of money, no?
A lot of money. With who? With Paddy.
You don't think
who gives a fuck about it? No. Look, I take every fight as a professional. I look to all my opponents as a professional. But with him, it's personal. If I see him in the supermarket, I just smash him right there.
Okay, so you wouldn't want to have a professional fight with him?
He's not even ranked. Did you watch his last fight?
Yes.
What was embarrassing? His last fight was embarrassing.
The Tony Ferguson fight?
Now, yeah.
Why do you think it was embarrassing?
The level he showed in that fight. That's embarrassing. Like, he looked like a beginner.
Okay, so you're not considering him. Who do you think? No. Do you think if you beat Alex, if all goes according to how when you beat him, as you would say, it would be immediate rematch, or do you think you would fight someone else?
The way I'm gonna beat him, they don't even gonna ask me about the rematch.
Wow.
Yeah.
So who do you think it would be?
Conor McGregor.
Really? At once?
Yeah, he has great fights. His upcoming fight is with Mike Chandler. If he doesn't get his ass whooped, he will be pleasure to share the octagon with me. And maybe in UFC Spain. We both from Europe. And he will be able to bring back home and tell to his wife, baby, take out the red panties to Topuria keep us rich.
What weight would this be at?
Who cares?
Who cares? All right. Were you surprised Max Holloway accept? Because I thought if you beat Alex, then Max would obviously be a huge fight for you as number one contender. But he's fighting in April. Were you surprised that he took that?
How? I'm gonna beat a guy who whooped his ass 3 times.
Okay.
How? It doesn't make any sense. Max, Jair, or Brian Ortega, all of them, they can go and retire. I'm never gonna give them the chance to fight for the title.
Wow.
Never.
So who would fight for the belt at 45? If not, those are the top guys. Who would be worthy?
I don't know, to be honest. I don't know. The UFC knows that even better than me, and I don't think they're gonna even offer me Max or all the names I told you before. So we'll see. I don't know. I'm just completely focused on my upcoming fight. We'll see what the future is holding for me.
Okay, fair enough. And I understand. I was hearing some rumblings that your contract was up, and then you got a new contract right towards the end of the year. And then I saw a picture. I believe Hunter Campbell went to visit you, I think, in Spain, and Malky was there, Malky Kawa, one of your managers. That's a big deal. Hunter went all the way from Las Vegas to Spain to come visit, not a phone call, it went to come see you. Could you tell me about how that went, how the negotiation went, and what that meant to you for him to fly all the way there to come see you in person?
The negotiations went phenomenal. So, after this fight, after me smashing Alex, I'm demonetized. You will see. Everyone's going to start calling me out because I will be the one. I will be demonetized.
Okay.
I'm not going to need anyone, any name, any weight division, anyone. I will be demonetized.
So you're happy with the deal that they cut for you?
Very happy. There was a lot of money in the air when we were talking about.
Was there any talk or any thought in your mind of testing the waters, of becoming a free agent? Did you consider that at all?
Not at all. I always had a great relationship with the UFC, so I didn't have even time to think about that.
Were there any serious discussions about an event in Spain?
Yeah, of course, it's going to happen in 2024.
Oh, wow. This year. When do you think?
Where, I think, you're asking?
When and where?
When, I don't know, at the end of the year, maybe, and where, and I hope it's going to happen in Madrid, in the Santiago Bernabeu Stadium.
You thinking that Real Madrid Stadium? You think so?
Yeah, because the stadium is ready to make events there. You can close the roof. You can, like, save the...
Oh, wow.
This shit, ¿cómo es hierba? Grass. The grass.
Yeah. It's all like electronic now. They renovated it.
Exactly. They made it especially for events.
Wow.
So it would be like one of the biggest ticket sales in the UFC history.
Yes. And when you were talking with Hunter, when your team was talking with Hunter, did this come up? Are they interested in this? Because sometimes they don't like to do the stadiums because it's so big and it's hard to see and all that.
This is what he told me.
Yeah.
But we are considering like all the options. We'll see.
Okay.
We'll see.
But you think?
But in Spain, of course, it's going to happen. UFC Spain.
So do you think that the scenario is all goes well for you on the 17th? Your first defense will be in Spain?
Yeah, maybe my first defense or me fighting with Conor in Spain.
That would be something.
Which for the whole Europe.
Yes, whole world.
Yeah.
You'll have the whole Real Madrid team there. Oh, yeah, of course. You'll have the whole squad there.
Exactly.
And is Sergio coming to your fight again?
I don't know because they have match going on.
Middle of the season.
It's middle of the season, so I don't know. But we're going to see a lot of celebrities in this fight.
Of course.
Yeah.
Knowing you, you'll probably have like Messi there. You'll have Busquets. You'll have everyone. Jordi Alba. You'll have the whole team there.
I think we're gonna have Piqué there. I don't know. I'm trying to convince him to come.
Okay, you're friends with all these people.
Yeah, of course. I have good relationship, not friends at all, but we have great relationships.
And what about the modeling and all that stuff? Everything blowing. I mean, it's gonna blow up once you, if all goes well for you on the 17th. What? How are you?
Modeling, you said.
Yes, I saw you doing the modeling and the magazines and everything. How's that all going?
I'm doing modeling now.
Yes.
I'm just doing my things. I'm fired.
You're
fired, and I'm a businessman. I do my own business. I'm not model.
I saw you a picture with a little kid. You were wearing pants, and you both had the gloves. You know what I'm talking about?
No. My son.
Is that your son? We're showing the picture now. That's your son.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know. It was your son. What's his name?
Hugo.
How old is he?
4 years old, and we have another one coming on his way.
Incredible. How far along?
For how long? What? For how long she's pregnant? Like for 3 months.
3 months
already.
Okay.
Yeah, 3 months.
And does he understand what you do? He's a little young, but does he know what you do for a living?
My son, of course, he's very smart. He's very smart. He could be with us right now, giving us a great conversation. He would love to talk to him.
Is he going to the fight?
Yeah, of course he will come.
He will be in the arena.
He will be there,
wow.
Watching his dad making history.
That doesn't make you nervous at all to fight in front of your son? Extra, pressure.
It makes me happy. How can it make me feel nervous? I dreamed, I visualized this moment so many times, and God are giving me this possibility to live my dreams with open eyes.
Right. Does anything make you nervous?
Nervous. To be honest. In the fight business, no, because I work so hard that I don't feel nervous.
Nothing.
I feel in peace and calm with myself because, anything can happen in February 17, but I'm not going to feel any regrets after the fight because I did everything I had in my hands. So I feel in peace and calm, and highly blessed by God to have the opportunity to fight for the UFC belt.
And even in the locker room, you don't think you'll feel, because it's such a big deal for you, it's a dream to fight for the belt. Do you think you'll feel a little bit more anxious?
In the locker room, everyone feels a little bit nervous.
Yeah.
That's inevitable. But I know how to deal with myself.
Right.
I know the conversation I have to give to myself to keep calm.
Will you bring the rose?
Of course, the 15 rose.
You're going to bring it?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, my gosh. This is crazy.
Leave it right there inside the octagon for Alexander.
And big month for Georgian MMA. Obviously, Merab on the card as well. I know you were there on Saturday. Unfortunately, it didn't go Roman's way. What did you make of his performance?
So he had, I think, a very tough weight cut.
Oh.
In the fight business, everything can happen. Usually at this level, the guy did his best. What can we do?
Right. To share the card, though, a card like this, you're fighting Alex, Merab fighting Henry. How cool is that, right? 2 guys from Georgia.
That's huge for Georgia. That's huge for Spain, for all families, for everyone, for us.
It's amazing.
It's a great moment. It's gonna be for sure very memorable.
Memorable, yeah.
In our lives, yeah.
Will it air in Georgia? Will the event air on TV there?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Of course. The whole Georgia will be watching these 4 fights.
I love it. What a huge thing to have 2 people from the country in 2 gigantic fights together. It's unbelievable.
Exactly.
And you just celebrated your birthday. I think you're 27, right? Happy birthday. How old are you? 27?
Yeah, 27 now.
Look at you, 27. You're like a niño. You're like a little niño. You're so young.
Exactly, niño.
And you
2 kids, UFC belts, double champ.
Double champ already? We're going from double. How double champ? Explain that one. You're about to be double champ.
I mean, my kids.
Oh, double champ. Yes. Okay. Right.
Of course, double champ.
Yes, that's right. Okay, and is the official prediction first round? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
First round knockout.
It's going to be first round knockout.
Wow.
You will see. He's saying a lot of bullshit. There's levels. I have this and I have that. Yes. you're right. There are levels. There are levels. Then there is me.
You watch.
I'm gonna show where the levels are. I'm gonna dominate him everywhere. I'm gonna make him look like a punching bag. You will see.
Jeez.
I will be dancing February 17th.
This is one of the best fighters in the world, one of the best fighters of all time, and you're talking like you're fighting me.
You are talking to the best fighters in the world right now.
I know.
I'm the best.
I know. I love it. I love the confidence.
He's one of the best. You have to give his credits, right?
Sure.
He was a great champion. He was a pound for pound number one. He was one of the greatest, without any doubt, one of the greats in the featherweight division, and he will be always remembered like that, like one of the greatest in this division. And I'm happy to be the man who is going to give him a bad news on February 17th.
His time has come.
He's old. It's time to move on. It's time for the new generation. He's old. He already lost. He have all the signals that he has to retire. He had his moments in this sport, and now it's time to move on. It's time for the new blood.
Do you remember?
And I represent the new generation. I represent the evolution of mixed martial arts.
Mm-hmm. Do you remember the first time you dreamed of this? This dream of being UFC champion?
I remember.
Can you tell me?
So when I started with the Greco-Roman wrestling, my dream always was to become a Olympic champion, right? So it was always in my head that in everything I was doing, my dream always was to be the best in anything I was doing. So when I started with MMA, I was like, which is the biggest competition in the mixed martial arts? They told me the UFC. So since the first day, I was like, I will become a UFC world champion. I never was like, I want to become a UFC world champion. Will become a UFC world champion.
Amazing. And how old were you?
I was 15 years old when I started with this game.
Okay. And at night when you're going to sleep, do you dream about what it will feel like when Dana White puts the belt around your waist? Like, do you allow yourself to think of these moments? Do you envision them?
Always. I always meditate and visualize all that moments. And I visualize that, of course. And it's going to happen.
Okay. Well, I can't wait to see how it all plays out. Thank you so much for the time, Ilia. Good luck to you. Appreciate the time very much. You're right next to Disneyland over there in Anaheim. So when you win, are you going to take the Nino over to Disneyland to celebrate? No.
we go back directly to Spain. We have our own Disneyland there.
Yes, you go to maybe Las Ramblas, and you. You saw that? Yes, that's the accent. You have a little arroz.
Bro, you had to be Spaniard, bro.
Arroz con pollo? No?
Arroz con pollo?
Yes.
Yeah. This is what Volkanovski gonna have. Arroz con pollo. Pam, pim, pam, pam, pam. Y una Coca-Cola.
I love it. Thank you, Ilia. All the best to you. Good luck on the 17th. Can't wait for it.
Thank you very much. My pleasure.
There he is. Bye. Ilia Topuria. What a guy. What a character. I can't wait. It is going down February 17th. Who's the favorite going into that fight? I was thinking of that, but I didn't know the answer on the spot.
I mean, it's about as closely aligned as you can get right now. Volk minus 115, Ilia Topuria minus 105.
God, I love this fight.
I absolutely
love it.
Love it. 10 out of 10 excitement. 11 out of 10 excitement.
He is so freaking confident.
I love it.
By the way, if he calls his shot, if he knocks him out in the first, sky's the limit.
Both. I think if he wins, period, the sky's the limit.
But if he actually calls his shot and because you see the confidence, his Instagram bio says UFC champion.
That's crazy. That's crazy. You're talking about a dude who, has he ever lost at featherweight?
No.
I don't think so. No, he's never lost at featherweight before, UFC or not. And he could potentially keep his O because he would stay undefeated and become UFC featherweight champion. It would alter the division heavily. It would almost feel like the beginning of the end of the Volk era, like completely after the head kick to Islam losing this one. But hopefully not. I mean, both guys winning are incredible stories. It's either Topuria is like, he's been so confident. He's just been speaking this into existence, and it just all comes true. And now we have this undefeated champion from Spain, and he's got all this charisma and all this personality. Or Volk has his, you must have forgot moment. I'm the featherweight king. No one's going to take this belt from me.
It's actually y'all must have forgot, by the way. The verbatim, but I get what you're saying.
No, it's all good, man. It's all good.
By the way,
I'll remember these moments. You know
what? Which one?
Frank's little correction earlier.
No, that's just the song.
I'll tally him up. I'll tally him up.
This is just the song. That's what Frank did was dirty. What Frank did was
Who,
dirty.
me?
Yeah.
I love both these dudes, so
I love it.
I just can't wait. I think either outcome is going to be
by the way,
really exciting for the sport.
Not only does it say UFC champion, he also says in his bio, undefeated 15-0. He's added it. He's 14-0, by the way. He has.
Yeah.
By the way, this is those things where I think a guy like that who has that kind of confidence doesn't even think of the alternative. But man, you put yourself out there, and it's a fight. It gets Alex Volkanovski.
Receipts will get pulled. Receipts will get pulled if he
my
loses,
God.
for sure. I mean, the way he's talking, but
it's a different kind of level of confidence.
Oh, it's a certainty. You asked him, and he said it's inevitable. It is a certainty that he is going to win this title. Not an easy opponent to get through.
Yeah.
Can't wait.
I love this fight.
Yes.
I freaking love this fight because there's so much.
Excited for it.
There's a part of me that wishes Volk was coming off a win, like a long winning streak, you know. But then that adds to the intrigue, right? As you said, back against the wall, people doubting him, people thinking he's damaged goods, people thinking that he made a mistake, people thinking that the knockout is going to change him. Which, by the way, we may say I may be sitting here on February 19th and say, yep, the knockout did change him. That was a mistake. GSP has talked about this. Losing to Matt Serra changed him. But I just can't wait to see how this all plays out. Volkanovski, Topuria, Whitaker, Costa, Merab Dvalishvili, Henry Cejudo, which is just tremendous. Jeff Neal, Ian Machado, Gary, which I like. Not a lot of drama for Ian. We're 12 days away. He did the one thing with us, popping up here and there, but it feels like smoother sailing than the Luque fight. Anthony Hernandez against Roman Kopylov. Marcos Rogerio de Lima against Justin Tafa. What else we got here? Oban Elliott. Good fun. Big fan of Chael Sonnen. Mackenzie Dern versus Amanda Lemos. Of course, that was the one. What's that?
Tatiana fight.
Yeah, that was a Tatiana fight that we just talked to Suarez about. A few cancellations. Tai Tuivasa was supposed to be on this card. He didn't get canceled. He just got moved to another date. But solid offering. Back at the Honda Center, which was once known as the Ronda Center in Anaheim. Classic MMA location. I wonder if on Tapology, if you click on it, it tells you all the events. Like, we're talking way back in the day, they were hosting events with Tito Ortiz and all those guys. But this is another one. Solid poster as well. I like it. Clean, nice, different. It's all very well and good. So that is coming up in 12 days. And like we said at the very top of the show, there's the poster. Beautiful. Some 4.5 hours ago, it's now just about this one. It was going head-to-head somewhat with Tyson Fury, Alexander Usyk, May 18th. Everything's well and good. God bless America. All right, we are out of time, my friends. A great show. Everyone showed up. Good to go. I'm going to go have some... have you guys ever heard of Chip City? Free plug?
Sounds familiar.
I feel like GC knows Chip City.
No, what is
Fish
it?
and chips, please.
Chip City?
Yeah, my kids love it. Got a few yesterday.
Chip City? It's a
cookie place.
Oh, yes, I do know Chip City.
It's
Yeah, I've actually been here before. I went in Hoboken, yeah?
Warm it up. Fantastic.
Better than Insomnia?
Much better. Very good chance that they ate them all by the time I get home. But I've been thinking, I have to say, during this 4.5 hour marathon, I've been thinking about it a lot.
You can always get more.
Yeah. Just had my eye on one of them. Cookies and cream. It's nice. But what a day. Feels like we spoke to Themba like 3 weeks ago at this point.
Yeah, I was going to say at least a day ago.
Any drama? I haven't even looked at Twitter. Any drama? Any news? Anything break that I need to talk about before we go? I mean, Frank was a little quick on the draw there with the music.
You know what?
That was a perfect.
Who, me?
Yeah, there it was. Anything? Oh, what about that? Did we talk about Tracy Chapman? Have we talked about this?
That was great though. Amazing moment.
Oh my
God.
God.
Luke Combs.
Oh, I love it.
I saw that Fast Car was the #1 song on Apple Music.
Saw that too.
It's amazing.
Yeah, I'm looking quickly.
I listened to it a few times.
Oh, I listened to it like 30 times. It was amazing. I'm not a big country guy, but that was fantastic. Anyway, thank you to all our guests. What a tremendous day. Thank you very much. Themba Gorimbo, Teofimo Lopez, Rampage Jackson, Renato Moicano, Ilia Topuria, and Dustin Poirier back on Wednesday, same time. Peace. I'm right here.